In a world where strength is everything, he had none. No talent, no mana, no skills, just a bag on his back. Nagi was a porter, carrying supplies for adventurers while they took all the glory. But betrayal and blood forced him to fight, and the dungeon itself became his teacher. Step by step, he turns weakness into a weapon. No gift from the gods, only grit, pain, and unbroken will. Can a man with nothing tear down the dungeons themselves? Let's find out. In the world where the main character named Nagi lives, dungeons are constantly appearing. For example, in a cave, cyclops, skeletons, and huge dragons appear. There's also a labyrinth where you might encounter minotaurs, but among them is the most important dungeon, the Tower of Trials. The world he lives in is also called the world of the Great Dungeon. Each dungeon hides many treasures, and it is the adventurers who explore them who gain wealth and fame. However, not everyone is given the chance to become an adventurer. Only a select few can get this chance, and Nagi is a dungeon porter in this world. He approached the entrance to the dungeon, where a squad called the Dawn Wolves was already waiting for him. Upon seeing him, the spearman Dolph said that further passage is permitted only to those who have received permission. Who is he? He looked down at his badge and asked, "Is he a porter?" MC only smiled in response. Judging by his badge, he was of porcelain rank. Having learned who he was, the man tiredly scratched his head and asked, "What time is it that the porter arrives later than the adventurers? The young people have gotten really lazy." Nagi apologized to him and said that it was his first time here. And the man asked why he was alone. Where were the other porters? After all, they had paid 50 gold to the association. He replied that he was the same porter for 50 gold a day, and the man, with a wide smile, slammed his fist into his palm, asking, "One porter and 50 gold at once? Did he take them for idiots or something? This dungeon requires at least 4 or 5 porters. Is he really going to carry everything himself?" MC got nervous from how he started yelling at him and said that he would explain everything now. The disgruntled adventurer glanced at their things and asked how he was going to drag the loot out of the dungeon alone. He didn't even have enough for the load. In short, he should return to the association for the others, or they would make them answer for this. Nagi looked at their things and noted in surprise that the 4 of them had so much cargo. Dolph again said that he couldn't carry it alone, but MC no longer cared. Such a reaction from adventurers is common. It's not every day you meet a porter who takes 5 times more than usual, but in such cases, explaining everything is useless. It's much easier to show what he's capable of. After that, he took his huge bag from his back and then began throwing their things into it. When he completely loaded everything, the adventurers stared at him in surprise, and the squad captain, Jeffnom, asked what he just did. Nagi smiled and said that it was a magic bag, after which the men surrounded him and began asking with surprise and admiration where he got it and whether it was heavy. When they said that they wanted one too, he laughed awkwardly and said that it was a unique bag, no one else could use it. Now they had no doubts. Jeffnom stood up and told them not to make such a fuss. Have they never seen bottomless bags? He called them rednecks, and they apologized shamefully, after which their squad captain told Porter he was accepted. But he must live up to his price, and if he can't do the work of 5, he will answer for it. MC remained silent, and while he was giving orders, he thought this guy looked rather strict. But it's even for the best, because he's a professional. He will completely satisfy them by the time this dungeon is cleared. After that, the whole squad headed into the dungeon. Nagi earns much more money than the others, but it's not just because of his abilities. It's all about the adventurer's satisfaction metric. They face many dangers, such as traps that can appear at any moment, and surprise attacks, as happened to this squad. One of them stepped on a slab, and sharp spikes immediately sprouted from the ground, almost killing them. Then they were attacked by goblins, trolls, and spiders. Seeing them, Jeffnom swung his sword, signaling the others to attack, and they met in battle with the monsters. Clearing a dungeon requires being prepared for many surprises, which means a lot of stress. After the fight ended, the squad leader sighed heavily and reminded them that he had told them not to let their guard down. Are they complete idiots? The squad members immediately started arguing among themselves. One of them shouted that it was because of him that he was being scolded, and he responded by exclaiming that, in fact, it was he who was dragging them down. Looking at them, MC thought that this was precisely the reason he decided to take this niche. He smiled widely, then reached into his bag and called out to them, saying that they must be hungry from all the fighting, so it was time for a snack. When they saw what he pulled out of the bag, their mouths started to water. There were pieces of meat on the plate, and underneath them was a salad with all the juices dripping onto it. Everyone wondered where he got such a rich meal, after which he used his special porter skill and set a huge table. The adventurers immediately pounced on the food, and one of them said in surprise that not only was there a lot of food, but it was also hot, as if it had just been cooked. Even the salad was still fresh. After a week of eating crackers and dried meat, this was simply divine. He burst into tears of happiness, and they approached Nagi, asking if his bag kept food fresh or if it had a cooking function. He vaguely answered them that it was something like that, but it was too early to be surprised. He reached into his bag again, and this time he pulled out an entire bathtub, a hose, and filled it with hot water. The adventurer immediately climbed into the tub and, feeling the warm liquid envelop his body, said with admiration that he now felt like he was at a resort. He felt like he was in a hot spring in the middle of a snowy landscape, In reality, the view was a little different, but it still impressed him. Seeing what they were all doing, Jeffnom exclaimed with displeasure, "Are they all kidding me? They're in a dungeon, so let them stop messing around." But since the second tub was already filled, he decided to rest as well. It would be a shame to waste it. Lying in the warm water, he sighed and said that at this rate they wouldn't even have anything to complain about. To be honest, they wanted to give up on the porter. Few could provide decent service for 50 gold, and this way they could get their money back. But now he thinks 50 gold is a bit cheap for the service they received. The MC sat by the fire and said that if he were to clear dungeons, he'd do it comfortably. Other people think that the difficulty of a dungeon depends on the strength of the monsters, but in reality, the most common cause of failure is stress and unexpected factors throughout the process. For example, improper nutrition led to indigestion, or lack of sleep caused an adventurer to fail to notice an attack and dodge. He hears stories like this quite often. Porters in dungeons essentially depend on adventurers. To get paid, the team must successfully clear the dungeon, and he does his best to help with that. Although, these aren't particularly outstanding abilities. The man laughed loudly and said that calling it insignificant was an understatement. Such service is hard to come by even from the outside. This is something new for him. After such care, he feels a surge of energy, and he feels like he can handle any enemy. Nagi smiled, and the man stood up abruptly and told him not to worry about clearing the dungeon. Seeing his privates, he immediately turned away and asked him to cover himself, after which they continued to advance through the dungeon. As promised, clearing the dungeon went smoothly. Initially, they were an experienced team, so they dealt with the monsters quickly. But the problem was the boss. They are always unpredictable. When they encountered a huge monster and had already entered the fight, Jeffnom said that this boss was so difficult. They couldn't give it a second to breathe. They should attack immediately. After that, the adventurers rushed into battle. The huge lizard swung, then slammed its paw on the ground, aiming for the archer. But he quickly dodged and shot it with a crossbow, using its special ability, Web. The monster's paw was shackled, but it decided to attack differently, with its tail. Everyone immediately hid behind the shield-wielding warrior, who took the full brunt of the attack. The squad leader then charged, raising his sword above his head and using his warrior's special ability, a powerful strike. Swinging his sword, he severed the lizard's tail, causing it to open its mouth wide, gathering energy within, before firing a beam at them. Jeffnom swung his sword, striking and quickly moved to the side, while MC hid behind a rock and watched the battle from the sidelines. He figured it was a Zarkum lizard this time, a difficulty level B. Judging by the adventurer's skill, the chance of a successful kill exceeds 80%, but even with such a reliable chance, the remaining 20% cannot be ignored. If they die, Porter will receive nothing and will be in a dangerous position, so defeat is unacceptable. Deciding to help them a little, he reached into his bag and felt for what he needed. He pulled a mushroom out of his bag and thought that the adventurers had enough attack power. If he created an opening, it would help the cleanup. Although this smoking mushroom was expensive, he felt sorry to waste it. But now the priority was victory, so there was no other choice. He just had to hit the target. He began to spin the mushroom, and the monster meanwhile growled and pounced on Jeffnom, who had already assumed a defensive stance. Nagi, meanwhile, thought that no matter how it moved, if he caught the moment when it attacked them, he would be able to hit it. After that, he threw the mushroom at the lizard, and upon impact, it exploded and released smoke. The monster tried to cough, and the adventurers stared at it in shock, after which, the party leader turned to Porter and called out to him in surprise. He meanwhile took out pom-poms and began waving them like a cheerleader, supporting the party. Jeffnom smiled, immediately gaining strength and began climbing the monster's tail. Once he was on its back, he leaped high and raised his sword above his head, and the lizard opened its eyes, sensing something was wrong. Before it could do anything, Jeffnom stabbed it with his sword, and it immediately fell to the ground. The squad leader pursed his lips, waited a few seconds, then rose with a smile, praised everyone for their work, and told them to collect their loot. Clearing the dungeon went smoothly, but the joy was short-lived. The atmosphere became tense at some point, and the reason was that the reward was pitiful. The boss should have dropped at least 20 B-class magic stones, but only 5 dropped. The rest were useless items, considered junk, and the dungeon was filled with ordinary goblins. In other words, if you compare the cost of clearing it with the reward, it was a complete failure. Another problem was that the reward had to be split 4 ways, which quickly dissipated the joy of clearing it and made things tense. When it comes to dividing up the reward, camaraderie quickly vanishes. But MC didn't care, because the adventurers' problems weren't his concern. Porter gets a fixed payment, no matter how much they earn. So, before things get too heated, it was time to wrap things up. He took 2 bottles of alcohol out of his bag and told them they'd worked hard and that they'd probably want a drink. Jeffnom smiled and remarked that even in this situation, he cared about them, and the smoke bomb he threw was perfectly timed. It seems the biggest stroke of luck in this dungeon was meeting him. Nagi laughed and said he was praising him too much. He only helped them a little with his modest skills. Dolph said with a smile that the more he looked at him, the more amazed he was. So many amazing things came out of his bag. In an instant, his smile turned sly and malicious, and the squad leader said that perhaps this bag contained more treasure than the dungeon itself. The others also began to glance at his bag and asked if he had already accumulated a decent fortune. He was a porter, receiving 50 gold. As their commander said, the greatest luck in this dungeon is meeting him. MC nervously noticed that the atmosphere was getting stranger, after which an arrow flew into his hand, breaking one of the bottles and piercing a stone nearby. Nagi turned around in fear, looked at them, and exclaimed, "What are they doing?" The next arrow flew at his head, but he managed to react in time and leaned his upper body back, but because of this, he fell. He looked anxiously at the adventurers and exclaimed, "What are they thinking?" The archer approached him and apologized, saying he'd meant to shoot him in the head so he wouldn't suffer. An adventurer is a profession where you risk your life, but is it fair to pay for such a risk with trash? Dolph said it was nothing personal, it's just that if they didn't repay the debt, they'd be in trouble. Besides, he didn't need that many things anyway. They all looked at him like prey, so he pulled himself together and stood up, thinking that working as a porter in the dungeons was fraught with the constant risk of death. If they killed him and said it was the work of goblins, no one would suspect anything strange. No matter how hard he tried to help adventurers, they still saw him as a tool. Those who had previously appreciated his efforts now looked at him like prey moments later. But he was used to it, so he wasn't surprised by it and didn't lose his composure. After all, in this world it was common. In a world where class is determined at birth, porter, the lowest of the classes, has always been perceived that way. It was then, and it still is now. From the moment he first received this ability, the bag, he was followed by looks of disdain everywhere. With such an ability, he couldn't even register as an adventurer because his ability is meant for logistics. But he was offered an alternative. If he wanted to participate in clearing the dungeon, he would have to register as a porter. That's how the world made it clear to him that he couldn't become an adventurer and branded him with this. These people probably think the same way. The man said that if he understood everything, then he should dump everything he had and die. He pounced on him with a wide grin on his face, calling him a stupid porter, and he ducked sharply and thought, is it his fault that he was assigned to this class? After that, he took a sword out of his bag and blocked his blow, causing him to look surprised. Then he pounced on him and, hitting him in the face with the hilt of the sword, ran to the next opponent. The archer became nervous and called him an idiot, and in the meantime he took an axe from his bag and threw it at him. The axe spun in the air and pierced the man's crossbow. Everyone was shocked, especially the squad leader. He didn't understand how some porter could defeat Dolph. His face twisted with rage, after which he ordered the squad to kill him instead of standing still. Two men attacked the porter, and in response he scalded them with boiling water from the hose he had recently used to draw their bath. The archer screamed in pain. He was finished. Breaking through the splashes of water, MC took out 2 daggers and, with a wave of his hand, cut the guy's shield and immediately hit him in the face, throwing him aside. He watched as he rolled across the ground and crashed into a rock, hitting his head, and Jeffnom looked at him in shock and thought, he dealt with 3 adventurers alone? But that's impossible. He's only a porcelain rank. He took out his sword and exclaimed, "Who the hell is he?" Nagi lightly pulled his weapons out of his bag to be ready, and with a menacing smile answered him that he was the dungeon porter. After that, he exited the dungeon, but first tied up all the enemies. Noticing a carriage approaching them, he waved his hand and told them to come here. Petra, a porcelain-ranked dungeon inspector, climbed out of the carriage. She clarified his name and said that the guild sent her. They received a report of a crime. Seeing the state of the team he was with, she asked why they were tied up and so battered. What even happened in the dungeon? Nagi took out his bag and said he wanted her to hear something. After that, the bag started playing everything they said to him, from orders to give them his things to threats of how they would deal with him. Petra remarked that this was surprising. It was a voice recorder in the shape of a bag. That was a completely ineffective design. She decided to write it all down in a notebook, and MC laughed awkwardly, saying that it was more like a bag with a voice recorder function. She said that in any case, she understood everything. They betrayed him and tried to kill him. However, she was interested in something else. How did a porter like him manage to defeat 4 adventurers? Besides, they seemed to be poisoned by ash mushrooms. He was glad that she knew about them, and she said that they were found in this region and that consuming them causes muscle cramps, dizziness, and a purple tint to the face. Nagi said that then everything became clear. It turned out that these guys accidentally ate mushroom stew, and just as they pounced on him, the symptoms began to appear. He was lucky. Otherwise, how would he, an ordinary porter, have been able to tie up the adventurers? He approached the party leader and asked with a sly smile, wasn't he right? Jeffnom became nervous and thought that these words were a lie. They did indeed eat poisonous mushrooms, but they didn't do it of their own free will. They fell into a trap before the fight even began. The moment MC pounced on him, he asked if he really was a gold-ranked adventurer, not a porcelain-ranked one. He swung his sword, which Jeffnom blocked, and then they began exchanging blows. The guy tried to somehow land a hit on him, but every attack was reflected, and he wondered what was going on. Even if they spent most of their energy fighting the boss, some porter couldn't defeat them. This is just nonsense. Nagi chuckled and ran towards him, exclaiming that he was so slow. How did he even manage to survive against that monster? He jumped at him, and he thought they lost to some porter. It was so humiliating. He just pissed them off and took advantage of their confusion. He waved his hand, ordering him to give up the bag and get lost, and then thought, where did he even get such strength from? He swung his sword again, using his skill, and MC dodged and mockingly said that he almost hit him. Jeffnom struck again, but this time he missed, so he decided to use his power and 100%, and his weapon lit up with a bright golden flash, after which he struck again. Nagi jumped, easily dodging the attack, and even laughed at one. His opponent was surprised that he was able to do this, and anger overwhelmed him. He spun around sharply, swinging his sword. This time, MC dodged, and he realized something. The reason they lost to Porter wasn't because he was strong, it was because they were weak. At that moment, he felt his body suddenly weaken. He didn't understand what was happening to him. He fell and started to vomit, and Nagi asked, didn't he tell them they were poisoned? The food they had recently eaten contained ash fungus, which is considered poisonous. It not only improves the taste of the dish, but also serves as a kind of insurance against parasites like them. Jeffnom's face began to change color, and he cried out through clenched teeth, if all this is true, does that mean he planned to betray them from the start? He confirmed it and asked how he, a fragile porter, could trust treacherous adventurers like them. But, as he said, it was just insurance. Whether he would poison them or not depended on their further actions. In this situation, he used a catalyst to make the poison's effects take effect faster. But honestly, after completing the task, he planned to give them a drink to completely neutralize the poison. However, some idiot broke it. Jeffnom remembered the archer breaking the bottle of alcohol and gritting his teeth in anger, and MC saying that luckily he had another bottle. Now Jeffnom thought that even though everything happened the way it did, if he said now that he poisoned them, it wouldn't sound believable. How could they admit that they were defeated by a porter? So he confirmed his words in front of Petra and burst into tears, shouting that they accidentally ate the soup. They all started sobbing, and she looked at them thoughtfully, after which she said that she understood the situation. They would transport the criminals. She ordered the man next to her to put them all in the carriage, and Nagi, throwing a bag on his back, said that since he had done everything, he needed to leave. The girl asked him to wait and asked if he was going to the city. Would he like them to give him a ride? He thought for a second, and then asked, is it free? After that, they all set off together. Petra said that she was very sorry he had to face such an unpleasant incident just after arriving in this city. On behalf of the Adventurers Guild, she apologized to him. He told her not to worry. Porters face such things every day. He reached into his bag, and she said that there was still something he should know. Although this matter was not his fault, they would not look into such things. The adventurers he captured belonged to the Dawn Guild. They are known for their arrogant behavior in this region. If their members are offended, they will definitely take revenge, so he needs to be more careful for a while. When she looked at MC, she was very surprised. Right now, he was being eaten by some creature from the bag. She asked if he was even listening to her, and he, having escaped from the mouth of this black creature, indignantly told him that he told him not to show himself in public. Everyone gets scared when they see him. He answered that he was actually hungry, and Petra, starting to write something in her notebook again, exclaimed in surprise, what is this black talking thing? He laughed nervously and told her not to worry, it was gluttony. At some point, it started living in his bag, and now it brings him a lot of benefits. It helps him sort things. Before it appeared, his bag was a complete mess. But in exchange for this, he eats a bunch of magic stones. After everything that happened in this dungeon, he probably had a lot to do. He grinned and thought that besides, the loot from the dungeon was originally supposed to be divided between 4 people. But due to an incident, the entire reward went to him alone. Since things had turned out that way, he decided to give him twice as many magic stones today, which he was very happy about. While he was devouring the magic stones, Petra said that she had never seen such creatures. Nagi said that, to be honest, he had never seen anyone besides him either. But since he did not cause harm, one could say that it was a mutually beneficial relationship. The girl said that she was increasingly impressed by him, although perhaps it would be more accurate to say that she was impressed by his bag. She had never heard of anything like this. Suddenly, the horses reared and screamed loudly, and the adventurer pulled the reins back, trying to stop them. Petra asked why the horses were so agitated. He nervously answered her that he did not know. Something had scared them. At that very moment, MC felt something, some kind of strange feeling. He focused on his sensations and realized that it was a dungeon breach. But why did it happen here? He called out to the inspector anxiously and pointed forward, saying that in that direction, behind the mountain, a dungeon breach could be felt. Hearing this, she was very surprised and noted that things were bad. But how did he know about it? Does he have some kind of magical device for detecting such things? He answered her with a worried look that it was his intuition, and she frowned, clearly not believing him. He became very nervous and said that they didn't have time. They needed to hurry to avoid casualties. She looked at him and thought that relying on some intuition was complete absurdity. Even she, the inspector, didn't feel anything. Gluttony said that it was true. There really was a dungeon breach there. He likes magic stones, he can smell them, and there's an incredibly delicious smell behind that mountain. He's sure of it. They were able to convince her, and the inspector directed the cart in that direction. Soon they reached their destination and saw a rift. Dungeons that exist for too long eventually enter a state of rupture, and monsters from within burst out, sowing chaos and death. That's why in this world, they are obliged to clear dungeons. Seeing the portal, Petra noted that it really was a rupture. It looked like it had been brewing for a long time and was about to burst. She glanced nervously at the porter and asked how he could sense it from such a distance, to which he replied that this feeling was impossible to forget. It simply couldn't be forgotten. He remembered witnessing a dungeon rupture and said that at that moment, real hell arises. His words made her think that he had already experienced something like this. But even if so, could he really sense it? Nagi said something still didn't add up. If the dungeon was located so close to the village, then the adventurers couldn't have helped clear it. The inspector took out a notebook and agreed with him. The records indicated that this dungeon had already been cleared. He asked her to clarify who exactly cleared it, and she told him that this D-ranked dungeon was commissioned by one mithril-ranked adventurer named Durakan and two copper-ranked ones, Van Deshtar and Nero. MC found this strange. Would a mithril-ranked adventurer go to a regular D-ranked dungeon? Something was clearly wrong here. He told the inspector he would go down to the village to check something. Would she go with him? She clarified. He suspected that, right? After that, she turned to her colleague and asked him to escort the criminals to prison in her stead, and she, as the dungeon inspector, would go with the porter. After that, they descended into the village and noticed an angry crowd in the main square. Nagi noted that it looked like it really happened. One of the villagers exclaimed that so much time had passed since they were supposed to clear the dungeon, but nothing was happening. What will they do if a breakthrough occurs? Nero, and Van Deshtar told them to ask all questions to the raid leader. They themselves do not know anything. What can he do if he is missing? The people continued to be indignant, and MC understood everything. Judging by the situation, his assumption was correct. This is a raid cancellation, which mainly happens in cases where the raid leader's level is higher than the dungeon's. They register a request for a low-level dungeon, but if they find a more profitable one, they simply ignore the lower one. Petra said with displeasure that the guild was fining for such negligence, and he asked if that was still too lenient a punishment, wasn't it? She agreed, and he thought that these villagers could lose everything, while the adventurer would get off with a simple fine. This dungeon would be breached tonight. Even if they asked the guild for help, the village would already be in ruins by the time they arrived. Even in this situation, these adventurers just waved it off and spouted nonsense. Van Deshtar sighed heavily and told the angry crowd that they were also victims. Their leader was missing, and they were left with nothing. The breakthrough was no longer their concern, so let them do what they wanted. If they had any complaints, they should file an official complaint with the guild. They weren't responsible for it and weren't obligated to listen to their nastiness. Nagi disliked this so much that he thought adventurers weren't heroes or protectors, but braggarts who cared only about their own gain. But despite this, the strength of adventurers was precisely what was needed in this situation. Only they could prevent the dungeon from breaking through. At times like these, he regretted his class being porter. The inspector said she was sorry, but they would have to evacuate the villagers. Saving their lives was their priority. Her words made MC think about lives and ask if she was sure they could be saved. She didn't understand what he meant, and he reminded her that winter was coming soon. If they lost their homes, would they be able to survive such a long winter? He clutched his porcelain badge, then tore it off his neck and put on the gold one, thinking that what this village needed now was not a porter, but an adventurer. After that, he laughed out loud and said that it was such luck. He briefly entered the village, and then a dungeon breakthrough occurred. He deliberately said this loudly so that everyone would pay attention to him. After which he turned to the inspector and asked if the dungeon breakthrough was repaired. The reward from it could be collected without any commission, right? She confusedly confirmed this, and he laughed out loud, exclaiming that it was a gift from fate. Two adventurers noticed him and asked if he was really planning to clear this dungeon. When they saw the color of his badge, they were surprised and exclaimed, "Is he a gold-ranked adventurer? Then it's quite possible." He invited them to join him and with a sly smile said that they would split the reward this way, 90% for him and the rest for them. His smile became slightly nervous, and he asked the inspector what the fine was for illegally assuming the title of adventurer. She answered him that as far as she knew, the fine started at 1,000 gold. Hearing such a huge amount, he almost burst into tears, after which they set off for the dungeon. The portal to the abyss, leading to an uncharted dimension, is a dungeon recommended only for adventurers of at least gold rank. Normal dungeons, no matter how high the difficulty, ultimately come down to destroying monsters. But in the abyss, the enemy is space itself. Even an experienced adventurer won't be able to predict the completion conditions of this dungeon before entering it, greatly increasing the risk of disappearing or dying, so they try to avoid this dungeon. Moreover, they must complete this dungeon within a certain time limit. They approached the portal, and Petra noted that, judging by the magic limit, the dungeon would begin to collapse in an hour. Nagi said that in other words, if they want to prevent the destruction, they need to complete it in an hour. But in 1 hour, it will be very difficult for them to cope with any trials, especially in the abyss. So they will have to hope for something easy. He stepped forward faithfully, saying that they have no second to waste, after which the others followed him. When they emerged on the other side of the portal, they were surprised to find themselves in the middle of a desert, with stones flying in the sky. Nero noted with admiration that it was night outside, and here it was day. Her friend smiled and said that this was how the historic first dungeon, clear of the rising star Van Deshtar, began. The girls suggested he show those idiots from the guild what they were made of, and he agreed with her, adding that when they saw what they were capable of, their jaws would drop in amazement. Nagi and Petra, who were standing nearby and listening to them, laughed nervously and thought that ignorance is bliss. Petra said that as soon as she saw it all, she immediately thought they were finished. MC agreed with her, and noticing the huge floating island in the sky on which the palace stood and the stones leading to it, remarked that this dungeon was practically welcoming them to hell. Petra asked, "So they need to get to the very top in an hour?" She remembered how he pretended to be an adventurer and exclaimed in displeasure, "Why did he lie like that?" He smiled nervously and told her that they had no other choice. If he had asked them, posing as a porter, they would hardly have helped them. But it was hard to refuse a gold-ranked person. Even if it was far-fetched, if the dungeon wasn't cleared, a breakthrough would occur. She understood this. That's why she came here, right? She confirmed this and confidently said that it had to be prevented. If they didn't do it, the villagers would be in danger. Hearing this, Nero laughed and asked what was bothering them. That's why she hated slow people. She could have completed this easy dungeon alone. She crouched down, preparing herself, then jumped high into the air and began to quickly move across the stones. Her comrade worriedly said that it was dangerous after all. Nero continued jumping, but suddenly her hand was bound by some kind of clod of magic and pulled to the side, which she clearly didn't expect. The dungeon wasn't going to let them reach the top so easily and cast a curse on them, causing the girl to fall. Van called her a fool and said that she always acted first and thought later, just like they did back in the training camp. She glared at him, asking why he was scolding her, and he exclaimed, how could he not scold her? After all, portals to the abyss can have debuffs or curses. They went through this at camp. She indignantly said that she knew that too, and the inspector used her skill, saying they were right. When you find yourself in a portal to the abyss, the first thing you need to do is check for a curse. She used her scout's special skill, detection, and magical shackles became visible on their hands. Petra said that this looked like the dungeon's curse. They were bound by invisible shackles, so they had to move together without separating. Nero exclaimed in frustration that this was too cruel, after which Nagi said that it seemed like tricks wouldn't work in this dungeon. Luckily, they had a lot of climbing equipment. Seeing what he pulled out of his bag, the cat girl exclaimed in surprise, "Where did he get so much stuff?" He ignored her question and suggested they move step by step. This is the key to such spatial dungeons. You can't rush, so as not to waste energy, but you also can't slow down too much, maintaining an optimal pace, and then they will be able to reach the goal. They began to climb up the rocks, and MC told them to follow his pace, and not to forget that they were connected by chains, so the distance shouldn't be too great. They need to keep an optimal distance and move forward. Nero said that he was moving too slowly. It would be better for her to lead the group and run ahead. He refused her. After all, it was better to go slowly, but along a well-thought-out route than to go quickly and waste time returning. They continued walking, and he thought that even with a precise route, the problem was that in the abyss, you can always encounter many variables. He stopped when he saw a huge flying stone pig in the sky above them, devouring rocks, thereby depriving them of some roots. This was the variable, and that's how they ended up at a dead end. Petra took out her notebook and said that this monster is called a stone-eating pig. Although it is a strong monster, it is not aggressive unless provoked. The manual also says that they live in places with a lot of rocks, but the fact that they are found even here is surprising. According to the manual, it also quickly excretes waste, thereby changing the structure of the dungeon. This dungeon ecosystem is simply incredible. Nagi laughed nervously and noted that she looked very pleased, and she awkwardly apologized to him. It's just that she has never seen such a thing in real life. He said that, be that as it may, they had a problem. The platform they were trying to climb was completely destroyed. Now there was only one option left: throw the hook at the stone pig and attach it to the rope. But if they missed and provoked it, it might become aggressive, and they had neither the time nor the strength to fight. Van confidently declared that in that case, it seemed his finest hour had arrived. He turned to the leader and asked him to watch him closely. He would now overcome this obstacle. Extending his hand to the side, he used his special necromantic skill, and two of his fingers separated from his hand and flew onto the pig's back, forming two segmented golems named Thumi and Midi. MC smiled and remarked that this was surprising. Summoning abilities were a rarity. Satisfied with his praise, Van scratched his head with a smile, and Petra admiringly remarked that if a summoned creature caught the hook, they could attach the rope without provoking the stone pig. But something confused them. These golems moved strangely, very strangely. They now looked more like children just learning to walk, with their upper bodies constantly overweight. Nero told them that at camp, they nicknamed him Explosive Van. No one trusted his acknowledged creatures, as his control over them was, to put it mildly, mediocre, and eventually, all his minions exploded. Van asked her to be quieter, and with a focused expression, said that controlling acknowledged creatures was like looking in a mirror and moving your left hand separately from your right. If he only needed to maintain control for 5 minutes, everything would be fine, he hoped. Nagi glanced at the golems, who were on the verge of falling off the pig, and said that although they were unsure, time was short, so they needed to quickly get to the other island before everything exploded. He threw a hook, and 2 golems clung to the pig to catch it. The hook hit one of them right in the head, and Van exclaimed that part of his consciousness was connected to the creatures during the summoning, so he should be careful. MC apologized to him, after which, they all began to climb the rope to the pig, and he thought that although it was very difficult, they were still a little lucky. The abilities of the adventurers accompanying them proved useful in this dungeon, especially these minions. With them, progressing further should be quite simple, and as soon as he thought this, as luck would have it, the golem's head began to change, turning into a shapeless mass. Nagi froze and thought that something was wrong. Only 3 minutes had passed. Van worriedly asked them to hurry because he was feeling sick, and MC asked him to hold on a little longer. Petra was so worried she almost cried, but Van's strength had completely given out, and he apologized to them and warned them that they were about to explode. The crack that had appeared on his head was out of control, and he was also getting motion sickness, so he couldn't take it anymore. They turned to him in shock, after which, his minions' bodies began to inflate like balloons, and then exploded, sending a huge column of flame into the sky. Of course, the poor pig felt pain and jerked sharply to the side, and their hook came loose, and they began to fall. Nagi cursed loudly and told the others to try to grab onto anything. Then he looked down and thought that if they fell back to the starting point, they would never reach the top. For now, they at least needed to minimize losses. He flipped in the air, took the bag off his back, and threw it onto the rock below them. The bag served as a trampoline. When they fell on it, they were thrown upward and landed safely on the nearest floating island. Pulling the bag towards him, he turned to the others and asked if they were all okay. Petra confirmed it and thanked him for help, then took out an hourglass and said that they had lost a significant amount of progress. Would they make it to the top in time? MC told her that they had no choice anyway, then turned a dissatisfied look at the 2 adventurers and said that in order to make it in the remaining time, he could no longer adjust to their endurance. Everyone would have to gather their courage. Now they would walk vertically all the way to the top. He gave everyone special items from his bag. Frog legs, tenacious and reliable. They put them on their hands and feet and began to climb as best they could. Nagi warned them that if one fell, they all would. The closer to the top, the more traps and variables would arise. On their way, they encountered a section with falling rocks, an icy surface, and a narrow log. To cross the log, you must avoid the traps left by evil monkeys. They also encountered a section with explosive rocks, inhabited by monsters in the form of flying boulders that explode on contact. Having overcome all these sections, they decided to take a short rest, and the copper-ranked adventurers were already very tired. MC said they were almost there, so they needed to endure a little longer, and they fell to their knees in despair, exclaiming that he had told them this 10 times already. Nero indignantly said that she wanted to beat monsters, not climb mountains. That wasn't why she became an adventurer. Nagi told her that he was serious this time. The summit was already very close, and it seemed like a huge dragon was waiting for them near the palace. As soon as they heard this, they burst into tears of joy, and Van said that he would finally have his first official battle. Nero joyfully exclaimed that she would deal with this boss monster and show those idiots from the guild, who had only given her a copper rank, what a real person she was. Her friend agreed with her and asked how they could do this to them. After all, they graduated from an elite training camp. MC meanwhile assessed them. Judging by their physical abilities and talents, these 2 really are above the copper rank. It's probably because necromancers are despised, and beastmen only recently emerged from slavery. They said that in the worst case, the group leader would be able to handle this monster, which is logical, and he is a gold-ranked adventurer. He remained silent and thought that he took them specifically to deal with the monster. Meanwhile, Petra noticed something and told them to wait a bit. Something was wrong. The boss monster at the top is a lindworm, but their species does not have a purple color. If a lindworm turned purple, then this is only possible in one case, when it is dead. Hearing this, Nagi was very surprised. Meanwhile, Durakan, a mithril-ranked adventurer who defeated this monster, was resting at the top. Hearing some noise below, he approached the very edge and looked at them. Meanwhile, MC felt an enormous pressure and danger emanating from him. Immediately after this, Durakan jumped off the floating island and headed straight for them. And a few seconds later he landed with such force that chunks of dirt flew everywhere and a wind picked up. Nagi looked at him in fear and, noticing the badge on his chest, wondered if he was mithril ranked. Couldn't this really cancel the raid? The man took a deep breath and said that this was a problem. He thought that no one would be able to enter this dungeon, since a breach was supposed to occur here. MC looked at him with alarm and thought that sometimes there were people like this, or rather, non-humans, who deliberately staged dungeon breaches. Durakan asked why it was necessary to make everything so complicated. He spread his arms out to the sides and declared with a smile that he had decided everything. The 4 of them would be considered dead during the dungeon clearing. In this world, people registered with the Adventurers Guild receive a rank corresponding to their abilities. The initial and lowest rank is porcelain or white. These include porters, miners, guild office workers, and other professions without any combat skills. The next level is the novice adventurer level, the copper rank. This rank is attained by those with at least minimal combat ability. They are stronger than ordinary people, but they cannot be relied upon in a dungeon. The next rank is Silver. These are experienced, skilled veterans, those who can perform their tasks in a dungeon without problem. According to guild statistics, most adventurers belong to this level. Above this is Gold. Adventurers who have reached this level can lead dungeon clearing squads. This rank is designed for those with immense talent or extensive experience. This is where the standard levels end. But occasionally, you can encounter those who belong to the elite of the elite, the mithril rank. People call adventurers who have reached this level gods, who have risen above the human race. Only those who transcend human comprehension can reach this level. And now one of them stood before them. Nagi immediately felt the oppressive aura emanating from him. Just by looking at him, it became clear that even the four of them could not defeat him. He turned to the inspector and asked if she knew him. She confirmed this and said that there weren't many adventurers of such a high rank in this city. She had told him earlier about the unceremonious guild Dawn. This man was the guild's squad leader, a berserker named Durakan. Durakan said that he had been wondering why her face seemed familiar. It turns out she was the girl who works in the guild. But what was she doing in this godforsaken dungeon? She decided to play adventurer while being a simple white woman. She confidently approached him and said that she, too, would like to ask him why he wasn't clearing this dungeon. It was about to undergo a rift, and preventing it was an adventurer's first duty. Her words amused him. He laughed loudly and asked, "What other duty? Adventurers are driven only by their own gain. For example, sometimes breaching a dungeon can be more profitable than clearing it." She glared at him and remained silent. MC, meanwhile, thought that he never considered adventurers to be heroes or brave men, but he couldn't even imagine that such terrible people existed. If he was really going to breach the dungeon, he would do everything to stop it. He clenched his fist, but then immediately unclenched it and calmed down, because he knew that fighting him was madness. In that case, he decided to act differently. He reached into his bag and laughed, saying that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding. They just stumbled upon this dungeon by chance and decided to take a look. And it seemed they accidentally interfered with him, so he wanted to give him a gift as an apology. He gave him Master Donstor's famous meat, which surprised him slightly, and asked if he wasn't hungry being here. Although he was smiling now, he was actually very wary. A direct confrontation with this idiot was not an option, so he decided to weaken him. Durakan tore off a piece of meat and swallowed it, after which he exclaimed with delight that it was so delicious. It was also hot as if freshly cooked. Enjoying his food, he exclaimed that it was truly incredible. The meat was evenly cooked, the shrimp were cooked perfectly. He approached MC and patted him on the shoulders, and MC grinned slyly and mentally told him to eat more. But at that moment, the man's grip became very tight, and he said that he especially liked the ash mushroom added to the sauce. It gave the dish an exquisite taste. Hearing him notice, Nagi became very nervous, and the man exclaimed, "Did he really think such a cheap trick would work?" He clenched his fist and lashed out, saying it was payment for the food, then delivered a blow that sent him flying several meters, sending everyone else flying after him. Nero felt the chains pulling her back and became worried. Her feet slipped on the grass, the chain pulling her toward the cliff, but she still managed to hold on and not fall. She worriedly called out to the commander, who meanwhile landed with Petra on a nearby island. The girl became very nervous, not knowing what to do next, and Durakan approached them, asking, "What? They couldn't even lift the curse of the chains." She turned to him in fear, and he ran to her, saying that they were just unlucky. This dungeon would become their grave. With a wide grin on his face, he clenched his fist, preparing to strike, and Van came running to her aid. He readied his skill and told her not to stand still, after which an explosion occurred. As the smoke cleared, Durakan looked at the golem that had protected them from his blow and asked with a smirk, "Who is this pathetic summoned spirit?" "So he's a necromancer?" Van asked. "Is he the group leader who agreed to participate in the dungeon and then simply didn't show up?" According to him, the man understood everything and said that he had been wondering who decided to go into this despised dungeon, but it was them. A necromancer and a representative of the beastmen. It's hard to imagine more useless trash. His words angered them, and Van told Nero to gather his strength. When the leader returned, it would be 3 against 1. They just needed to hold out until then. She responded that she understood everything, and he added that if the attacks were physical, then his indestructible golem would be able to last as long as necessary, like in training. After that, they both ran to Durakan, and this sight amused him. While they were fighting each other, MC tried to come to his senses. He opened his eyes and sighed heavily, after which Petra ran up to him and worriedly asked if he was okay. She provided him with first aid as much as possible. He thanked her and said that he seemed to have passed out for a while. "What is the situation now?" She answered him that, to be honest, the situation is not very good. Nero and Van Deshtar are fighting with all their might, but the enemy is strong. That's obvious. No matter how fast they moved, what blows they dealt, or what skills they used, he reflected each of their blows and attacked in response. At one point, he grabbed the golem and started swinging it, striking it, and Petra said that they wouldn't last long against such an opponent. Nagi glanced at the floating island and said that it was his miscalculation. He should have foreseen that the poison might not work on an adventurer of such a high rank. He asked her to tell him more about this guy. If he was mithril level, he was probably famous in various circles. She confirmed this and said that he was unrivaled in close combat among mithril-ranked adventurers, and he had significant experience clearing dungeons. He also often came into conflict with other adventurers, so he was well acquainted with duels at great adventurer competitions. Especially his technique with a huge sword. They say he cut an ogre in half with a single blow. MC noted that this was good news. At least he didn't have that sword now. She agreed with him, and he laughed nervously, saying that the more he heard about him, the more he thought he was invulnerable. The inspector added that what was worse was that even if they somehow managed to defeat him, time was almost running out. Even if the goal was very close, they wouldn't be able to reach it in that time. If they could get rid of this chain curse, they could split up and try to reach the top in their own ways. Nagi looked at her as if an idea had occurred to him. He realized something. They couldn't touch or see this chain, but they were all connected by it. It was a vulnerability, because if one falls, they all fall. But if you look at it from the other side, if one rises, they all rise. That could be an advantage. If they could turn a disadvantage into an advantage, maybe it would allow them to defeat a mithril-level adventurer and still manage to complete the dungeon on time. He racked his brain, searching for a solution. Right now, he's the group's leader, albeit temporarily. If he were a real leader, he'd use every card he had. Porter has the bottomless bag skill, Nero has the agility of a cat but weak strength. Van Deshtar can summon durable golems, and the inspector is a scout. She's excellent at reading the terrain. Each of them is insignificant on their own, but using his tools, adventurer abilities, and all these cards, he can come up with something. He turned to Petra and asked if, with her abilities, she could determine the terrain and calculate the distance to the target, right? She told him that if the distance was that small, she could easily do it. She could even create a map. He smiled and asked her to do it as quickly as possible. After that, the girl got to work. She picked up a pen and began to move it quickly through the air, and eventually created a three-dimensional map. Looking at it, he was slightly surprised, because the accuracy was higher than he expected. She truly is an outstanding scout. She replied that this was the very base, and then asked how he planned to use this map. He told her that they would use it to analyze the monster. And this battle is not a battle between man and man, it is a battle between man and monster. During dungeon clearing, adventurers often encounter monsters that are stronger than themselves. Does she know how he manages to defeat such monsters? She suggested that they use experience and strategy, and he answered with a wide smile that this is not the case at all. The secret by which adventurers can defeat a stronger monster is cunning. Finding weak points, a surprise attack, an ambush. They use all unfair methods and win. Therefore, to defeat this monster, they too must fight cunningly. After these words, he jumped high in the air with a confident look, took a crossbow from his bag, and then fired at the enemy, thinking that if the ambush was successful, even such a pathetic arrow could work. Durika noticed this and caught the arrow, but it was no ordinary one. There was some kind of clot at the tip that exploded and covered the man in sticky threads. It was the porter's special skill, a web bomb. Durkin said with displeasure that he was so fed up with all this, and while he was tied up, Naji landed on the floating island and headed towards him. Noticing this, the man chuckled and asked, "Is he going for a frontal attack?" He told him to try it, while Nagi pulled out a multitude of mushrooms from his bag and threw them at him. He watched them, slightly puzzled, and then the ash mushrooms exploded, engulfing the entire island in smoke. Now Durakan could barely see through this smokescreen and said he was so annoying. Meanwhile, the two copper-ranked adventurers could finally get some rest. MC approached him and asked, "Are they okay?" They confirmed it, and he said it was good, then turned to Van and asked if he could summon more minions. He looked at his hand and told him that the index and middle fingers were regenerating. He had just used the ring finger. The pinky and thumb were intact, so only 2 creatures were available to him. Nagi said that this should be enough, and then informed them that there was a way out of this dire situation. Durakan meanwhile freed himself from the web and thought that he was so tired of it. He had never heard of a swordsman who would fight like this. He hid with his allies on another cliff, although it was a pointless attempt. Hearing Nagi's voice behind him, he immediately fell silent, then turned to him and exclaimed that this was so reckless. If he created a smokescreen, then at least he should not give himself away so obviously. After that, he headed towards him. He jumped out of a cloud of smoke and gathered all his strength in his fist, then delivered a powerful punch to the silhouette in the smoke, causing an explosion. He was already smiling, glad that he had finished off this annoying guy, but imagine his surprise when it turned out to be just a golem with his bag. The golem grabbed him with both hands, while he wondered how it could even speak. He quickly realized that it was not the golem speaking. The sound was coming from this strange bag on its back. Nagi's voice came from the bag, saying that he had tricked him. Durakan began to look around in search of him, and noticed a rope going into the sky, and then MC, who was standing on a nearby island. He followed where this rope went, and realized that it was a trick to distract him, and secretly climbed to the top. He smirked and told Nagi that that was too rude. Now that he had spotted them, they wouldn't be able to climb that rope. He asked in response, was he so sure of it? After that, he turned to Van and asked, is he coming soon? He had spotted them, so they needed to hurry. He asked him to wait a bit. This was the first time he had controlled the creature at such a distance, but he shouldn't worry. he could handle it. Meanwhile, the hook was flying to the very top, and the necromancer's little finger was tied to it. The finger turned into a bear golem. It landed on top of the castle and headed towards the dead dragon, after which it jumped up and stuck the hook between the monster's scales. After that, the bear exploded, and Durakan, hearing this, looked up and nervously thought, did this guy really plan all this to chain him to this position? Debris from the explosion fell on him from above, and he, realizing how dangerous it was, tried to detach himself from the golem to get away from there faster. Van grinned and said that it wouldn't be easy. Even though the thumb was slow, it had the greatest strength. MC, meanwhile, grabbed the rope tightly and thought that this wasn't a battle between man and man. It was a battle between man and monster. There were monsters that couldn't be defeated, and if his goal wasn't to destroy this monster, then why bother with it at all? After that, the castle began to collapse. The support under the dragon's body disappeared, and it began to fall. When Durakan looked up, he saw the monster's huge, open mouth rapidly approaching him, and a few seconds later, the dragon destroyed the island he was standing on, sending him plummeting down with it. The hook was still attached to the monster's body, and as the dragon fell, the rope pulled Nagi and everyone else to the top. He smirked one last time and said a mocking goodbye to the adventurer. Immediately after reaching the top, they ran to the castle. They only had 5 minutes left, which was tight, but still enough. MC smiled and said that this time, much of the credit for the victory goes to Nero. Without her, he wouldn't have been able to throw the rope to the top, which was over 50 meters high. He couldn't believe it was possible to do it with just pure strength. He was truly impressed by how she threw that rope. She was overjoyed by his praise and said it was all nonsense. After which Van thought for a second, and said that anyone could do it if they were strong enough, even a fool. The girl was indignant, and he said with a smug smile that no matter what anyone said, he was the main character of this dungeon. He also defeated that tedious berserker, and, moreover, managed to hook the rope at the right spot. He's even cooler than the mithril adventurer. After listening to them, Petra noticed that everyone was so happy, and Nagi agreed with her, saying that for those two, this was probably their first dungeon clearing. Besides, victory feels more intense when everyone puts in the effort, rather than when one person is dragging everyone along. But she also made a huge contribution. She was slightly surprised and started denying everything, and he said that he knew that scouts have a special skill for reading the terrain, but usually it's limited to basic skills. But she instantly created a very detailed map, thanks to which they were able to accurately calculate the location. So he can confidently say that this is the level of a professional scout. She laughed and happily asked, "Is that true?" She glanced at him and thought that, regardless, she thought Nagi deserved much more credit for developing and executing the plans so quickly. Is he really a porter? How could someone like that be one? By this time, they had already reached the base of the castle, and Van inquired about what would happen to this berserker. Nero exclaimed that he shouldn't even ask. For what he'd done, he'd have to rot in prison for the rest of his life, and he should also be banned from being an adventurer. Petra said she didn't think so. He certainly committed a serious crime, but the problem was that he was a mithril-ranked adventurer. The higher the adventurer's rank, the more immune he was to punishment for crimes. Moreover, adventurers of such a high rank receive government support, so there's a high chance he'd just be given a fine. Hearing this, they clutched their heads, and Van cursed, saying he didn't care. Even if that was the law, he'd deal with him himself outside the dungeon. Nero asked doubtfully, will he hit his fists with his face again? MC told him it was a very dangerous thought. They had only seen a fraction of this berserker's power. Let them look around. The bodies of the Knoll tribe guarding the castle entrance were scattered everywhere, and he had killed them all single-handed. The two adventurers exclaimed that they could have done it too. They just hadn't been given the chance, and he said that wasn't the important thing. If they looked at the wounds on their bodies, they would see that they had all been killed with a single blow. When they heard this, they were surprised, and he explained to them that an adventurer's special skill manifests when they use the right item, and in the battle with them, he hadn't used his sword or his skill. Even barehanded, he could have defeated them. Van laughed nervously, realizing the difference in level, and said that now he understood that it was all true. When he sent his little finger to knock the lindworm down, his greatsword was already pierced through the monster's heart. He might have killed this boss with one blow as well. Nagi froze and turned to him, shocked to see that he'd fallen with the lindworm, meaning he'd already regained his sword. They sped up, and Durakan meanwhile took his weapon and looked at the top with a wide smile and suggested that they start the real game. He swung his sword, while MC saw a glow beneath his feet, emanating from a newly formed crack in the ground. He anxiously turned to the others and ordered them to scatter, but it was too late. Van stepped right into the crack and lost one arm, and then there was a roar. The berserker had split the floating island in two. It was his special skill, Giant Cleave. The severed piece of rock stood upright, and Nagi, to keep from falling, dug his fingers into the stone, rubbing them until they bled. He turned to the others and asked if they were okay. Petra told him she was fine, but 2 of them were seriously injured, especially Van, who passed out. MC nervously clenched his teeth and cursed, wondering what kind of monstrous power was this. He glanced at the flying stones nearby, which Durakhan was climbing, and thought that he was already catching up with them. He really is a monster. If they hesitate, he will catch up with them. But they only have 3 minutes left. To stop this madness, he needs to at least try. He's just a porter, but over all this time, carrying countless loads, he's trained. So heaviness is commonplace for him. It's the same now, just a little heavier. He strained his arm, which held 3 members of the squad, and gathering as much strength as he could, lifted it up with them. He concentrated and thought that he would definitely succeed, after which he grabbed the stone with his hand and began to climb up, no matter how hard it was. Time was running out quickly. The enemy was already approaching, but he still stubbornly continued to climb. Finally, they reached the top. He put Van on his back and headed towards the castle. Meanwhile, their allotted hour was almost up, and Durakhan was only 1 step from the top. Despite his fatigue, he resolutely walked towards the castle, and finally they found themselves inside. There, in the middle of the hall, was the dungeon core, which they simply needed to destroy. Nagi reached into his bag, pulled out a dagger, and threw it with all his might at the core. And at that moment the ceiling cracked and Durakhan appeared. Noticing him, he became very nervous, after which the monster appeared in front of the core and deflected his dagger. Unfortunately, time ran out. If it weren't for him, everything would have worked out for them. Immediately after that, the core cracked, releasing a wave of magic, and then blinded them with a bright flash of light. Meanwhile, the portal burst open, and tongues of flame poured out. This was the dungeon's breach. Seeing the bright flash on the hill, a villager fell to his knees and began praying to God, asking if he had really abandoned them. Gnolls emerged from the portal one after another, ready to kill any living thing they encountered, followed by a dragon. All the monsters inside the dungeon respawned. There were so many of them they couldn't count, and the adventurers were already exhausted. Durakhan grabbed Nagi by the neck and laughed loudly, asking if it wasn't a pleasant sight to see the dungeon breach. No matter how many times he watched, he never got tired of it. He asked, "So this isn't the first time he's caused a breach?" He confirmed it with a smile, and said that brats like him wouldn't understand anyway. Broken dungeons regenerate over time, becoming even stronger, meaning the rewards within become better. MC's face darkened, and he asked, "So he did all this for some kind of reward? He doesn't care what harm it will bring to the villagers?" He licked his lips and replied that all he cared about was the loot. Does he care about the lives of the ants under his feet? Well, there they are. Nagi remained silent, thinking that he had already gotten used to this. An adventurer is not a hero or a savior. Often they are scum who think only of their own gain, and he hates such scum. When they also gain immense power, it will not end well for the world. However, sometimes, albeit rarely, there are true adventurers whose hearts have not been defiled by greed. It is difficult to meet such people, and even more difficult to meet strong ones. And at that very moment, one such adventurer appeared. Agnesta Farid, a mithril-ranked woman, arrived at the rift site on her Thunder Eagle. She flew closer, munching on a bun, and reported that she was ready. The target had been located. Then she jumped off the eagle, intending to destroy the monsters before the rift grew any larger. Swinging her sword, she sent a powerful blow at the dragon, and a beam of flame descended from the sky at high speed toward the monster. The dragon immediately began to fall, and the flames from Agnesta's blow quickly spread throughout the area, causing the gnolls to panic and scatter. Then the dragon fell, and a powerful explosion occurred. Burning chunks of earth flew across the area, falling straight on the gnolls, and everyone else was mesmerized by whoever did this. Agnesta landed and told them that she was the deputy head of Twilight Wind. What the hell happened here? After her attack, the monsters became much fewer. The flames killed the remaining ones, and MC meanwhile came to his senses. Petra asked if he was okay, and he, having answered her that everything was fine, asked her to look at the portal. The dungeon rift was closing. The crack in the air quickly narrowed and closed, which clearly did not please Durakhan. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and asked, even though this dungeon was low-ranked, she still closed it with 1 blow? That's quite impressive. He thought their guild had fallen apart long ago. What was she doing here? Didn't she retire 3 years ago? She said that judging by this sight, unnecessary explanations were needed. An adventurer with such a high rank could not fail to clear this level of dungeon. Did he intentionally cause the rift? He smirked and asked, does she think she can talk to him like that? After that, he frowned and thought that she was the deputy leader of Twilight Wind. He'd wanted to fight her for a long time, but now wasn't the best time. The swordsman had worn him down with his tricks, causing him to expend more energy than he expected. Because of him, everything had gone wrong, but the goal had been achieved. He'd taken what he needed, so there was simply no need to fight further. He put the sword behind his back, and Agnesta exclaimed, he decided to run away? He shrugged and asked her not to misunderstand. But this was a dungeon rift, and even for him, a mithril-ranked adventurer, it could be dangerous here. There were too many variables. Nero furiously screamed that he was lying. Not only had he deliberately failed to clear the dungeon, but he'd also tried to kill them to prevent them from preventing the rift. He asked, is that so? He was sorry, but it seemed there was a curse in this dungeon for the first adventurer to enter. making it impossible to distinguish between allies. In other words, he hadn't chosen to attack on his own. She couldn't argue with him, and he said that if they didn't believe it, they could check. But it was a shame that the dungeon had already disappeared. He thought the guild would accept such a report. He turned to Petra and asked, "He's right, right?" She clenched her fists and thought that it was obvious that this was complete nonsense. But she had seen this many times before at the adventurer's trial. The weight of a claim is determined not by truth, but by the rank of mithril. No matter how much porcelain testifies, their words are worth nothing against mithril. Even telling the truth is impossible to win. The worst thing is that he understands this perfectly well and takes advantage of it. Without waiting for a few words from them, he noted with a smile that their conversation was over, then left and said goodbye to them, and they could only watch. Nagi noted with a smile that the dungeon's rift had been stopped after all, after which he finally lost all his strength and fell to his knees. His comrades called out to him worriedly, and Agnesta, glancing at him, realized he had lost consciousness and, judging by his wounds, was badly hurt. She brought them an eagle and told them to mount it. If they used a Genon, they would reach the city quickly. Thus, the grueling clearing of the rift came to an end. The village greeted the morning without any cataclysms. Later, the Adventurers Guild visited the village, apologized, and promised to prevent such incidents in the future. Of course, all this was just words, and Nagi, thanks to Agnesta's help, went to the adventurers' city in the west, Vellum. Somewhere in the back alleys of the city stood a nest, where the wind found refuge. This was the Twilight Wind Guild office. Time passed, and MC woke up on an old bed. He sat up, writhing in pain, wondering where he was, and then saw Petra sitting next to his bed, sleeping. His voice woke her up, and she immediately stood up and happily noted that he had finally woken up. After that, Van and Nero ran into the room and began happily spinning around him, and he asked what had happened. The last thing he remembered was the berserker leaving. Petra told him that this was the Twilight Wind Guild office, and Nero joyfully exclaimed that this stylish girl had saved him. She even called a priest from the church to heal him, and it was simply incredible. Upon learning this, he tried to move his arm and said that, other than a little fatigue, there were no more wounds. He was glad they were both okay. They told him that this was nothing for the best adventurers. They weren't even breaking a sweat. Van triumphantly clenched his fist and, with tears in his eyes, declared that for his first adventure, it was a grand gamble. When they saw the villagers rejoicing after stopping the dungeon rift, he realized what it meant to be an adventurer. The children gave them gifts, and they were so touched. For them, it was just a dungeon with rewards and glory. But for the villagers, it was a threat to their lives. They realized they were wrong and apologized to the villagers for being rude to them in the past. Nero burst into tears and declared that she would become a great adventurer, and her friend joyfully exclaimed that they saved the village. Nagi laughed and said that it was great, and thought that fortunately the village was saved. But now that it was over, it was time to reveal the truth. He looked sadly at his fake badge and thought that he wasn't a gold adventurer. In fact, he was even lower in rank than them, an ordinary porcelain porter. Would they be able to treat him the same way knowing this? Most likely not. He smiled nervously and asked if he could tell them something. Just don't let them get angry. They smiled in anticipation, after which he told them that he had been hiding his identity and posing as an adventurer, pretending to be the squad leader. As expected, their reaction was cold. The bond built on lies disappeared, and they became a porter and adventurers again. Nero, with a gloomy expression, said that under the circumstances it was understandable, after which they both headed for the exit, and she said that next time she would ask him to carry her load. She said goodbye to him with a smile and wished him a pleasant rest, after which the door closed, and Petra asked if he had to tell the truth. He laughed awkwardly and said that they would make great adventurers. He was sure they would meet again in the city while he worked as a porter. After all, you can't build a relationship on lies. His words made her think, after which she confidently said that, as he himself said, he was not an adventurer. She had seen adventurers many times while working as an inspector. Most of them act only for their own gain and do not hesitate to commit crimes. An adventurer is not a hero or a savior, but someone who is only thirsty for profit. However, he was not like that. He cleared the dungeon despite the fact that it brought him no benefit. He risked himself only to save the village and asked for no reward. She took his hand and said with a smile that that was why he was not just an adventurer, he was a hero. Her words left him speechless, and he mentally exclaimed that everything was completely wrong. While everyone was absorbed in the conversation between Durakan and Agnesta, he noticed a golden glow in the sky and realized it was the reward for clearing the rift. He joyfully ran to the huge chest, and while the others were not looking, he opened it. So, having given it his all, he collected the entire reward and fell exhausted. Rejoicing at this, he hugged his bag and thought that he had collected all the loot twice in a row. He would need to check that later. That day, Petra wasn't the only one who had mistaken Nagi, Nero, and Van too. The girls smiled and remarked, so their commander was an ordinary porter. Her friend smiled and asked if she was thinking the same thing as him, right? She agreed with him, and he declared that he would say it out loud then. It's just a legend. He pretends to be a porter, hiding his true strength, but is actually a gold adventurer. They both laughed out loud and said that he probably thinks he tricked them, but they are not that stupid. In the end, the two turned out to be much stupider than Nagi thought, although, given how he acted during the cleansing, they are understandable. Meanwhile, on the other side, this small incident began to grow like a snowball, turning into an avalanche. Durakan returned to the guild and met with the guild leader. He said that he heard about what happened. They say there was interference. The man apologized to him for it and said that first some children attacked him and then Twilight Wind interfered. The guild leader asked, "He hasn't forgotten, has he?" The Dawn Guild doesn't forgive those who interfere with their plans, be it fake adventurers or Twilight Wind. Meanwhile, Agnesta was heading to Nagi's and recalling her conversation with Petra on their way to the guild. She'd asked her for details on the way to town, why she was there, and why that man was so badly hurt. She wants to hear every detail. Petra smiled nervously, choosing her words, and Agnesta asked, "Did they enter the rift illegally?" She was surprised that she realized that, and she said that she'd checked the party's composition upon her arrival, and it didn't match theirs. But that's not important. This was a private conversation between them. She has no authority to hold her accountable, even if there were any violations. She just wants to get everything straight. She's investigating a chain of dungeon rifts that have recently begun occurring in the area. During her investigation, she found a clue that it might be connected to the Dawn Guild, and that's why she ended up here today. Petra was very interested, as she had heard about this too, but she didn't know it was related to the Dawn Guild. Agnesta said it was still just her hypothesis, but her information might help. Since that was the case, Petra decided to tell her everything, and asked her to keep Nagi's illegal actions a secret, and perhaps she would even praise him for it. She will tell her how they ended up in the dungeon, and what happened inside. At the moment, she thought a gold adventurer who is actually a porter, and yet he almost cleared the dungeon. If not for the Dawn Guild dog, he definitely would have succeeded. A porter, under whose leadership the rift that even adventurers avoid was enlisted? It seemed incredible. She opened the door to the room where he was resting and thought that this was precisely why he deserved so much respect. The determination to rush into a place where he could die in order to prevent the rift. MC turned to her and noted that she had saved them, and she immediately asked if he was okay. He replied that thanks to her, he was fine. After which she declared that she would then say everything directly. She, Agnesta Farid, the deputy leader of Twilight Wind, ordered him to become a member of their guild, but contrary to all her expectations, he refused her with a smile. The Twilight Wind Guild is located in the Western City and was once considered one of the most famous and respected, but after the disappearance of the leader, it began to decline. In this situation, a meeting was finally held in the guild after a long time. Gold-ranked summoner and guild treasurer, Anne Dorothy, said that she was against it. No matter how difficult times were for the guild, they cannot accept just anyone. What about the others? Gold-ranked Knight, Nines, agreed with her and added that Agnesta's decision was too arbitrary. Besides, they say he's just a porter posing as an adventurer. A porter and a swindler. That's too much. Pororo, a copper-ranked priest and mercenary, sent here by the White Order, said they were being too strict with him. She'd vote for him. Anne was surprised by this and asked, "He apparently has a pretty face." Pororo was indignant at her question and exclaimed that she was only focusing on healing him, although he did look good with his hair down. Anne exclaimed that she knew it, after which Stone, a copper-ranked protector, asked them not to argue. It was useless to argue since Agnesta had already made her decision. Anne cast him a displeased glance and asked whose side he was taking now. Pororo told him to think carefully, since she might not heal him on purpose. This almost made the poor bear cry, torn between them. Agnesta opened the door to the meeting hall and said there was nothing to think about. They had been refused. Everyone was surprised to hear this, while Nagi began to tidy himself up. He wrapped his hands in bandages, tied his hair in a ponytail, and then announced with a smile that the preparations were complete. Petra asked if he was leaving already. Maybe he should rest here for a while. He told her that everything was fine. He just felt uneasy when he was idle. She asked why he refused to join the guild, since such membership brought many benefits. He replied that he understood this, but, on the other hand, difficult relationships with people bring more troubles. Therefore, he liked to remain as he was now. She said that since he had decided so, she would not insist. However, after 2 clashes with the Dawn Guild, he might be safer under the guild's protection. He smiled and asked her not to worry. He had already experienced this twice, so 3rd time would be lucky. Besides, why would they worry about some porter like him? She hoped that this would be the case, after which she said goodbye to him with a smile and said that it was time for her to return to the guild. He thanked her for everything, and she, heading for the exit, also thanked him in return, and said that if he needed help, then he should ask her. As soon as she left, his face broke into a smile, and he hugged his bag, deciding to check the reward before leaving. Whatever it was, he wanted there to be some expensive item in it. He looked into the bag and loudly called Gluttony, but since he did not answer, he reached into the bag himself and asked where he hid. Noticing him nearby, dressed in some kind of dress, he asked why he was calling him, but he didn't answer. And what kind of outfit was he wearing? A barely audible bark was heard from the chest, and Gluttony excitedly said that it didn't mean anything. MC happily approached him and asked if he had checked what was in the chest. Barking was heard again, and Gluttony immediately waved his hands, nervously saying that there was nothing there. Nagi noted that it was all somehow suspicious, and he replied that there was nothing suspicious about it. Everything was fine. Barking was heard from the chest again, and MC looked at it thoughtfully, after which he told him to step back so that he could check everything himself. Gluttony asked him not to do it, but it was too late. Nagi opened the chest in anticipation, expecting a good reward, but to his surprise, there were some small gnolls inside. He examined them carefully and asked, "Are these puppies? Monster cubs? But why were they in the chest?" He turned to Gluttony and asked, "What's going on? Where's the reward?" He got really nervous and said with tears in his eyes that he would explain everything to him now. He was sorting through his things as usual, opened the chest to tidy up, and there were a lot of stones that looked like eggs, and then suddenly these creatures hatched from them. MC thought that if that was true, then maybe the chest contained monster eggs. They weren't useless. Sometimes beast tamers take them, but these creatures had already hatched, and they looked like the trainers wouldn't want them. What a shame. He spent a lot of things in this dungeon, expecting to compensate for it with a reward, and now he doesn't know what to do with them. Gluttony said that apparently their parents were enslaved by Lindworm and lived in the Sky Citadel as slaves. To save their children, the parents hid in the stones. Nagi remarked that this explained a lot, and Gluttony happily asked him to keep them so he could raise them. He thought about this for a few seconds, then said with a smile that it really wasn't that bad. He hoped nothing bad would happen. Let him try raising them, but if they made a mess in the bag, he'd kick them out right away. Gluttony was overjoyed and hurried to tell the puppies this wonderful news, and when he told them they could stay, the other puppies that had been hiding all this time also emerged. Seeing a whole army of puppies, MC was shocked and became very nervous. After which he climbed out of the bag, and they all began barking furiously. He put the bag on his back and thought that, unfortunately, the reward for breaking the dungeon was useless, but the reward for the cave dungeon remained. He decided to start with this and went to the trophy exchange to sell magic stones and monster trophies. They gave him a huge bag of money in exchange, and he happily took it, thinking that he hadn't held so much money in so long. For starters, he'll buy everything he's run out of. He needs mushrooms for a smokescreen, as well as explosive mushrooms, which he couldn't afford before due to their prices. He also needs to replenish his food supplies, repair his weapons, buy more arrows, and give the remaining money to Van and Nero. Even after all these expenses, he still had some gold left, and he decided to spend it on a gastronomic tour. Eating all sorts of goodies, he joyfully skipped off to his business. Meanwhile, a guy named Nade was watching him and asked if this was the one who decided to oppose the Dawn Guild. When he heard this, he didn't believe it, but he really was porcelain. Not only did this kid throw petty thieves behind bars, they say he also managed to pull a trick against Durakan. He turned to Zero and asked what he thought of him. This guy looks strong. His shadow came to life and said that if this happened twice, it was no coincidence. Even Porcelain should be wary. He agreed with him and said that that's why he was also looking forward to it. He didn't think that he would be sent against Porcelain, but perhaps he would show something interesting. He took out his dagger, then pushed off the roof of the building and flew at high speed towards Nagi, who was carelessly walking down the alley. Hearing the whistle of the wind, he immediately stopped, and a second later, his ice cream stick was cut in half and he jumped back, his eyes following the man who had just attacked him. He excitedly asked who he was, and Nide asked with a smirk if he could really sense his bloodlust and immediately react to it. He's clearly not an ordinary porter. He's interested. However, he hopes it won't end there. MC smiled nervously, unsure of what to expect, after which the man attacked him again and jumped aside, dodging the blow. He, with a smile on his face, asked him to show what he used against their guild. Nagi only laughed nervously in response and thought, who is he? His badge indicates that he's a gold-ranked mage, but his movements are those of an assassin. If he displays his hostility so openly, he can't just sit idly by. He took a sword out of his bag and ran towards him, and he happily noted that he finally got around to showing him something. Now he'll see what the porter who mocked Jeffnom is capable of. But the next sight greatly surprised him. He saw modified mushrooms tied to the tip of his sword, which had one special feature. Boom. MC struck, and immediately there was a loud explosion, after which he said with a smile that fighting adventurers openly was madness. It was better to run away first. While Nade was engulfed in flames, he ran into a crowded street and began waving his arms, asking for help. He called out to the guards and exclaimed that he was being robbed, after which one of them approached him and asked what was going on. Nagi led him to an alley and said that there was an adventurer there, who was actually a bandit who had tried to kill him. Seeing Nade, the guard asked, puzzled, if he was a member of the Dawn Guild. Nade was slightly disappointed that Nagi had escaped, and meanwhile he thought, he's from Dawn? So that's what Petra was talking about? But even so, doing such a thing in the center of town was going too far. The guard apologized to the adventurer and asked if he could find out what was going on. He told him it was just a form of discipline, and before he could react, he pounced on Nagi again and punched him in the chest with such force that he flew back and hit his back against the wall. After that, he said that this guy added poison to their adventurer's food and disrupted the cleanup. Porter dared to harm their guild, and because of him, he was left without payment. Everyone knows what happens to those who harm their guild. MC exclaimed that this was a lie. Their guild members were trying to kill him. He asked them to believe him, but everyone, of course, sided with the adventurer. Realizing it was useless, he laughed nervously and thought that, as Petra said, the Dawn Guild has enormous influence. In such a situation, No one would side with Porcelain because protecting him is simply not profitable. On the contrary, it could harm them, and it is more profitable to support Dawn. One of the adventurers nervously said that he had heard something like that sometimes Porcelain ranks really do cheat. But lately, porters have started to think themselves more important than adventurers. The guard told Nide that he understood everything and allowed him to leave it to his discretion, for which he thanked him. After that, he approached the porter and asked if he understood the situation now. He had no allies here. He replied that if they knew the truth, they would understand that their guild was to blame, not him. Besides, it was already over. What was the point of this revenge? Nide sat down opposite him and said that he was right. It wasn't his fault. Even if it concerned their lower-ranking guild members, such things meant nothing. But there was one very important nuance. He had damaged their guild, and they don't forgive that. They must make it clear to everyone that they are not to be trifled with, instill fear in them. Anyone who decides to go against the Dawn Guild will always be struck back. And it will serve as a reminder for everyone to see and remember. But don't worry. He won't kill him. He bears the marks of the people he killed, but Porcelain isn't worth that. From this day on, every time people look at the scars on his face, they will remember them, so he will leave a mark on him. Using his special assassin skill, a 90-degree slash, he pounced on him and swung his blades. The slash was aimed right at Nagi's eye, but before that happened, Agnesta appeared and protected him. He looked at her in surprise and thought that porters can't have allies, but this time it was different. The girl ordered Nide to put away his sword. He was now a member of the Twilight Wind Guild, so from now on, any attack on Nagi would be considered an attack on their guild. After such a skirmish, Nide decided to leave. His shadow asked, was he sure he could just leave? The guild had expected more, hadn't they? He replied that he had no choice. They weren't planning on fighting Agnesta, although even if he had decided to fight her, nothing bad would have happened. But unfortunately, she was already busy with someone. However, in the end, he had only wasted his energy. He thought he would turn out to be someone significant. Even though he was quite skilled for a porter, he still remained just that, an unremarkable weakling. Even if it all ended ingloriously, after this, he was most likely scared to death and wouldn't be able to do anything else. Zero remarked that this was interesting and asked, did he think that was really true? Nide smirked in response, and then a cut appeared on his cheek, and he asked in surprise, when did he manage to wound him? Did Agnesta do this? Zero grinned widely and asked, didn't he even understand how it happened? Then let him slowly remember everything step by step. His shadow covered his face and plunged him into memories. From the very first moment he met him, and until the very moment when he tried to finish him off, he was sure that he had already given up all attempts and resigned himself. But he didn't give up. He patiently waited for his chance. Just as he was about to take his eye, he used the fact that his gaze was directed upward to pull a dagger from his sleeve. He understood that no one in this world would side with the porter, and he decided to defend himself. And at the moment of attack, he threw the dagger at him, which wounded his cheek. He had told him many times that as soon as he thought he had won, he becomes absent-minded and vulnerable. Remembering everything, Nide wondered in surprise. Did he really miss the blow? He licked his lips and said that it was so interesting. Then he would take back his words and still deal with this guy. Time passed. MC hid the dagger in his sleeve and thought that he carried it just in case he couldn't get the weapon from his bag. But of course, it was not enough against the adventurer. If Agnesta hadn't helped him, it would have become dangerous. Who was this guy anyway? Did Dawn really send an adventurer of such caliber just for revenge? Honestly, he doesn't want anything to do with him or this guild anymore. Nines put a hand on his shoulder and asked what he was thinking about. Was he scared? Stone also approached him and asked if he still couldn't get it out of his head after what happened in the square. Nine said that Nade is a well-known scoundrel even among the idiots from Dawn. Since he controls the slum bandits, even the guards prefer not to touch him. Nagi said that he heard something about them, but didn't know they were so crazy. Even if someone has made enemies, attacking them right in the center of town is too much. Agnesta noted that this is precisely why staying in the city is too dangerous, which is why she decided it would be safer to go to the dungeon. Like she said, while they are busy cleaning up, why doesn't he join them? He told her he didn't care. He'd just continue his job as a porter, so he was only too happy. He hugged his shoulders and nervously said it was a bit chilly here. It was the first time he'd seen a graveyard-type dungeon of such a high rank. They were currently in a B-rank dungeon, and the atmosphere here was rather gloomy. Nines laughed and asked if he was scared. For them, such a dungeon was a piece of cake. He should just rely on them, collect the trophy, and keep up. Stone added that if it became dangerous, he could hide behind him. MC remained silent and thought that he wasn't entirely wrong. Even though it was B-rank, they had 1 gold and 1 copper adventurer. But most importantly, Mithril. With such a strong ally, their forces were already more than sufficient. The only thing that bothered him a little was that usually in dungeons of this level and above, it's important to balance the party composition or match it to the dungeon itself, and in theirs, everyone belongs to the combat class. Considering the specifics of this dungeon, it would be nice if they also had a priest with them, and if everyone is focused on one fight, it becomes more difficult to deal with unexpected situations. Agnesta ordered everyone to stop and remarked that it looked like they were about to be greeted. Immediately after her words, the dead emerged from the ground and a whole squad of zombies appeared before them, ready to pounce on them at any moment. Without further ado, she drew her sword, then prepared to charge and said that she would clear the way. Lunging forward, she swung her flaming sword, drawing a circle and dealt with the first row of monsters. After that, she turned around, waiting for them to get close, and then swung her sword a few more times, dispatching all the monsters around her. They quickly burned in the flames of her sword, and then their leader appeared. A huge zombie emerged from the blazing flames and screamed, and Nagi nervously noted that, as befits a B rank, medium mobs came first. Nines encouraged the commander while she prepared herself, and just as the monster was about to strike, she jumped to the side. The monster pounced on her again, and she, dodging the blows, jumped and flipped in the air, then caught on the rocks, and using her special battle mage skill, Combustion, rushed towards her opponent. She struck his shoulder first, his back second, and then his entire body. Swinging her sword once more, she used her skill and left a deep cut from shoulder to chest on the monster's body, driving a fiery bud beneath its skin. The bud opened and exploded inside the monster's body, causing it to immediately burst into flames, while the rest of the party stood nearby and watched this cinematic spectacle. Munching on popcorn, MC said that it seemed that worrying about the party's composition was unnecessary. He had seen many adventurers, but this was the first time he had seen such a powerful talent. Talent is the foundation of any adventurer. Everyone has a talent that allows them to unleash their unique power, corresponding to their class. Abilities depend on each individual's talent, which is why adventurers are able to fight monsters superior to them in strength. If this is a mithril adventurer, then his level of mastery of talent is beyond comprehension. Agnesta said that now is not the time to hesitate until these creatures are resurrected. They need to move on. As they ran deeper into the dungeon, Nagi thought about resurrection, the main feature that distinguishes graveyard dungeons from regular ones. The monsters in these dungeons are generally lower level than in others, but the difficulty here lies elsewhere. Killed monsters rise again and again. This means that the monsters they've already destroyed will endlessly respawn and pursue them. If they move too slowly, they could be surrounded from both sides, dramatically reducing the chances of success. Therefore, in such cases, it's important to either bring a priest capable of casting an exorcism or use holy water, which is sold at the church. The problem is, both are expensive. Meanwhile, a crowd of monsters had already respawned and began pursuing them, causing Agnesta to curse and Nines to grumble that he told them they should have brought Pororo. MC asked who it was, and he told him that their guild had a priest who was always hanging around their base like she belonged. She was a real devil in priest form, though. She always demanded tons of gold. This time, she demanded an exorbitant sum again to go with them. He burst into tears and exclaimed, "Is their guild really so poor that they can't even afford Pororo?" Agnesta turned around and said he'd complain later, then called out to Stone and said she'd deal with the enemies of death, and he should hold off those coming from behind. He immediately ran to carry out his orders, after which she turned a displeased glance at the Nines and told him to at least cheer for them. Nagi asked why he wasn't going to fight, and he awkwardly replied that he'd forgotten his weapon. Hearing this, MC looked at him in shock, and he said that they were in a hurry, so anything can happen. Agnesta noted that he was constantly forgetting things, and Stone added that the worst thing was that time he showed up for the cleanup naked. He felt ashamed and asked them to be quiet, after which Nagi reached into his bag and said that it was nothing to worry about. He had a spare weapon. What sword does he prefer? Since he is a knight, maybe a long one? Nines did not like this and attacked him, exclaiming that he was an idiot. He hit him on the forehead, causing him to fall, and indignantly exclaimed, "What is he doing?" He discontentedly told him that he actually doesn't fight with any other sword except Elizabeth Lovest. It's his knightly vow. MC didn't even know what to say and just stared at him in surprise, after which Stone nervously called out to them and said that the monsters chasing them were strange. There were fewer of them than expected, and they were moving slower. Agnesta looked closely at them, especially the thorns on their feet, which oozed a viscous liquid. Nagi also looked at this and said that these monsters still resurrect. The main danger in this dungeon is being surrounded by a resurrected crowd. Of course, you can just kill them, but it is more effective to slow them down. So he scattered traps of thorns and glue balls as they moved. However, these are simple traps, so you shouldn't expect much from them. Hearing this, Agnesta and Stone let out a surprised sigh, and then simultaneously said that he was more useful than Nines. Hearing this from his own comrades, the guy was very indignant. Nines ran forward resolutely, shouting, "How much longer will these creatures keep respawning?" Several zombies ran after him. He added, Damn, if Elizabeth were with them, their butts wouldn't be so wet. Agnesta ran next to him, saying that now was not the time to complain. They needed to get out of here before they surrounded them. She shouted that she could see the end of the cave. Now Stone. He ran forward, shouting that he understood. He used his special defender skill, Stone Shield. He slammed his fist into the ground, and stone spikes erupted from the earth, piercing and simultaneously stopping the zombies chasing them. Then she turned and shouted, "Done." He ran out of the cave after his friends, saying that this couldn't hold out much longer. They needed to get out of here quickly. Agnesta looked ahead in surprise and asked, "What?" They were in the cemetery dungeon, in the underground lake area. A raft stood on the shore next to them. Nines asked in surprise, "What the hell?" A huge lake was blocking the way. The protagonist added, "Although there are some good things, there's no need to build a raft." He said he wanted something good. Then he came closer and added, "It looks like we'll have to swim on this thing to continue." Stone added, "The zombies could come at any moment. We need to hurry." After that, Nines put his hand on his waist and said, "But this raft won't support the weight of their armor, especially Stone's stone armor." Agnesta said, "They're not fighting anyway. Maybe they should just take off their armor." Nines yelled in surprise. "What?" The protagonist smiled and said that he thought so too. They should take it off. Nines yelled indignantly, "Are they all in cahoots?" After that, the protagonist, still smiling, put the bag on the ground and told them to put the armor here. After that, the armor was removed, and Agnesta yelled indignantly, "How much are they going to strip down to?" Nines asked, "What's wrong?" He needed to lose weight. Stone wished someone would erase his memory. After a while, they finally climbed onto the raft and set off. Nines, laughing loudly, sat on the raft and, pointing a finger at Agnesta, said, "Wow, she was downright embarrassed." A few moments later, he, with a black eye, raised his hands and apologized. He said he would now wear his clothes. Agnesta told him to at least bring a weapon. "You idiot," he screamed, but with the power of his oath, he could have completed this dungeon alone. Nines, even so, is still a golden adventurer. Agnesta screamed, "That's the problem. Why did he make an oath he can't keep?" He apologized again. He's nothing but trash. At that moment, the protagonist looked at them and thought, a knight's oath. They say adventurers with knightly talent swear an oath expressing their faith. These oaths ultimately impose strict rules that must be followed, but in exchange, they grant immense power. Lord Nines swore he would fight with no weapon other than Elizabeth, which placed a limitation on him, but in exchange, his sword became a legendary weapon, unbreakable. A knight's oath is a true exchange. However, a question arises. MC placed his hands on his waist and asked, "Isn't the oath kept secret to prevent it from being stopped by weakness?" Agnesta said, "Basically that's true. But he told everyone, so everyone in this city knows his oath." Nines replied, "Even if everyone knows about his oath, with Elizabeth Robest, he's invincible." Agnesta cried out, "He always forgets that vaunted sword." She sighed and added, "He's always been a fool, so it's no surprise." By the way, she'd heard about his bag, but it was truly impressive. Does putting something inside completely remove the weight? The protagonist looked at the bag and replied that it didn't. The weight didn't disappear completely. A powerful weight-reducing spell was cast upon placing items in the bag. He thought that even if he combined the weight of 2 suits of armor, it would be lighter than a regular stone. Stone came closer and said that this thing was incomparably more valuable than Nine's sword. Especially, he held the meat in his hands and added that the specially prepared turkey was simply magnificent. He couldn't even imagine eating such a dish in a place like this. Nine smiled and remarked that it was true, and Agnesta, even while fighting zombies, was busy eating buns. She turned around indignantly and said that she would ask for more. She didn't have time to eat properly, and he, meanwhile, was lazing around while she was hunting. In response, he shouted that he too suffered, running around in armor. After that, MC looked to the side and said, "Wait a second, it looks like it's about to start." They looked around, and Agnesta said in surprise, "Those are enemies." One of the zombies jumped up, aiming an arrow at them. The protagonist said, "So this raft really was a trap for adventurers." She confirmed it was. "Fighting afloat is no good." Nines shouted in surprise, "What? They knew it was a trap and they still boarded it?" Agnesta replied, "How could they not? This is a dungeon. No one here will help adventurers by providing them with a raft, but they had no choice." He said, "So the raft wasn't given to them to help?" Agnesta looked ahead resolutely, thinking that the problem was that even if they'd expected a trap, there were too many enemies. Only she could fight here now. Even if she started clearing out their boats, their raft would become a target for arrows first. At that moment, MC told them to leave it to him. Fighting them on the water would be difficult. It would be better to just break through them. Agnesta looked in surprise at him as he tied his bag to the raft and asked if he meant he had a plan to break through with the bag. He replied, "Of course, but they should hold on tighter." The others looked at him in surprise, and he used Porter's secret skill, compressed air. The next second, air began to shoot out of the top of the bag with tremendous force. He used an airstrike, and the raft rushed forward at incredible speed. Agnesta asked in surprise, "Is this wind magic?" The protagonist, laughing loudly, shouted, "It's not magic at all. He simply compresses and releases a stored stream of air." One time, he left the bag in a windy spot and realized he could capture the airflow. Like this, if you release it all at once, you get this. After that, they accelerated even faster. Several zombies tried to hit them with arrows, but MC, controlling his bag, easily evaded the ships. Then Agnesta shouted, "He must wait. He needs to look ahead. The path is blocked by a wooden wall." The zombies managed to set such an elaborate trap, she'll try to break through it. Then she reached for her weapon. The protagonist continued to hold on to the bags and ropes and told her to wait. They had already gained enough speed, he would help her. Fire and wind go well together, she said she understood. Then they used synergy, a combo attack, an airstrike, and a fire wave. The next second, a huge stream of fire headed straight for the zombies on the wall, after which this attack also pierced the wooden wall, allowing them to float on with ease. After a while, they stopped on the shore, the broken raft moving a little further. MC asked, "Everything all right?" They barely made it. Agnesta walked forward and said, "I think this is the right place. Apparently, this is where the boss of this dungeon is." They were in a dungeon, the Death Fortress zone. They looked in amazement at the towering castle. After a while, they entered, and Agnesta said, "An underground fortress in a crypt. The scale is impressive, but doesn't it seem too difficult for a rank B?" Stone noted that he agreed. A regular party would definitely fail. Nines added that the guild always chooses the most difficult dungeons. Couldn't they choose something easier with good rewards? Agnesta said that's why they exist, to take on such quests. Stone said, yes, it was too hard for a first dungeon. Nagi might be unused to it, but the guild prefers to clear dungeons that others avoid. He replied that a porter doesn't care what depths they descend into. All the difficulties fall on the adventurers. Agnesta said that even if it was rank B, they couldn't afford to lose their activity. Dungeons like that would always bring problems, but fortunately, the boss decided not to keep them waiting. At that moment, they found themselves in a huge room. A lich stood before them and said how they dared to intrude on his domain, fools. It was the boss monster, the Lich King. Nines, looking at him, said he couldn't believe there was a lich in a rank B dungeon. Lucky, so lucky. Stone said it was the first time he'd seen a rank B lich. Agnesta, reaching for her weapon, thought, a lich is a boss from the magic category, and mages are unpredictable. She'd expended too much energy going through this alone, so she needed to finish him off quickly, before anything went wrong. The next second, she drew her weapon, engulfing it in flames as she charged. Most undead are mindless monsters that simply run toward their target. A lich, however, was different. His thirst for knowledge remains with him even after death. He began to understand the meaning of Agnesta's actions, quickly realizing that her desperate dash was to protect her allies behind her, and immediately found a solution. When Agnesta swung her sword right in front of the throne, she thought in surprise, disappeared? The next second, the lich appeared above the rest of the group, using magical leap, blink. He said, fools. He pointed his hand forward and commanded them to become his servants. The next second, Agnesta shouted for them to be careful. She ran forward, intercepting the attack. The protagonist, seeing this, thought that perhaps they had faced the worst possible situation in this dungeon. Agnesta had become their enemy. She turned with a wicked smile. Then Nines said, Stone, he must take Nagi and run. He shouted indignantly. What is he going to do? He can't stop Agnesta. They must run together. No need to be foolish. Nines turned around and asked, run? What was he even talking about? A knight never turns his back on his enemies. With these words, he smiled and concentrated energy in his hand. A noble knight who never turns his back on an enemy. Perhaps it was overly vain, but how cool was he? Nines ran his finger under his nose and, laughing slightly, said that even if the enemy was Agnesta, she had already lost a great deal of strength and her famous flame was also gradually fading. She had cleared the dungeon almost single-handedly, so it was no surprise. This was all part of his plan, the Great Nines. In Agnesta's current state, he could deal with her even barehanded. But the next second, Agnesta swung her weapon again, igniting an even greater flame, sending fiery whirlwinds straight at him. He cried out in surprise, huh? The next second, she struck again and he flew to the side, shouting, damn, where did she get so much strength from? He dodged and she tried to attack him again. He repeated over and over, a knight doesn't turn his back on the enemy. A knight doesn't turn his back. He quickly ran back using Nine's special skill, bounce. Meanwhile, MC and Stone fled the castle. The next second, Nines caught up with them and shouted for them to wait for him. Stone asked in surprise, didn't he say he could handle her? He shouted indignantly, idiot. How does he think he'll stop Agnesta? He thought, to be honest, he didn't even hope. He turned his back so many times, even to her. Nines shouted indignantly, what did he say? If only Elizabeth were with him. After that, the protagonist walked to the edge of the cliff and told them to wait a minute. They should look over there. It seemed like all the undead had landed. At that moment, more and more boats were arriving at the shore, and more zombies were swarming the shore. He said they were completely surrounded. Stone, looking ahead, said, oh my god, there are countless of them. The protagonist said there were undead outside, and inside was Lady Agnesta. At that moment, she was just approaching them. Stone concentrated energy in his fist and shouted that he would try to hold them off. He used his special defender skill. Then he slammed his fist into the ground and used Earthquake, sealing with a stone wall. Several stone growths began to rise directly above Agnesta. She looked around, and the next second, she leaped out from there with lightning speed, pushing off from one of the stone slabs. She ran forward, jumping from slab to slab. Stone shouted in surprise, she's too fast. He needed to think of something to hold her off for a moment. She was already very close, and MC was thinking, something, anything that could stop Lady Agnesta, even for a moment. Half measures wouldn't work here. In that case, he'd go with his trump card. Then he threw the bait forward. The jam flew out of the center, and he shouted, get it. Agnesta saw the cookie, spun around sharply, then caught it in her mouth and began eating. The protagonist sighed with relief and, putting his hand to his head, said that he wasn't sure, but even under control, she mostly follows her instincts. Nines, laughing, shouted, "What the hell?" The protagonist added that he'd bought himself some time, but they needed to find shelter inside the castle. After that, they decided to return to the castle. After walking some distance, they stopped. The protagonist sank to the ground and, breathing heavily, said that it looked like they weren't being pursued. But meanwhile, the undead were already climbing the cliff. They were going to join the others at the castle. They needed to figure out what to do. Nines remarked that it wouldn't be easy. Agnesta seemed to be receiving buffs from the Lich. Her mana should have been nearly depleted after clearing the dungeon alone, but perhaps the Lich's power had reignited her flames. If not for that, he would have dealt with her. Stone remarked that was debatable. He then looked around and asked, "By the way, what is this place?" The protagonist said he didn't know. Moving on, Nines asked, "Judging by the number of weapons, was this some kind of armory?" The protagonist approached further and said that wasn't the case. The equipment didn't look like something the undead would use. It looked like a trophy warehouse. Nines looked surprised. Trophies? He explained that intelligent monsters like the Lich sometimes collect items from adventurers they kill to demonstrate their power. It was likely the same here. He thought this dungeon was harder than its rank suggested, and if the dungeon boss was a Lich, it was no wonder so many raids here had failed. But what was bothering him was why there were children's toys and items here that clearly didn't belong to adventurers. Stone said he'd heard a story. As he'd said before, their guild specialized in clearing dungeons that others avoided. This dungeon was also considered cursed due to frequent failed raids after this manifestation. A graveyard dungeon. But after that, missing persons cases began to increase in the surrounding villages. They didn't notice anything suspicious during the clearing, but now it looked like MC finished the thought for him. Dungeon kidnapping. Monsters were coming outside the dungeon and kidnapping people? Nines gritted his teeth and asked, "Kidnapping?" He clenched his fist and added, "But there was no rift. Can't monsters only exist inside a dungeon?" The protagonist said it was just a theory. Being kidnapped by a dungeon is a rare occurrence. Monsters typically don't leave a dungeon. Without the energy of the outside dungeon, they become greatly weakened. Monsters can only leave a dungeon if it's breached, or if it's a so-called outer dungeon. Nines shouted, "In that case, the only way to test this theory is to kill this Lich. He'll crush this creature to dust. A knight can't turn a blind eye to injustice." After that, he turned around and asked in surprise why they were looking at him so strangely. Stone replied, "Just like that." Nines then took a handkerchief and shouted that this time everything would be different. He blindfolded himself and said that he would break his knightly oath and take up the sword. MC asked, "But if a knight breaks his oath, a severe punishment awaits him. Is he sure he's ready for that? Besides, isn't there some way to bypass the oath?" He awkwardly asked in response, "Who knows? A knight's oath is essentially a pact with oneself. If one can deceive oneself, everything will be fine, theoretically." He'd never done it, so he didn't know exactly how it worked, but if his blow reached the Lich, it would at least break the control imposed on Agnesta. Stone asked in surprise, "But how would they get to the Lich?" Nines said they would do that. He would be busy deceiving himself. Stone shouted. He wasn't helping at all. After that, the protagonist asked, could he really do it? If they delivered him to the Lich, would he really be able to defeat it? He replied that his question was meaningless, Nagi. If his hypothesis was correct, it wasn't a question of whether they could. It was something they had to do. MC agreed with him. He would then become his eyes and lead him to the boss. They approached the gate, and Stone shouted indignantly, "How are they going to do this? New forces have already joined the army. To defeat the Lich, they will have to fight Agnesta, and then break through this entire army." The protagonist took a crossbow in his hand and said that this was true. And to break through the enemy army, they needed their own army. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the zombies lined up, leaving a passage in the center. Then one of them knelt down next to the Lich and said something unintelligible. The boss asked, "Have they found the rats? They must capture them all. 1 or 2 limbs can be cut off." After that, the zombies ran out of the hall. The protagonist said that they were coming. They should stand behind him. The next second, one of the zombies kicked a taut rope, causing a powerful explosion. Nines said the smell was so delicious. Stone told him not to inhale it. After that, MC turned to Gluttony, who climbed out of his bag and asked, "Is he ready?" He replied, "Almost ready, but is he sure it will work?" He replied that he shouldn't worry, he'll take care of aiming. After that, he ran forward and shouted that all he could do was shoot. The zombies were still hidden in the smoke that had formed. The next second, several of the creatures in the bag armed themselves with crossbows, and Gluttony, pointing his finger forward, shouted, "Time to earn your keep. Go ahead, guys, fire." A multitude of arrows shot straight toward the bag's exit. The protagonist used the porter's secret skill, the puzzling cannon. A huge number of arrows began flying out of the bag, hitting all the monsters in their path. Nines, surprised, asked what was going on. Stone replied, "Slaughter." The arrows continued flying non-stop, and MC shouted, "Go ahead." They're breaking straight into the boss's chamber. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Association, Rasha looked at Petra in surprise and asked why she was always writing lately. She was breaking the rules, and she'd been acting strange ever since the Rift Dungeon expedition. She answered hesitantly, oh well. Rasha placed her hands on her waist and asked, was she writing a research paper? She laughed and replied that it wasn't like that. Nothing special, just one thought that was bothering her, so she was trying to think about it. She was surprised. The thought? She replied that she was wondering if an adventurer needed to have combat talent. Rasha asked, wasn't that obvious? Without combat talent, of course, they weren't adventurers. If it were otherwise, why would people so desperately strive to get combat talent? This didn't even require an explanation. She had to look there. After that, she pointed her hand at the device standing in the center. At that moment, the guy shouted indignantly, damn thing. His talent is tailoring. He shouted that this can't be true. Several guild workers held him by the back, and he shouted that they should double check. He must become an adventurer. Tears streamed down his face and the device said that he cannot become an adventurer. Rasha, resting her cheek on her hand, said they see people like him several times a day. The chance of acquiring talent is so slim. Petra thought, their path is determined from the start. Each person undergoes a summoning ceremony, supported by the association, and awakens their talent. This process involves analyzing the ether in the body with a magical device that records the talent as text. As a result, the rules regarding adventurers have become even stricter. Some say, isn't it better to discover your innate talent as early as possible to develop it faster? She thought so too. Rasha asked, but the question is, why do so many people yearn to become adventurers? Yes, it brings a lot of money and fame, but it also carries enormous risks. In that sense, they're lucky. They earn the salary of mid-level adventurers, but they don't risk their lives. Living according to what's destined, that's cool. However, after recent events and her meeting with Mr. Nagi, Petra had a question. Is it possible to build an adventurer's path solely on the talent they've been given? And more importantly, is it right to determine a person's future solely on the basis of their awakened talent? Meanwhile, the zombies continued to run forward, flying further and further away from the arrows that struck them. After that, Stone and Nines ran after the protagonist, shouting that they should stick together. The protagonist shouted that even though he had plenty of bolts, they were too cheap and flimsy. They would hold them off, but only for a little while. They continued running forward, and Nines asked, is everything going according to plan? He couldn't see anything and didn't understand what was happening. Stone, running next to him, told him not to worry. Nagi was incredible. He'd heard that he'd led a raid in the Rift Dungeon, and it seemed like it wasn't an exaggeration. MC said they were almost to the boss room. The main part was about to begin. They ran to the room and hid around the corner. The protagonist said, as expected, that with so many enemies, even reaching the boss would be problematic. They shouldn't worry, he had a way. However, the Lich was able to dodge even Lady Agnesta's blink attack. Therefore, they needed to sneak past the enemies and strike quickly so that they didn't have time to react. At that moment, Nines shouted at them not to worry. He, Nines, would deal with him in one blow. The protagonist said, quiet, if you're shouting so loudly. Damn, they heard them. Nines, with an awkward smile, said, oh, he's sorry. He didn't know they were so close. The protagonist said, there's nothing to be done now. They must begin immediately. To reach the Lich, they needed to break through the army of undead, blocking the way. But fighting them all wasn't necessary. He loaded his crossbow with an arrow tied to an exploding flue and fired it forward, hitting the chandelier, causing a powerful explosion. They simply need to prevent their enemies from noticing them. The undead are monsters with a more developed sense of smell than sight. According to a well-known treatise on the undead, The Walking Dead, it describes a case where a man managed to pass through an entire army of undead by using their own scent against them. He simply smeared himself with the entrails of the dead and walked unhindered through the crowd. They had no corpses to hide behind now, but fortunately, his bag had long since absorbed the scent of the place. They began to move forward, and foul smoke spread from the protagonist's bag in all directions. Nines, covering his mouth, said, "What a terrible smell." The protagonist asked him to be patient for a moment. With this smell, they wouldn't notice them. They moved toward the Lich. Stone, trying not to stand out, said, "Zombies. They must let them pass. They are hungry zombies." They continued walking, and then the Lich asked, "Have you decided to disguise yourself?" Clever little rats. Do they think their tricks will work in front of him? He concentrated energy on the tip of his finger and used fire elemental magic, a fire whirlwind. A huge fireball rose up. The zombies looked at it in surprise. He asked, "Where are these pests?" At that moment, MC shouted, "Now!" Stone slammed his fist into the ground, from where a stone slab emerged, rising onto it. The protagonist shouted, "Mr. Nines, the Lich is right in front of him." He shouted joyfully, "They are his bastards. They really did it." At that moment, the protagonist said, "It's Mistress Agnesta. He will distract her with sweets." Then he threw down several kinds of sweets and shouted that they only have one chance. Nines shouted that he understood. He grabbed his sword and added, "He will deal with him in one blow." He used the knight's basic skill. Seeing him approaching, the Lich said, "Damn, where is he going?" Nines used a slashing blow and shouted that he was about to chop him down. Then he was surprised, felt a heel on his cheek, flying back. He shouted, "What?" Stone, his mouth open in surprise, asked, "How so?" MC said, "Lady Agnesta forgot about dessert?" Several cakes were really lying on the ground. He said, "No way, has she really eaten her fill already?" Stone said, "Well yes, she really did eat quite a lot during this time." Then the protagonist said, "Lord Nines, it's not too late. He must try again." The next second, his body trembled. Elizabeth appeared, who said, "Knight Nines, you have broken your knight's oath and dishonored your honor. He knelt down, chains began to bind his body, and she said that punishment is inevitable. MC shouted in alarm. Knight's oath, Lord Nines. He must be careful. The undead are attacking. Stone shouted that he would hold them off. He swung his fist and used his special defender skill, Stone Wall. He slammed his fist into the ground, and a stone wall appeared in front of him, blocking them from the attacking zombies. He shouted that this barrier would last no more than 5 minutes. Besides, mana was running low. They needed to think of something urgently. Meanwhile, Rasha, arms folded, said, Petra, as she said, there have always been people without combat talent who aspired to become adventurers. Perhaps with rigorous training, they could develop skills comparable to adventurers. But the decisive difference between ordinary people and adventurers is mana. Only those with combat talent are able to accumulate and refine it within their bodies. Low-level monsters in dungeons can still be defeated with sufficient training, but if you face a powerful monster or the inevitable boss, without mana, the battle is doomed. At that moment, the protagonist watched in horror. How could such a person become an adventurer? A few seconds later, an explosion erupted in the boss's room. Nines gritted his teeth and shouted that they would hold him back. He had to run. The MC said he couldn't do that. Nines smiled and said that it was an adventurer's duty. They had failed to clean up, so it was their responsibility. He better escape, and quickly. At that moment, the Lich smiled and said, how pathetic. Did he really think he would let even one rat that dared to infiltrate his palace escape? He concentrated energy in his hand, swirling the vortex ever stronger. Nines, seeing the attack approaching, shouted, damn it. But the magical vortex seemed to cover his body, and he screamed. The Lich rose into the air and said, they can't even entertain him. Pathetic worms, unworthy of his attention. But perhaps he'll find a use for them. Seeing former comrades kill each other is always a pleasure. At that moment, Agnesta jumped up from her seat and charged, aiming fire directly at the protagonist. He said, Miss Agnesta. Meanwhile, Petra had come to the library and was studying a book. It told the story of how a man without talent became an adventurer. Rasha approached her and said, there she is, Petra. Why is she so fixated on this? Even reading books, adventurer's talent, and mana. After all, if she doesn't have these two things, she can't become an adventurer. Hadn't she explained it clearly enough? Petra smiled awkwardly and said that it was indeed so. She clutched the book to her chest and said that it was a fair statement. She used to think the same way herself. But recently she met someone who made her change her mind. Rasha. Does she know how many times a year dungeon porters clear dungeons? She was surprised. Why so? Then she added, but if you work hard, 2 or 3 times a week at most. She asked, so a little over 100 times a year? Petra noted that was correct. Usually it is about 100 times, in rare cases a little more than 150. But according to the guild record, there's one person who clears dungeons over 300 times a year. Rasha asked in surprise, what kind of person is he if he clears 300 a year? Does he never rest? Even if he is a porter, if he clears dungeons so persistently, he's either insanely obsessed with money or hates dungeons to the point of madness. At that moment, the protagonist held his sword in front of him, defending himself from Agnesta's attack. But his sword began to melt and crack, and the next second it completely shattered into 2 pieces. MC, reaching into his bag for a second sword, thought that a blow from such a blade would be difficult to survive. The difference wasn't in the weapon's level, but between him and Lady Agnesta. She struck again and again, and he, trying to defend himself and dodge in different directions, thought, however, he had one advantage. When adventurers clear a dungeon, porters don't fight. All they can do is watch the battle from the sidelines. Therefore, he knows Lady Agnesta's fighting style. She always begins an attack with ignition, and only then moves on to swordplay. The next second, she directed another fire attack at him, but he placed a small shield in front of himself and thought, of course, even knowing this, the attack lasts a split second, and simply reacting isn't enough. There are only 0.2 seconds left until the next attack. If he reacts upon seeing the movement, it will be too late. He dodged her attack again. She struck again. He jumped aside and thought, he needs to anticipate her next move and the direction of the blow in advance. But she's moving faster than expected. He needs to act half a step faster. No. That seems to be the limit of his reaction time. He has that guy to thank for that. After the first strike, he seemed to have a rough idea of how fast mithril-ranked people move, but that alone wasn't enough. If he continued to simply fight back, he wouldn't be able to change the situation. There were only 2 ways to get out of this situation. The first was to kill the Lich who cast the subjugation spell. The second was to strike Lady Agnesta with enough force to knock her unconscious. Right now, he had no choice but to go all in. If he could attack her even once, he'd start with an axe. Regular swords melted after one strike with a heavy axe. The next second, part of his axe melted and flew off. He thought, it's useless. In front of the mana flames, anything would crumble like soft cheese. Then what about a spear? If he could take advantage of the range, the fire once again directed the weapon forward. He thought, it's useless. He shielded himself from the attack and thought, before that breath that was spitting out magic, distance is meaningless. Then he just has to keep going until he succeeds. Then he shouted, gluttony. He must throw him every weapon in his bag. A multitude of swords flew in all directions. The protagonist grabbed several weapons and attacked. Agnesta swung her weapon, thereby attacking and melting the swords in the protagonist's hands. He reached for the next one, struck again, but that weapon also melted, flying in all directions in a fiery explosion unleashed by Agnesta. Then he grabbed 2 more swords and attacked in front of him, which cracked. He thought it wasn't just his weapons that were being destroyed. Lady Agnesta's weapon had also overheated and was seriously damaged, just a little more. He threw another broken weapon, then grabbed the next one and thought, just a little more. They struck again, defending themselves from each other's attacks. He thought, just a little bit. The next second, she used Fire Flower, Dawn. Fire filled everything around, and MC, gritting his teeth, thought this was the limit. What would break first, Lady Agnesta's sword or his body? The next second, she added another blow between his legs, and he screamed in pain before collapsing to the ground. The Lich laughed loudly and said, "How funny, what an unexpected amusement." Until now, the adventurers who came here were nothing but despicable worms. But he was worthy of his dungeon. He must join him and share his power, and then he will allow him to swallow not only this place, but the entire kingdom. Thanks to him, his dungeon would become stronger. Thanks to him, his kingdom would rise from the ruins once again. The protagonist knelt down and looking up, said, "The monster that was about to leave the dungeon and start an invasion was too dangerous. He would never let it out. All the monsters had to die inside the damn dungeon. That's the only way." Then he asked, "Gluttony, how many weapons were left?" He, holding his sword in his hands, answered, "Just one." But MC grabbed the sword's hilt and said, "One try." What should he do? What could he do? There was no way out. He closed his eyes. In extreme danger, he momentarily lost consciousness, standing on his feet, and in that brief sleep, he remembered why he had so desperately clung to his job as a porter, and why he had so yearned for the destruction of the dungeon. That day, when the dungeon had been breached, that day when he had lost everything, he had sworn to himself he would destroy the dungeon. But this was not something a simple porter could do. Then the man asked, did he want to become an adventurer? He can't, so he should just forget it. Although, judging by his look, he wasn't one to give up on his dreams. He'd never met a person without talent who could become an adventurer. But he knew one thing for sure. Adventurers defeat monsters. And if he became the one who could defeat adventurers themselves, perhaps he could become whoever he wanted. It wouldn't be easy. No, it would be nearly impossible. Even if he devoted his entire life to it, it would still be difficult. But if there was even one way, it was to perfect one single martial art to its absolute limit. He smiled and added that if he trained haphazardly, mastering a little bit of everything, he wouldn't reach the level of an adventurer. Therefore, he needed to master just one strike, one that he poured his whole soul into. Of course, only that one strike could bring him closer to the level of adventurers. From that moment on, Nagi dedicated himself to mastering that strike, pouring his whole being into it. But no matter how much he trained, nothing seemed to change, as if he'd hit an impenetrable wall that prevented him from achieving what he desired. Despite this, he didn't stop training. And perhaps that's why, even in his clouded state, his body moved on its own. It all started with the sword returning to its sheath. Though he didn't have a sheath, he had a bag. The Lich shouted. He should be proud of this. He grants him the opportunity to shed his weak body and attain the flesh of an immortal. At that moment, Agnesta raised her hand to strike, and the protagonist thought, if he doesn't have talent, he can't become an adventurer. If he can't control mana, he can't kill a monster. But who cares? The next second, he concentrated energy in his sword and launched an attack straight ahead. Agnesta looked in surprise at the shattered sword in her hands and flew on. MC began to fall exhausted, but his attack severed the Lich's head from his body. He didn't realize what he had done that day, but his sword had cut the gap between adventurers and ordinary people who didn't have mana, and his fighting style would later be called the sword art that unlocks the limits of weapons. Azrakhan Baldo. Dungeons multiplied, appearing at such a rate that feeble humanity was powerless to stop them. The kingdoms of this world were on the brink of destruction due to the countless dungeons springing up everywhere. But at that moment, humanity awakened the power of ether, or mana, in response to the growing number of dungeons. Thus, adventurers emerged, who began clearing these dungeons. Some say the division between adventurers and commoners isn't discrimination, but a necessity to protect ordinary people. Rasha said there used to be those who couldn't accept this fact and went off to clear the dungeon without having the talent to be an adventurer. Do they know what happened to them? They all died. She must remember, no matter how cruel it may sound, the system separating people by talent exists for their own protection. Petra thought it was true. However, although it sounded illogical, and at times almost delusional, on the day the rift in the dungeon had burst, Nagi's gaze, fixed on Lady Agnesta, seemed to scream of his desire to become an adventurer. So she leaves those words, hoping that talent isn't the only thing that defines an adventurer. Meanwhile, Agnesta looked at the sword in her hands and asked, "How did you do that, Lord Nagi?" Only the hilt of the sword remained in his hands, and he said that it was not over yet. He was still there. The next second, the Lich screamed. He was a bastard. How dare he touch his body? A long spine stretched from his body and reached his head, returning it to the body. Liches are extremely complex monsters. Although they are mages, they cannot be killed until their phylactery is destroyed, the source of their existence. This is why they are so tenacious and able to rise again and again. He thought again. The blade is broken. And not only that, the body no longer moves. The next second, Agnesta screamed, "He must rest, Lord Nagi, she will correct her mistake." Then she ran at the lich, and he told her to obey. Human. He directed energy at her, and she, turning several times in the air, dodged his attack and thought that there were only two ways to end him. The first is to find and destroy the carefully hidden phylactery. The second was to exhaust the lich until all the life contained in the phylactery was exhausted. Then she launched an attack, covering the sword in fire, and he shouted that it was useless. He was immortal. She asked, did he think so? He had injected his magic into her body to subjugate her, but this only revealed his weakness. This only revealed his true vulnerability. She followed the flow of magic and found the source of his life, his phylactery. He said in surprise, "Is that so?" She screamed, right in the throne. At that moment, she raised the sword above her head, wrapping it in fiery energy, and then with a single swing split the throne in two. The lich's mouth opened in bewilderment. His body began to disappear, and he said, "It can't be. Is his dream really going to collapse so senselessly?" The next second, Agnesta asked, "Lord Nagi, is he alright? What kind of sword technique was that just now?" He crouched down and, laughing slightly, replied that he didn't even know. He simply thought he had to defend himself somehow, and somehow it happened. In any case, it's good that everything worked out. It's all thanks to her, Lady Agnesta. She came closer and said, "That's not true. On the contrary, she can only apologize. She failed everyone and is unworthy of being a commander." She frowned and thought, even though the lich was controlling her, she remembered everything perfectly. Although she didn't move of her own free will, he fought her as an equal. She thought, physical strength, ether, talent. The difference between them was simply colossal. And yet, despite all this, he not only fought her, but also managed to pierce the lich behind her. Was it still because of technique? Whatever it was simply unimaginable. But even now, it wasn't his strength that mattered, or anything else. It was his unyielding will that allowed him to fight an impossible opponent. She recalled the adventurer telling her to remember that their guilds, no, this entire world, didn't need adventurers with great strength. They needed adventurers with unyielding wills. Sooner or later, she would meet one. She thought about those who, even in hopeless situations, relying solely on pure goodwill, displayed strength bordering on the miraculous. They were different from others who, despite possessing great power, cared only for their own gain, unbound by mithril or gold. These were true adventurers. That was why, as the deputy leader of Sunset Wind, she had to obtain him. Afterwards, she approached the stairs and said, "Lord Nagi." She would ask this question again. Sunset Wind wasn't just a guild that pursued wealth and glory. Because of this, they constantly take the most difficult, suffering-inducing options that others avoid. That's why they need those with great strength. They need those with great willpower. Those willing to sacrifice themselves to prevent a dungeon breach, even if there's no benefit to it. Like him, sir. She extended her hand and added, "So wouldn't he join their guild?" Sunset Wind needed him. He knelt down and thought, a guild that protects the world from dungeon breaches. He'd always dreamed of such a guild existing, but it didn't. If it had, this wouldn't have happened. He remembered the old man saying he'd come, but it was too late. The city was already gone. The city was engulfed in flames, bodies scattered everywhere. Tears welled up in the protagonist's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he thought, maybe this is what he wants to change. Maybe this is what he wants to do. He put his hand in hers and said, if she was serious about this, they could try. They would try to stop the dungeon breakthroughs. They smiled at each other, and Agnesta said, "Welcome to the Sunset Wind." After a while, Stone suddenly woke up and cried out in surprise, "What's wrong with the lich? What's wrong with Mistress Agnesta?" Assessing the situation, that is. He hit himself on the head and said, "So Agnesta freed herself from the subjugation spell and defeated the lich, as expected of her. She's simply incredible." Agnesta said, "It's too long to explain. They'll discuss it later." She folded her arms across her chest and asked, "By the way, what about this one? He didn't do anything, but he's still sleeping? He should wake up." The next second, Nines opened his eyes in surprise and cried out, "Agnesta, she has to wait! Subjugation!" With these words, he grabbed her by the clothes and, pulling her sharply towards him, smashed his head into hers. She screamed, "Fool!" Then he placed his hands on his waist and, laughing, asked, "Did they see that?" It was he, Nines, who saved Stone, and he managed it even without Elizabeth. Agnesta desperately said, "Damn idiot. He better hide there." He asked in surprise, "What's wrong with her, Agnesta?" And so they cleared the tomb dungeon. The dungeon gates closed. Standing near the closed gates, Nines sighed and said, "That sure made them sweat," Agnesta said. Even though the dungeon was clear, their mission wasn't over. It was time to go. The Adventurers Association usually handled the return of the trophies found in the tomb dungeon to their owners, but since this was a remote dungeon, the chances of that happening were extremely slim. So they decided to hand it over personally, thinking of those who had waited too long for their return. Sometime later, the girl was pouring the prepared soup into bowls. She sat opposite her husband, another bowl next to her. At that moment, the protagonist knocked on the door. They opened it, and upon seeing the child's toy in his hands, tears welled up in the woman's eyes. She covered her face with her hand, then desperately sank to her knees. In some ways, this is much more difficult than clearing a dungeon. However, it is necessary. After some time, Agnesta said that it seems they handed over all the items belonging to the villagers. As for the items belonging to adventurers, they have guild seals, so this can be conveyed by association. Some may consider this unnecessary, but in their guild, they consider such actions part of clearing a dungeon and an adventurer's duty. MC smiled and said he didn't think so. He'd met with the families of those kidnapped in the dungeon. They'd prepared another plate for lunch every day because they didn't know when the person would return. It was hard to say if they'd done the right thing by giving them these things, because even if it was true, they might have simply taken away their last hope. Agnesta said no, this was better. It hurt them now, of course, but waiting forever would be even worse. They probably knew that too. 9 said so, but it still wasn't clear why the Lich kidnapped not only adventurers but ordinary people as well. Agnesta asked, who knows? They say the dungeon gets stronger when they kill people, she thought, and if this is a grave dungeon, then even more so. But as Nines had said, there are too many inexplicable things here. At the moment of his death, she clearly saw the Lich cry, and then he said that he, the creator, must forgive him. This is a name that no adventurer in this world would ever utter. Why did he call it? After all, this dungeon was also an anomaly. No, anomalies don't only happen here. Dungeons are increasingly behaving strangely, as if a huge storm is brewing, but that's precisely why now is most important. She closed her eyes and spoke. No matter what anomaly occurs, adventurers must destroy the dungeon before it brings disaster. That's all. After the cleanup, they returned to the city a week later, where she was waiting for them. The protagonist looked down in surprise and asked, what the hell? Nero extended her hand to him and asked for at least a coin. He cried out in surprise, what happened here? They saw 2 homeless people begging. After a while, they were sitting at a table in the restaurant. Nero held out a fish to her mouth and joyfully shouted, food! Van supported her, biting into a piece of meat and exclaiming, how delicious. The MC smiled awkwardly, spread his arms wide and said, they'll choke if they do that, they should eat more slowly. If he understood their story correctly, it turns out that the whole time he was in the tomb dungeon, these 2 were simply throwing a tantrum. Then they shouted that she should accept them too. After all, she was the one offering the leader accession, right? Van clenched his fists and shouted that he would become a brilliant adventurer. If she didn't accept, she would regret it. Nero shouted, why can't they? Anne folded her arms across her chest and looking at them, thought how annoying they were. This had been going on for hours. Then she said, but from what she heard, he wasn't even a real leader. They were just deceived. Nero, perplexed, shouted, what? Once a leader, always a leader. Van shouted, so they should offer them membership. Anne put her hand to her head and sighing realized, it's all clear. You can't reason with them. Although, wait, if that's the case, then she smiled and said, okay, they'll do it this way. They'll hold an entrance test. The guys shouted in surprise. An entrance test? She asked. What? Were you scared? Nero shouted, of course. That's exactly what they wanted. Van clenched his fist and shouted, of course they accept the challenge, she asked. Really? Then their introductory quest was to collect 5,000 gold. They looked at each other in surprise. They had boldly accepted the challenge. After a while, Nero looked at the bag of money in her hands and said, but even together, they don't even have 500 gold. Van added, the only task they were given was to catch parasites in the sewers. The reward was 30 gold. When would they even manage to save up that much? By the time they collected it, it would be time to retire. At that moment, the thimble rigger approached them and asked, do you need money? Are they dreaming of getting rich quick? He was sitting opposite his game and said that here you can double your money. If they don't play, they will lose their chance. That doesn't happen every day. They shouted joyfully, that's it. Great, they will get rich in an instant. They didn't know that if you can make money quickly somewhere. Then the thimble rigger said, so, they'll begin, dear customers. After a few moments, he smiled and said they'd lost. They asked in surprise, what? It's just as easy to lose everything so quickly. Then the protagonist asked thoughtfully, so they've squandered all their money and have been starving for days, right? Van tearfully confirmed it. The leader is grateful that he saved them. MC thought, of course, he knew that adventurers weren't very smart, but not to this extent, and the entrance test was more like a scam for them. Van then added that he'd heard the Vice Guild leader had invited him herself, but he'd refused. Why? He replied, it just happened, but he joined in the end. Van shouted in surprise, what? Then he should ask to be accepted too. But this is the test they were given. If they couldn't handle it themselves, it wouldn't make sense. But come to think of it, they were asking for way too much gold. She raised her hands and shouted that he should help them. The protagonist thought about what to do. All his weapons had just broken in the last dungeon, so he could use some gold too. And there was a great place to earn some. He should stop by the guild and check if it was a dungeon. Then he said, okay, he'll help them, so they should follow him. She asked in surprise, really? Sometime later in the Adventurers Guild, Petra was filling out paperwork. The protagonist approached her and happily said, Miss Petra. Smiling, she looked at him and said, Mr. Nagi, what brings you here? Mr. Van and Miss Nero are here too. Nero came closer and shouted for her not to be surprised. The leader promised to make a ton of money, she clarified. Money? She shouted that it was true. He said they would get rich and be rolling in gold. The protagonist spoke desperately. He hadn't said that. Miss Petra, they want to go to the dungeon. Can I see a list of available locations? She smiled awkwardly and apologized, saying that even he was forbidden from clearing the area according to the rules. And the earnings and the dungeon. He means that dungeon, right, Mr. Nagi? After a while, the team was riding a minecart at high speed. Van was shouting loudly and MC, clinging to the minecart, was yelling at them to hold on tight. Van said that last time the dungeon was going higher and higher, but now they were only descending. The protagonist laughed and said that there was nothing left on the surface, so they had to go deeper, but they were almost there. The next second, they arrived in the depths. Nero, looking around, said, "Amazing, they're so deep, not a single monster here." He added he was hoping for something interesting. The protagonist smiled and said that this dungeon must have already been cleared. The others were surprised. How cleared? A mining dungeon, also known as a gold rush, is a place full of ore veins, making it considered the most profitable for making money. And thanks to its special nature, even after clearing it, it doesn't disappear, allowing resources to be mined. This dungeon is usually taken by guilds, who completely clear out the monsters, and then hire miners who are engaged in resource extraction. Simply put, this mining dungeon has already been plundered and is just an empty cave with no particular value. But with the depths of the earth, it's different. The ore located in the deepest layer often remains untouched because the cost of transporting it exceeds the potential profit. Then MC said, "Over there, they should take a look. That's their target." They continued further into the D-class mining dungeon. Nero looked around and said in surprise, "There's so much here." The protagonist said, "Okay. The minerals are excellent quality. We can begin." He thought, this is where his bag really reveals its value. After all, this completely solves the transportation problem. Then he smiled and said, "And so, if everyone understood everything, they should dig." Then he picked up a pickaxe, and his partners desperately shouted, "No!" After a while, they set to work. Van said, "Damn, why do they always do this in dungeons?" Nero turned slightly and shouted that that's right, she'd like to fight monsters at least once. At that moment, the protagonist sighed and said that he used to do this often, but it seemed he'd fallen out of the habit. He'd only been digging for a few hours. He was already tired, although that probably wasn't the issue. After all, the sword fight had been too grueling, and his body still hadn't fully recovered. What was that blow back then? He gave it his all, a blow that carried incredible force, comparable to an adventurer's talent, if he could make it his own. At that moment, Gluttony emerged from his bag and called out to him. MC asked, "He came here because of the smell of minerals, right, Gluttony? If they searched, they'd probably find magic stones. He could eat as much as he wanted." He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Not just because of that, though. Hey, they shouldn't push." Several animals appeared behind him, then began jumping out of the bag, and he said, "It seems these guys want to help. These ore deposits, they'll destroy it all." He placed his helmet on his head, and then, holding out his finger, shouted, "All hands on deck, don't leave a single one behind." The animals scattered across the square and began mining for resources. The protagonist, placing his hands on his waist and smiling, said that the little creatures were quite skilled, probably because gnolls live in packs and have a clear system. He thought they'd asked for 10% of the loot, but if they worked so well together, then why not? Then he asked, 10%? And where did they plan to spend it? Gluttony hesitantly replied that he didn't know. His bag had so many places it could be used. Then the protagonist said, whatever the case, the work was going more smoothly than before. "Mr. Van, Miss Nero, they shouldn't overexert themselves. It looks like everything will be a piece of cake." Then he looked ahead in surprise. He just said too much. There are forbidden words in dungeons. As soon as someone mentions whether a dungeon is calm or easy today, its difficulty instantly increases. Nagi had overlooked one thing. Van and Nero are idiots. Then he grinned and said, "How long can we keep digging this whole thing out piece by piece? Should they now dig in the mines for weeks? The scariest moments with fools are when they start thinking." He mused, "What if we destroy it all at once, instead of digging it out piece by piece?" Adventurers usually couldn't handle that, of course, but he, the brilliant adventurer Van Deshtar, could do it. Then he used his finger blast. A powerful blast wave flew forward, sending crystals flying in all directions. The moment he began to believe in his own genius. Van placed his hands on his waist and asked, "Does it seem like he really is a genius?" Nero shouted joyfully, "They did it!" The next second, the wall next to them began to crack, emitting a glow. Van asked, "What?" The next second, a huge monster appeared from there. The golem began concentrating energy in its mouth. It took a few steps forward, and the team, starting to run, shouted that they must run. "What's going on? Isn't this a clear dungeon?" MC shouted. It seems the explosion set off by Mr. Van revealed a hidden area in this dungeon called a secret room. These rooms are difficult to find because they are hidden, but if discovered, there are often valuable rewards inside. This is great luck for adventurers, but not for them. The guardian of this secret room is a yellow stone golem, C-class on the clearing scale. Their squad is not up to the task. Then Nero shouted, "Leader, lead the way." The exit is blocked. They stopped near a huge pile of stones, and the protagonist said, "It looks like an explosion hit this area." Van shouted, "Is this his fault too?" The protagonist replied that he wouldn't say that. It just proves how strong he is, Mr. Van, and strength is no big deal. He smiled awkwardly and said, "He's been praised." Nero looked at him and remarked that it didn't look like praise. Then Gluttony appeared from the bag and told them to leave it to them. A furry army will clear a path for them. The animals crawled out, the guys cried out in surprise, and puppies poured out of the bag. MC petted Gluttony and said that he did a great job. Then they had only one task left, to distract this thing until they had an escape route. Van reached for his hand and said that since this was his fault, he would handle it himself. The protagonist said no, it was too dangerous. The concentration of ether in this mine was too high. If the explosion caused a chain reaction, the consequences would be unpredictable. If a chain explosion started, the entire dungeon could collapse, and then they would be lost. Van asked, so he can't use the finger summoning? But if this skill is taken away from him, will he become an ordinary human? Nero said that in that case, he should leave it to her. Finally, she would fight the monster. She flexed her arms, and then got into a stance and said she had waited so long for this moment. She pushed off the ground and leaped forward, and then shouted he should prepare to be ground into dust. The protagonist, looking after her, shouted, be careful. Golems have an advantage against fighters. Without listening to him, she swung her leg and then hit the monster in the jaw. She asked in surprise, what? Then she grabbed her leg and shouted, it's too hard. At that moment, Van started running away from the monster. The protagonist approached her and asked, is everything okay? She replied that everything was fine. He asked, Miss Nero, does she have any special talent? She said that her talent is athletic skill and flexibility. Van shouted, is she an idiot? How many times he will tell her that this is not talent? Leader, Nero has been known since training for having no talent at all. MC thought, it's a pity. If they had the right talent, they could find a way to use it. Talent. For an adventurer to reach their full potential, they need either talent or skill. For example, Miss Agnesta's flame or Mr. Van's finger blast. Then the protagonist said, but it's okay. In fact, Nero's physical abilities match her talent. She looked at him and said, but it's still no use. He thought, in the end, his only hope was to use that sword technique from the weapon. All he had was what he found in the tomb dungeon. When he looked at the sword and said in surprise, wow, it's an artifact, Nine said. Although it's not that valuable, it looks quite useful. Stone asked, what are they going to do? Sell it and split the profits, Nines asked. Can he keep it? He really liked the sword's design, and the black color suited him. If he wore it on his belt, it would look quite impressive. Before he could finish speaking, Agnesta said, she certainly didn't want to imply anything, but is some useless slacker who didn't do anything in this dungeon really going to lay claim to it? She turned to look at Nines as he crouched on the ground. Stone told him to come to his senses. He couldn't use anything but Elizabeth anyway. Agnesta took the sword in her hands and, looking at it, said that if everyone agreed, she would like to hand this artifact over to Lord Nagi. She handed him the sword and added that too many weapons had been broken during this cleanup. MC thought, even if it wasn't a high-level artifact, by its nature, it was still intended for adventurers. Rare class artifact number 444, the Sword of the Dead Man Gatas, was incomparable to the store-bought blades he had used before. If the power of this artifact and that technique were combined, perhaps the golem could be cut down. The main problem is time. This sword style requires high concentration and long preparation. Then he said, Miss Nero, Lord Van, he needs a distraction. He has one way to destroy it. Nero shouted that he could count on her. This is something she'd do with her eyes closed. The protagonist shouted back, don't close your eyes though. If it hits her, it'll crush her into dust. Then she ran forward, preparing to attack, and thought she couldn't penetrate his defense. She saw the golem's hand approaching her, then jumped up and pushing off the hand, ran higher. She shouted that at least she's a good runner. She continued running forward and then jumped to the side. At that moment, the protagonist was clutching the hilt of the sword sticking out of his bag. He considered returning the blade to its sheath. He closed his eyes. Nero at that moment jumped back and forth on the golem and then jumped to the ground. The monster looked at her and she, turning slightly, asked that if she couldn't do even that, then what kind of adventurer would she be? Then the golem struck and Van said in fear, oh damn, she's rushing again like during her guild training. If this keeps up. He turned to the protagonist and shouted, Leader, we need to do something urgently. At that moment, MC continued to concentrate his energy, and Nero tried to dodge the golem's blows. She shouted that they shouldn't worry. She remembered how they told her at the guild that she had no talents. She was escorted out the door. They didn't take her seriously because she was a beast man, but she would still prove that she could stand up as an outstanding adventurer. She continued to dodge the golem, and she shouted that she would prove it. At that moment, the protagonist felt a sufficient amount of energy and thought, this is it. This is the same feeling. The feeling that he could cut through anything. Then Van shouted, he needs to wait a second. He called out to Nero and yelled at her to be careful. She asked, what? At that moment, MC charged and the golem attacked Nero, knocking her aside. She flew far back and the protagonist gritted his teeth and used Baldo. The slashing attack landed straight at the golem, causing an explosion. Van yelled in surprise, Leader, what was that? What an amazing leader. MC started breathing heavily and Van said, that golem, him. The protagonist turned around in surprise and asked, what? Van happily said that he finished it off. Not long before, the girl had said, Nero, honestly, she knows she's trying, but in reality she's no use. She just has to imagine what would happen if she were to be put on a team during training. Her friend asked if they'd fail the exam. She's the only one who doesn't have the talent, right? She answered, exactly, really, a beast woman. She decided to become an adventurer? Before, all she would have been good for was serving them. Damn black cat, it's just infuriating. In the present, Nero was breathing heavily, rising to her feet. Van asked, is she okay? She replied, everything is fine. What just happened? The commander defeated the golem? The protagonist said that wasn't true. he lost his concentration at the very last moment. Clouds of smoke began to disperse, and a golem with a wounded shoulder appeared. MC added, his blow missed its target. Then the monster woke up in front of them, concentrating in its huge fist. Van shouted indignantly, "Idiot! She's the one who flew out right in front of the commander and blocked his view. Because of her, he missed." Nero said, "So that's how it is. So she ruined everything." Van asked, "What's wrong with her? This is not like her." Then the main character said that this is not so. Mrs. Nero has nothing to do with it. It was he who made a mistake. This technique is still too crude. He looked at the sword he held with trembling hands and thought that if he had fully mastered this swordsmanship, he would definitely be able to strike without hitting Nero. It's best not to use this sword unless it's in its prime state. Because of the recoil, he can't feel half his body. He's in such a state. And then one of the guys screamed. Yes, he seemed to have gone mad. The golem was heading towards them with determined force. MC shouted that they need to run. The next second, a multitude of stones were thrown at them. The golem used stone breath. The protagonist and the others flew in different directions. Then the protagonist began to climb out of the rubble and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Van hid behind a rock and replied that they were holding up for now. But what to do now? The golem again pointed its hand at Van, preparing to attack. Van screamed desperately. Nero at that moment ran forward and shouted for him to leave her comrades alone. She armed herself with pickaxes and ran forward, striking at the monster. And MC shouted, "This is dangerous. She must dodge." The next second, she jumped on the monster's wounded shoulder and thought, damn, what to do? He didn't care about her blows at all. Thinking is not her strong point, and this is a lousy weapon. It only gets in their way. She is a fighter. If so, she will do everything like a fighter. The enemy is a golem with cracks. If she aims at these cracks left by the commander, if not the first time, then the second. She struck the wounded place again and again and thought, if 2 times are not enough, then a third. And if even 3 times are not enough, she will hit until he dies. A stone. She continued to strike. The golem slowly began to crack, and then he swung his hand, throwing her aside. She fell to the ground, covering it with cracks. Opening one eye, she thought that back in training camp she could have simply yelled at those who underestimated her and forced them to acknowledge her. But that would have changed nothing, because deep down, she still would not have been able to accept herself. So she really needs to learn to accept herself. Her destiny is to be an adventurer. Yes, she may be clumsy, unable to summon or create powerful explosions, and lacking the ability to cut through anything like the commander. Yes, she could be considered a burden in this group, but if she wants to become an adventurer worthy of fighting alongside them, she must prove it. The golem raised its hand to attack, and Van shouted, "What is she doing? She has to get out of there, Nero." She continued to stare at the monster's fist approaching her and thought that she had to prove it to herself. The next second, the monster launched its attack, and Van asked in surprise, "What is that?" The protagonist thought, that pose, he knows it for sure. He'd seen it so many times, dragging a bag behind adventurers, this phenomenon that only happens to adventurers, the awakening statue. She stood her ground, closed her eyes, and in her imagination, she looked around and asked in surprise, where was she? She had just fought a golem. Could it be? A statue of a fighter stood before her, a warrior named Galatus. She said that she who walked the warrior's path, since she sought power, she would impart it to her. With it, she must destroy the monsters in the dungeon, save this world. She looked at it joyfully. They say that when gifted adventurers reach a special milestone, they are struck by a kind of epiphany, and a statue appears. She hadn't experienced this herself, so she didn't know for sure. But she did know one thing. Whoever encountered this statue always takes a step forward. In reality, she clenched her fist and used a manifestation of talent, a shockwave, a special fighter's skill. She concentrated the energy in her fist, pushed off the ground, and delivered a crushing blow to the monster's arm, breaking it into several pieces. The golem's arm flew apart, and then she followed up with another blow to the chest, using it as a cat strike. The golem screamed desperately, cracking as it fell to the ground, then shattered into a multitude of stones. Nero looked at her arm in surprise, then shouted that it had become much stronger. Adventurers with combat talent continually develop their special skills according to their profession. Even having just one talent gives warriors increased strength, and archers increased agility and other physical attributes. But the most significant growth comes from the awakening statue, which is where the biggest changes occur. Each time a certain trigger is triggered, statues appear before adventurers, granting them new powers. For example, Stone is a defender, and thanks to his special skill, Stone Master, he gains the ability to use defensive abilities based on stone manipulation. Lord of Green. However, if he had a special skill from the Lord of Greenery, he would use defensive skills based on tree control. Thus, within the same class, different special skills are often available, making them quite unique. Meanwhile, the little animals continued to work. Nero approached them and told them to step back. She concentrated energy in her fist and said that she would break through. She used a fighter's special skill, Cat Shockwave, Cat Strike. She flew forward rapidly, striking the rocks and thus opening the passage. She closed her eyes and said that this special skill, Shockwave, is simply the best. Then she looked ahead in surprise, dropped to all fours, and said that her head was spinning. MC raised his index finger and said, "Calm down. Most likely, this is a symptom of mana depletion." He doesn't know for sure, but he's heard that special skills consume a lot of ether. She was surprised. Ether? He explained that ether, or mana, is the energy that allows adventurers to use their talents, considering that she, Miss Narrow Narrow, was using a special skill for the first time. She said so, but she'd only used it twice. The protagonist replied, "That's exactly it. That shows how powerful it is." She asked, "Did he see it, Van? Her skill is really cool, right?" She looked at him in surprise. He was holding a soul in his hands and asked, "What was that? Did a golem suddenly throw it out?" The protagonist thought for a moment, then said, "Perhaps it's an echo of a soul." He rarely met adventurers with the necromancer class, so he couldn't say for sure, but as far as he knew, necromancers are able to collect the souls of monsters whose waves match their own. Van said, "Oh, right. I think they said something like that in training. If so, then it must be this." He clasped the soul in his hands and said, "It's his, right?" The soul disappeared in his hand, and he said that an epiphany occurred to him. He thought, his special skill is Vantablack. It's a segmented golem. What if I add the soul of a yellow golem? He understood how to use it. A magic symbol glowed on his hand. Soul Echo. The echo of the yellow golem's soul was placed on his thumb. Finger summoning. Thumb. A necromancer's special skill. Van pointed his hand forward, from which the thumb separated, and said, "Raise undead." A huge golem appeared in front of him. He said in surprise, "Wow, it's become many times larger than before." He's already tired of raising his head, on his knees. The next second, the golem in front of him knelt down. Van laughed and said, "That's better." At that moment, Narrow Narrow pointed her finger at him and shouted, "She tried harder than anyone, and all the cream goes to him." In response, he laughed and said, "It's all because he's a genius." Then she shouted, "Before it explodes, he must quickly recall the summons." The protagonist, watching them, thought, adventurers instantly become stronger like that. No wonder ordinary people can't keep up with them. Although the growth of these two is certainly pleasing. After all, in this world they need as many strong adventurers as possible to destroy dungeons. Then he said, "Okay, calm down. Be that as it may, they defeated the Guardian. All that's left is to check the secret room." She happily said, "A secret room." After that, MC picked up a candle and said, "Everyone be on guard. Even if they defeated the Guardian, no one knows what awaits them inside the secret room." They went forward, and he added, "But if they get a good reward there, they can reach the required amount of gold, and they'll join the guild, maybe even have some left over for a tip." Van, with tears in his eyes, clenched his fist and said, "I wish I had a lot of money. I really want to join the guild already." She added, "That's right. Stop straining yourself in these mines." The protagonist turned around and said, "By the way, the two of them are supposedly going to join the guild together, right? They're such close friends. They usually go their separate ways after graduation. How come they're always together now?" Van scratched his head and replied that he didn't even know when they started hanging out together. She asked thoughtfully how their friendship began. She remembered hearing a shout from behind the door. "They're idiots!" Van yelled. "Stop that non-stop chatter from behind them. They need to remember, such things are unacceptable in front of a genius adventurer." The others shouted, "What kind of idiot is he? Everything's going to explode right now. He needs to cancel the summoning quickly." Then Narrow Narrow smiled and said, "What kind of stupid questions are you asking? After all, she and Van were the top graduates of the training school. It makes sense that they'd stick together." He said, "So that's how it is. It all fits together." She shouted, "Now that they have special skills, they're invincible." Van added, "Well, Commander, he's still curious about that bag he has." Narrow Narrow added, "Exactly. She'd been wanting to ask for a while too. He has so many things in there." Van folded his arms and asked, "Commander, isn't he a swordsman?" MC laughed and said, "Cases like his are rare, so it's no wonder they don't know. Usually, most people are given a class that suits them during their rebirth ceremony, but awakening doesn't come in the form of a talent, but an item or personal equipment. His bag was one of those. Such things are usually useless, and the person is considered unlucky." Narrow Narrow, surprised, said she didn't know such a thing existed. "Can I touch his bag?" The protagonist replied that it was generally possible, but for her it would be quite ordinary. She was surprised. It really was empty. Then he took off his bag and said, "But if he puts his hand in, magic happens." With these words, he took 2 lollipops out of the bag. Narrow Narrow said in surprise, "This is real magic." MC said that the bag keeps things in the condition they were intended for. That's why everything stays fresh. He gave the lollipops to the guys, and Narrow Narrow said, "With such a power, you could make a ton of money." Van agreed. "It's true. You can skip the dungeon altogether and just use this." The protagonist laughed and said that if you only think about money, then that's true. At first, he really did use the bag to save up some starting capital. Before the dungeon, he threw a feast. Sometimes he would bring food from the best establishments and sell it right before the dungeon. He also helped with the mass supply of equipment and provisions. But his goal wasn't wealth. If, thanks to his help, even one adventurer could destroy one more dungeon, that would be enough for him. While they were chatting, it seemed they reached a secret room. They should take a look. This is the reward, and this is the secret room. Several statues stood in front of them, and Narrow Narrow shouted, "What a strange pedestal." MC said, "These men are rare, called exchange statues. If you give them something they like, they'll exchange it for a reward." She was surprised and said, "But they don't have anything." The protagonist took off his bag and told them not to worry. Such statues don't demand expensive or valuable items, and they should look carefully. "This one looks like a farmer, right?" Luckily, he'd encountered something like that before, if you give a farm statue some crops. The next second, he placed the item in the statue's hands. The statue smiled and then tossed him an emerald. Nero cried out in surprise. An emerald! The protagonist said this gem alone would more than cover all the raid's expenses and allow them to join the guild. Nero pressed the emerald to her face and asked, "Really? Then we should hurry and offer something to the next statue." MC approached the next statue and said thoughtfully, "Next, it looks like this one depicts a mage. We need to think about what they have that might appeal to a mage. A magic stone?" He then threw the object into the hands of the statue, which looked at him angrily, and then the protagonist cried, "Damn! Failure." It looks like the statue didn't like the item. Liquid flew at them. Van was surprised that there was only one chance. Nero cried out, "She's all sticky." The protagonist said he didn't expect to be splashed with weakening liquid if he made a mistake, so he had to approach the last statue especially carefully. So the last statue was a zombie? Nero shouted. This was his last chance. He couldn't screw this up. Van added, yes, he had to do everything he could to make it work. She shouted, since it was a zombie, maybe it wanted meat or blood? Van shouted that he could give up his finger if necessary. She shouted that it wouldn't be enough. He just had to exchange all of Van. He was surprised. What had she said? The protagonist put his hand on his hip and told them to wait and let him think. Something suitable, the bone junk they brought from the burial dungeon? Or maybe troll blood? Or raw meat? Even though it belonged to a beast? He thought, wait, was that really what the zombie statue wanted? After all, the zombie had once been a man, and if so, then maybe that's what he really wanted. With these thoughts, he placed the apple in the statue's hands. Van shouted in surprise, "What is he doing, an apple?" Nero shouted, "Commander, is he an idiot? They've screwed up." MC laughed and said, "Calm down. It's a risk, of course, but this apple is a special fruit from the southern region. It's grown in Xiantho, a region where the soil contains sacred energy and has a purifying effect. If he's right, then maybe the zombie actually wants to be healed." The next second, the zombie statue remembered the happy times when it was human. A bright light appeared. The protagonist smiled and said to the others, "Look, the zombie is healing." The zombie statue is turning into a hidden jackpot statue. Nero shouted in surprise, "Hidden?" Van shouted, "I knew you could rely on him, Commander." The statue was holding a golden chest in its hands. The protagonist smiled, looking at it, and then opened the chest and said in surprise, "It's a relic." After a while, the boys brought the bag to Anne, and she asked in surprise, "They really collected all of this?" Van said, "For them, genius adventurers, it's as easy as pie." Nero said, "Now she's obliged to accept them into the guild." She replied, "Of course they will." Van said, "Now he understands." Honestly, at first he thought she just wanted to extort money from them, but now that they'd gone through all this themselves to collect the gold they needed, he realized she wanted them to grow in the process. Nero added, "That's right, he even awakened a special skill thanks to it." She laughed and said, "Well, yes, they've seen through her." She laughed that she'd scammed them. Now she could go shopping. The Adventurers Association was crowded, when suddenly adventurers entered the room. Petra's eyes widened in surprise and said, "They're all back." She saw the badge on their robes and said, "This badge, did they actually join the guild?" Nero laughed and replied, "The guild couldn't pass up talent like them." Van smiled and said, "You could say the sunset wind has taste after all." Nero ordered Petra to listen carefully. She began telling a very emotional story. They had made their way to the very depths of the mining dungeon. They'd been mining ore all day. And then Van had caused an explosion, and then a golem appeared, and that's when she used her talent. And then in the hidden room, he said he'd trade her for what he needed. That's how it was. Petra laughed and said it was impressive. Nagi spoke up, but that's why they came here. Someone asked if anyone had any IDs. Nero cried out happily, "Yes." MC was holding an unidentified fighter's artifact in his hands, and Petra asked in surprise, "Is that an artifact?" "They found it in the mining dungeon." Nero answered, "Yes, it was found in a hidden room." Petra asked again, "A hidden room?" They were really lucky. She can do a simple identification too. Van ruffled his hair and said, "He said they need to sell this and be done with it." Nero replied discontentedly, "But she said you can't. It's a memento she received after her first victory over the monster. Selling such things is sacrilege." A while ago, Van loudly asked to wait and asked, "An artifact? An artifact? What is that anyway?" Nero asked, "Is it better than an emerald?" MC looked at them and thought, "These fools really don't know anything." He said, "So an artifact is special equipment used specifically by adventurers. And it's an order of magnitude, even tens of orders of magnitude, more expensive than regular equipment, and this is theirs, a fighter's artifact. It can't be used until it's fully identified." But, in his opinion, the fact that Lady Nero awakened a special skill in this particular dungeon, and then she found a fighter's artifact right there, it's fate. Nero looked at him happily, and Nagi said what to do with this artifact. "Lord Van, he's thinking the same thing as him, right?" Van spoke up. "It seems they really are on the same wavelength, Commander." MC said they'll give this artifact to Lady Nero as an awakening gift. Van shouted, "They'll sell it." The guys exchanged glances, and Nero happily asked, "Are they serious? Are they really giving her this?" Van was currently shouting, "He says they'll sell it. If you sell it, you can use the money to deck yourself out in the best gear from the store and still have some left over." Nero screamed, "Her darling." Petra suddenly joined the conversation and shouted, "No, Van, comparing an artifact to regular equipment is simply an insult. An artifact is an adventurer's pride, his reliable companion in the dungeons. Each artifact is a magical item with unique abilities, and most importantly, they combine perfectly with ether. They say that even one artifact artifact that perfectly matches an adventurer's ether can dramatically enhance his combat abilities. Petra is known as a dungeon fan and a relic enthusiast. She said, by the way, many adventurers explore dungeons specifically for the artifacts. It's a fact. Nero said it. Master, she speaks the truth. Van asked in surprise. What? Nagi thought. Ms. Petra is right. Some ranker adventurers even cover themselves in artifacts from head to toe. But the irony is that the very existence of an artifactor belittles abilities like his bag. No matter how useful his ability, there are plenty of such magical artifacts in this world. Petra reached for the artifact and said to look. She was now identifying the artifact, a special tracker skill, identification, converting artifact properties into text. The identification was complete, and an artifact emerged from the stone. The system window reported that this was the artifact of fighter number 500, a rare copycat that copies its owner's skills. The cat began to scream joyfully, like Nero. She jerked her hand, and the copycat moved to her arm like a bracelet. Nero cried out, "What is this? Why did it suddenly equip itself?" Van, with tears in his eyes, ordered her to quickly remove the copycat. They wanted to sell the creature new. Petra happily congratulated Nero and said that the artifact seemed to mesh very well with Miss Nero's ether. She asked again, does it mesh with ether? Petra answered, yes. Sometimes it's not the person who chooses the artifact, but the artifact that chooses the master. Nero laughed and asked, okay, it's hers now. Van asked in surprise. What? By the way, Commander, he also has an artifact, doesn't he? He felt something similar. MC smiled and asked, is this the sword? He got it in the grave dungeon, but unfortunately it's not in the best condition. They say artifacts are difficult to repair. Petra asked discontentedly, no, well, how did he even handle it to get to this point? Nagi replied, one swing, and it's already trashed. Perhaps the artifact wasn't that good after all. Van folded his arms and muttered, he's wrong. If he hadn't missed, he could have cut the golem in half. Petra froze and thought, cut the golem in half? This artifact, 444 Geddes, is made of black barrel oak steel, and he was able to bring it to this state with one blow? The more she learns about him, the more amazed she is. Van offered to sell it. MC replied, it's a gift. Petra thought, Mr. Nagi, he keeps moving forward even without talent. And here she is. Nagi apologized for disturbing them and said they had a meeting so they would return to the guild office. Petra watched them go with a slight sadness, which Rasha noticed. After a while, Agnesta stood in the house, marking places on the map. She thought, this is already the 30th place. All the dungeons where a breakthrough occurred recently seem to connect in one line, forming a certain sequence. This doesn't seem like a coincidence, and each of them is directly or indirectly connected to the Dawn Guild. Judging by the trend, the next dungeon where a breakthrough is likely is this. If they dare prevent the breakthrough before this one starts, they will inevitably face a direct confrontation with the Dawn Guild. At that moment, the leader said, no mistake, no obstacle will be forgiven. From the cracked dungeon, where V personally appeared, to the tomb dungeon, where they were sure a breakthrough would occur, they have already encountered resistance more than once, and each time, it was initiated by Sunset Wind. That is precisely why the breakthrough must happen at any cost this time, even if it means eliminating everyone in the way. Naid smiled and asked, why is he so worried, Commander? Johanna went there this time. That snake has the grip of an anaconda. Even he tries to avoid her. And she, by the way, personally warned him that Agnesta was her prey. At this time, Agnesta stood in the room and thought, the Guild Dawn, these are artificial players. They themselves cause breakthroughs, and then heroically suppress them, so as not to arouse the suspicions of the association. But what's the point? What benefit do they get by doing all this? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and adventurers entered. MC asked, Miss Agnesta, was she calling? She turned around and said, they have arrived. Nagi said, they say she has business. Agnesta sighed and answered, yes, that's right. Their guild, Sunset Wind, is going to clear an A-rank dungeon where a breakthrough will soon occur. Van yelled, an A-rank dungeon? Finally, a quest worthy of the genius adventurer Van Deshtar. Nero screamed loudly, they will clear everything. Agnesta said, no, it's impossible. They're too weak. These words struck them right in the heart and they started screaming loudly. Nero said it was because she hadn't seen her special skill yet. Van screamed, that's right, and he recently obtained a golem soul, don't forget. Agnesta replied, no, they won't survive in this dungeon. Suddenly, Nero began to examine her closely and thought, is it because she started manipulating ether? That aura emanating from the deputy head. The difference in ether level is simply colossal. So, she means to say that they are really useless? MC spoke up, but since she still called them, then she probably has a reason? Agnesta replied, yes, that's right. She and the Nines group are going to clear an A-rank dungeon, but strangely enough, as if by coincidence, a dungeon perfect for them appeared. It's located in the northwestern canyon, a huge dungeon that goes deep underground, also known as the Anthil. Mr. Nagi, Miss Nero, and Mr. Van, the three of them, will clear this dungeon. This will be their first official mission as part of the Sunset Wind, and Mr. Nagi will be in charge of the clearing. MC looked at her in surprise and asked, what? But he's just a porter. Agnesta asked, didn't he know? When she invited them to Sunset Wind, she invited him not as a porter, but as an adventurer. Therefore, in this dungeon, he will become the group commander and lead the clearing. Thus began the first official dungeon clearing under Nagi's command. However, they could not imagine what awaited them ahead. In the dungeon, a knight was running from a huge creature, breathing heavily, when suddenly the creature attacked. The guy said with tears in his eyes, surprise. This doesn't look like a C-rank dungeon. This is at least B rank, no A rank, no less, especially that giant ant. What kind of mutant is this anyway? Because of that monster, their entire team died. At that moment, the witch looked around and said that she was eagerly awaiting Agnesta. After a while, Agnesta and Nagi were sitting in the hut. He laughed and asked, "Raid Commander? To be honest, this is unexpected. And shouldn't the official raid commander be at least a gold-ranked adventurer?" Agnesta replied no. Since the order was placed on behalf of the guild, there wouldn't be any problems. She'd already signed everything. MC chimed in. But even if it was a C-class dungeon, if the three of them went in there was a high chance they'd simply screw it up. Agnesta took a bite and said they didn't have to worry about that either. He knew, Mr. Nagi, that the ant dungeon was cleared as a joint raid involving several guilds at once, so there would be many other parties, and failure was practically impossible. Besides, he'd already led a raid in the cracked dungeon, and, frankly, he was the group leader in the tomb dungeon. He was the one she'd chosen. So, he should just believe in himself. Besides, there would be a right person waiting for him there who could help him. She laughed and said, "True, he has a bit of a personality problem, but otherwise, he's incredibly reliable." Nagi answered, "I see. But if they're talking about clearing the ant dungeon, then he has one serious question." Agnesta asked, "He thought about that too, right?" MC and Agnesta said at the same time, "Ranger, the ant dungeon is a real labyrinth, and its structure is constantly changing. Without an experienced ranger to lead the team, it's impossible to even get outside, let alone clear it." Agnesta said, "That's right." She also tried to find a suitable ranger, at least a little, but she couldn't find anyone. If they resolved this issue, they could begin immediately. After a while, Petra was writing something in the Adventurers Association. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Petra." Rasha approached her and shouted irritably, "Petra." She adjusted her glasses and said, "She's been daydreaming all day." She didn't even notice that the clients had arrived. Petra smiled and apologized, saying she was just lost in thought. She apologizes to the respected adventurers. She looked at the people standing in front of her with confusion and asked, "Is it them?" She cried out, Lin, she's a silver-ranked ranger from the Mad Raccoons Guild." The guy folded his arms across his chest and said, "They haven't seen each other in a long time, Petra. The last time was in the academy, right?" Petra replied, "Yes, that's right." She heard that she joined the guild. It's nice to meet her, but Lin interrupted her and asked her to wait. She's speaking too familiarly, doesn't she think? Yes, they were on the same level at the academy, but she's just porcelain, and she's already a silver-ranked adventurer. Does she understand what she means? No matter how smart she was back then, now she's just a clerk in the association, and she, an adventurer. So she shouldn't forget her place. Petra sighed and with a smile asked for forgiveness. Lin turned away and said, "Well, they'll see each other. If she ever needs someone to do her dirty work, she can call." Rasha asked with displeasure, "What kind of idiots are these?" Petra laughed and replied, "They're just former classmates from the academy." Rasha asked, "Did she study in an orc pit?" Petra replied, "Well, she understands. There's an opinion that inspectors are those who lack the talent or courage to become adventurers." Rasha shouted in irritation, "That's understandable, but why act like underage idiots?" Petra asked her to ignore it. "It's fine. Tracker talent is the ability to lead a team through dungeons, to be a guiding light. However, this skill is often needed outside of dungeons as well. If you want, you can become an inspector in the association instead of an adventurer, to do equally useful things. Research ecosystems, investigate crimes within dungeons, assess the difficulty level of a dungeon, and, well, do paperwork in your free time." But in reality, inspectors are often perceived as those who couldn't become adventurers. Rasha said that her case was exactly that. She was glad she discovered her talent, but it turned out that she lacked both the skills and the character for a real tracker's job. That's why she became an inspector. But there she was. She could have become an adventurer, couldn't she? When she said she was joining the association, everyone was shocked. Petra listened to her and replied, "Well, it's just that her grandfather was categorically against her becoming an adventurer." Rasha asked, "Strict then?" She understood. Petra answered, "No." He burst into tears, begging her to refuse. Rasha spoke up, "So that's it. So it wasn't her will. Then let her tell her what she really wants." In fact, she recently read her article, although, to be honest, it looks more like a personal diary than a scientific text. Petra happily asked, "Did she read it?" Rasha began to speak. That day, when Mr. Nagi looked at Agnesta, there was a desire to become an adventurer in his eyes. Petra burst into tears and asked her to stop. Rasha put her hand to her head and said, "But she thought so too." She herself had changed after clearing the cracked dungeon with that porter Nagi. Petra joyfully asked the elder to listen to her. Does she know what she saw? A stone pig. Rasha spoke up as she listened to their stories about how they returned from the mining dungeon. Her eyes sparkled. She thought she also wanted to become an adventurer. After a while, Petra was walking down the long corridor. She had answered a while ago. Yes, she was right. In fact, she wanted to become an adventurer more than anyone else. That's why she even joined the training camp without telling her grandfather. But when her grandfather found out and started crying, she thought about it. She decided that it was better for her to be a good granddaughter who would calm him down than to follow her dream. After her parents died, he was the only one who loved and protected her. So it was quite easy for her to let go of her dream, which is what she actually did. A dream is a dream, to dream about, isn't it? Rasha asked Petra, "Is she really stupid, right?" Petra asked in surprise. "What?" Rasha screamed loudly. Her grandfather may want to protect her with all his might, but deep down he wants to see her happy and doing what she loves. She's a fool. Currently, she was standing in front of the huge door and saying, she really does it. Is it right to do as the elder Rasha said? She sighed and knocked on the door, opening it. She said hello and said that she had come for the adventurer recertification. She wants to change professions. The man turned around and said they have time for the inspection until the coffee gets cold. However, he is not sure that this makes sense. He will tell you honestly, she showed excellent results as an inspector. Maybe she should continue working as an inspector? Petra answered, but the elder said she was lucky and that today is the day when the adventurer certification is taking place, so she decided to give it a try. The man asked again, lucky? No, more correctly, unlucky, because he is conducting the certification today. He asked to introduce himself. He is Mr. Toch, but he is better known as the adventurer killer. Petra asked fearfully, an adventurer killer? She has heard of him. He doesn't literally kill adventurers, but his assessments are so strict that most either fail or are relegated to a low rank. That's why they call him the adventurer killer. Mr. Toch frowned and said, frankly, there was no point in his participation. Every year, inspectors emerge who want to become adventurers. However, the success rate for reassessment is only 5%. What if there have been changes in talent or ether during this time? Perhaps a hidden talent has awakened within her. Everyone comes to the reassessment with such expectations, but in the end, only disappointment awaits. This hidden talent test is absolutely accurate. In the center of the room stood a machine for determining hidden talent. Toch said, the chances of talent developing over the years are practically zero. There's no point in delaying it. Let her simply put her hand to the device, and the reality will immediately become clear. He turned away and thought, Mr. Toch. He had seen such cases many times. She'll likely fail already at the broadcast testing stage. If she could become an adventurer, she would have done so long ago. Petra frowned and thought, honestly, she's still unsure. Is it right to pursue her dream despite her grandfather? But the change in her heart wasn't just because of her dream of becoming an adventurer. No, it was something else. She asked Mr. Nagy, why was he risking his life so much for the sake of clearing dungeons? There were other ways to make money. He answered calmly, as if it were something obvious, because someone needs to do it. These words sounded ordinary, but she knew the truth. Participating in clearing dungeons without the protection of ether, it's dangerous. It's like throwing yourself into a fire with bare hands, even if he's just a porter. His words made her feel ashamed. Petra walked up to the machine and began taking the test, providing ether. She thought that despite her innate talent, she had not done anything truly worthwhile. The light came on, and after a while, she walked out the door and exhaled. Lynn's voice rang out, wow. She decided to recertify. She returned in less than 30 minutes, so the result is predictable. Lynn saw the badge in Petra's hand and widened her eyes in surprise. She asked what she had. After a while, Rasha sat in a chair and said she was sorry about how things turned out. Petra was a good co-worker. Perhaps she shouldn't have told her. She lost another colleague because of it. At that moment, Agnesta said she tried to find out about her everywhere, but in the end, she couldn't find her. MC replied that the ant dungeon was more of a cleaning operation than a clearing. He'd heard adventurers avoided it. Finding a ranger willing to go there wouldn't be easy. Agnesta replied that that was a problem. If they wanted to make it in time for the raid, they needed to leave before tomorrow morning. Nagi replied that it would be good if a ranger dropped out of the sky. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and Petra entered the room. She apologized and asked, "Can I ask you a question? Are they by any chance looking for another guild member?" Petra, "She's a gold-ranked ranger now." Agnesta and MC's eyes widened in surprise when they saw her. Agnesta asked, "Really? Is that even possible? A talented ranger has joined Nagi's squad." Mr. Toch said he hadn't felt anything like this in a long time. It's like finding a precious stone in a pile of clay. This feeling, this delight that cannot be compared to anything for an examiner. That's probably why this morning's coffee is special. Suddenly a loud scream was heard. "Problem, Mr. Toch?" Did he hear it? The same Petra who was recognized as a gold adventurer yesterday. Apparently it was kept a secret, but her grandfather. Toch frowned and dropped the mug from his hands, thinking, this is terrible. After a while, MC's team was riding in a carriage. Petra sighed, and Nagi asked, "What's wrong with her? Is she still worried about that conversation?" Petra laughed lightly, and then asked why she answered like that back then. Agnesta said, "Petra, she knows that she is an extremely responsible person, but if she wants to join the guild, she will have to ask. What kind of adventurer does she see herself as? Anyone who goes clearing dungeons is bound to one day encounter a monster stronger than them, or an enemy that is impossible to defeat. If she finds herself facing such an opponent, what will she do?" Petra thought about it. She had already heard Nagi answer this question. She spoke. If she encountered such an enemy, she will not neglect any means to defeat him. Silence hung in the air, and then Agnesta said sadly, "Yes, that's how it is." Honestly, such an answer is a little, no, very disappointing. Petra asked why. Agnesta asked, "And what would he do, Nagi?" MC closed his eyes and answered, "Well, Nagi thought such opponents were indeed common, especially with him lately. An opponent who couldn't be defeated. A lich, and Agnesta too. When he faced them, he probably said the most important thing, the will to win, no matter who was in front of him. That's what really matters." Agnesta responded happily, as expected of Nagi. Petra said discontentedly, "That's not what he told her back then." In the end, Petra's test for joining the guild was clearing that very ant dungeon. Petra, with tears in her eyes, said, "Well, she simply has no choice. She needs to prove herself in this raid on the ant dungeon. Nero couldn't resist and said, but that's not the most important thing right now. Petra let her answer honestly. How did she even become an adventurer before them? Van shouted, is she really a hidden imbalance like the commander? Petra asked them to be quiet and said that rangers initially had a choice between being an adventurer or an inspector. She simply returned to the adventurer profession. Nero and Van said, I see. They exchanged glances and said, so she is a hidden imbalance after all, right? Petra laughed and answered, maybe. Nagi said, but if the Golden Ranger is with them, he feels more comfortable going into this dungeon. Honestly, even from the raid in the cracked dungeon, it was clear that she has good talent. Petra said she has little real experience, but she hopes she will be useful. She prepared very well for this raid. She opened the book and shouted, she knows everything, from the dungeon's features to the types of ants. Nagi said she prepared simply superbly. She's really great, but he'd already been there once as a porter. It's a dungeon. You can't be 100% prepared for it. There's just an endless stream of ants. They keep coming and coming, just endlessly. In these conditions, none of this knowledge will help. Petra asked again, what? Nagi asked to keep that in mind. After a while, they stopped at the entrance to the ant dungeon. Nero said, what a hole. MC asked what Petra thought. She replied, judging by the concentration of magic in the dungeon, it really is C-class, as stated in the quest. But even despite the low rank, for a team raid, the scale is impressive. Nagi replied, yes, they say that the real difficulty depends on the size and depth. If the entrance is already like this, then everything inside will surely be much larger. Last time, it seemed like the hole was smaller. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind them. Who are they? What are they doing here? MC asked. Who is asking? The Herald, the gold-ranked warrior and the leader of the Ant Dungeon raid from the Noenzer Guild, said they were from the Noenzer Guild and were in charge of the main raid of this ant dungeon. Did they also come here to clear it? So, who's their commander? The Gold Ranger. So she's the commander? Petra answered, indeed. No, she's not the commander. Their commander is Lord Nagi. The Herald asked, what? He has a porcelain badge. He laughed loudly, drooling in all directions and shouted, a porcelain commander? They sure have a sense of humor. Nero told him not to overexert himself, and Nagi replied that this was the expected reaction. Petra said it was impolite to judge everything by a badge. The Herald asked, what kind of answer is that? I mean, porcelain commander. This isn't a joke. Are they serious? In any case, he'd like to make a proposal. He invited Petra to join their group. Their only ranger is bronze, so they could use someone a little stronger, and she has a pretty face. He likes her. The bronze ranger from their team looked away with tears in his eyes. Petra frowned and replied, no, thank you. For their team, their commander, Mr. Nagi, is more than worthy of this role. Herald smiled and said, wow. These are some strange guys. Maybe they should be shown how to treat porters? He turned around and ordered the bag to come here. The porter followed behind, and Harold asked, is he dragging his feet again? There's always one thing or another wrong with these porters these days. All they know how to do is complain. The porter apologized to Mr. Harold. Petra looked at him and screamed, are they crazy? This is clearly overloaded. The Herald replied, they push a regular porter to the limit, so he won't even want to open his mouth. That way they'll whine less and obey better. That's how you treat them, girl. If they have a porter as their commander, that means they can all be considered the same. Petra looked down and spoke. She expected them to be misunderstood, but she didn't think it would be that much. MC asked Petra not to worry. He thought, but these people really are trash. The porters these raiders brought with them are all overloaded. They should have distributed this amount of weight among 7 people, but they apparently decided to save money and took fewer people than the rules allowed. He'd already forgotten that there were days like this when he, as a porter, wasn't even considered a person. For most adventurers, a porter is just a bag for things. Johanna suddenly stepped forward and asked, what difference does it make anyway? The Noenzer Guild will easily carry out this raid themselves anyway. They are strong, after all. The adventurers cried out joyfully, Miss Johanna, right? They have enough strength on their own to complete such a dungeon. Johanna, a bronze priest and mercenary from the White Order, spoke up. Honestly, she's afraid of dungeons, so the more people there are, the calmer she'll be. The adventurers cried out. If Johanna thought so, so be it. They could stick with them. They'd definitely protect them. The guy turned around and told them to consider themselves lucky. Normally, their guild would have been fined for something like that long ago. What do you mean, add a porter commander to a raid? That's completely out of line. Basically, they need to stay out of their way and just follow. Johanna asked, so, are they coming? She folded her hands behind her back and said, she promises it will be an interesting adventure. MC looked at the snake tattoo on her back and felt dark mana. His eyes widened in fear, which Petra noticed and asked, what's wrong with him, Nagi? He replied, no, nothing. He just has a bad feeling about this. Well, that's about what he expected. Okay, they just need to follow them for now, like they said. Van shouted happily. Finally, a dungeon that looks truly dangerous. They approached the dungeon and looked down. An ant dungeon. At first glance, it might not seem much different from the others, except that the main monsters here are ants. But only someone who doesn't know how tough it is would think that. Among adventurers, this dungeon even has a second name, the Terrible Ant Lair. Tangled, maze-like tunnels, and constant waves of ants that don't give them a second of peace. It's pure hell. No words can describe how tough it is. In this regard, going with the main raid was really lucky, because if they had gone in here on their own, without experience, their team would have been in big trouble. But after just 30 minutes of clearing everything together, MC realized one thing. These guys, they're the famous Hopeless Trinity among adventurers. Van asked again, the Hopeless Trinity? Nero asked, who even are they? Petra replied, they're well-known types of adventurers. There are 3 types of fools who ruin any raid, and the first of them is a brainless battering ram. The herald ordered them to go ahead. Follow him. These are raiders who know nothing but how to charge forward. They don't care about traps, monsters, or anything else. No strategy, just brute force, which is why the whole group suffers. It's because of them that everything usually goes wrong. The second type are stubborn idiots. You can't tell them anything. You can't give them any advice. Petra said she thought they'd been here before. It seemed to her that there was a dead end there. The guy grumpily ordered her to shut up. They're in charge here, so don't bother them. Look, she has a gold badge and is already playing the boss. They always insist on their own way, proud beyond belief, and turn any raid into a complete nervous wreck. The guy looked at the stone wall and asked, what do you mean, a dead end? Petra said, she told you it was a dead end. And finally, the biggest ruiner of any raid is the pickup artist. Johanna said, he's simply amazing. The adventurer was showing off his muscles and asking, did she see that? He would protect her, and then they could go for coffee together. Instead of focusing on the raid, these guys are always thinking, isn't it possible to find love in a dungeon? Basically, there's nothing to be gained with this raid. Horrible. How did they manage to get into this mess? An ant dungeon. The periodically appearing ant dungeons are completed not so much as a clearing format, but as a regular cleaning format. The guilds appointed by the association form combined raid groups, and each clears its own sector. That's all. 4 raid groups have already entered this ant dungeon. Because the reward doesn't match the effort, they try to avoid it. And usually, everyone wants to clear their section as best they can and leave as quickly as possible. That's probably why these guys are in such a hurry to clear. MC thought that, because they were mindlessly rushing forward, the porters' fatigue was accumulating. Clearing doesn't depend only on adventurers. If a porter gets injured, it seriously damages the party's combat power. But few adventurers understand this. Nagi asked the porter if he was okay. Maybe he could carry it for him? The porter replied that everything was fine. It was his usual job, nothing to worry about. MC thought he'd really like to put their luggage in his bag, but the porter said it's his burden. He has to handle it himself. MC looked at Harold and the adventurers and thought, these guys look so unpleasant. He feels like something worse is about to happen. Harold turned around with displeasure and asked why they were hesitating. If they had time to chat, they should move on. Petra stepped forward and told them to wait. This method of clearing things out is wrong. Can't he see that the porters are tired and injured? Harold sighed and said, these guys are a disgrace to all adventurers. Since Porter is the raid commander, is she now sticking up for the porters? She should pay close attention to who the porters are in the dungeon. The herald picked up a bag of coins and tossed it aside. He said it was a whole 10 gold pieces, and whoever picked it up would get it. The porters asked again, 10 gold pieces? Petra turned around and shouted, stop this place. The porter ran forward and shouted, these gold pieces are enough for a day's pay. He caught it. He started laughing joyfully. 10 gold pieces. Suddenly, huge ants headed his way, and the porter was terrified. The herald grabbed his sword and, using his warrior talent, unleashed a whirlwind of whirlwinds. The monsters' bodies were chopped into several pieces, and the herald stopped. Petra said, all these ants with one blow. MC said, unlike his character, this adventurer has some serious skills. He thought about this guy. He knew there were ants lying in wait, and he deliberately threw the coins to use the porter as bait. As a result, he easily dealt with the swarm of ambushed ants, but the porter was wounded. He sat on the ground, clutching his leg, and tears welled up in his eyes. Nagi thought that porters usually couldn't wear normal armor because of the weight of their luggage. Even if there was a priest in the raid, he would never heal him because he didn't want to waste ether. MC said that if something had gone wrong, that porter would have died. Do they always conduct cleanups like this? The herald turned around and asked if he was protecting him because they were colleagues. He was a porter too, he should understand. Adventurers and porters are contractual relationships. He paid the money, and that's it. The porter happily said, no. On the contrary, he was grateful. Mr. Harold, he's the only one who hires him as a porter. Harold approached Nagi and asked, did he understand? He seemed arrogant because adventurers called him raid commander. That's the reality of being a porter. MC looked at him with displeasure, but said nothing. The adventurer asked, Commander, how about this option? It seems they are very unhappy with their promotion methods. And here, as it seems to him, is the crossroad to the first, second, and third sectors. They would task them with clearing the first sector. Harold smiled and said, yes, that was a good idea. They were the main raid after all. It would be a shame if they cleared it slower than the others. They were responsible for 3 sectors, so let them clear the first sector and head back. Even if their raid commander was Porter, would they be able to handle that? MC thought, perhaps it would even be safer than going with them. However, one thing bothered him. With such types, parting never ends well. There might be a catch. Well, it was still better than dragging along with them. MC told everyone to be careful and keep up. They headed to the first sector, and Nero said that when she descends like this along the rope, it's as if she found herself in the cracked dungeon again. Van said, but this time they'll be able to properly hunt monsters. Nero screamed, right? Those guys didn't let them kill a single monster. It was so annoying. They went down and Petra said, "It's incredibly spacious here." Nagi replied, "If there were ant tunnels before, now the real lair begins. Now they'll have to clear everything on their own, so they should be prepared. Who knows what kind of enemy awaits them and how many ants will appear, so they should be careful. Besides, it's unlikely those guys would have left them a good sector." At that moment, a guy in another sector laughed happily. He said, "That tracker girl with the gold badge, it looks like she's also a newbie. If she had done a proper reconnaissance, she would have realized that they can't go into that sector. Even he, with the copper badge, knows that." Harold said, "Thanks to these simpletons, it's for the better for them. If they draw attention to themselves, they'll be better off clearing it out. These idiots don't even realize they've entered the very center of a deadly vortex." After a while, the MC group was walking along a stone corridor when Petra suddenly turned around in fear and said, "That sound. A swarm of ants is approaching. From behind. No, from above." Huge ants broke through the stone wall and headed toward the adventurers. Nero screamed. So many of them came out. MC frowned and thought, honestly, he's still not sure if Agnesta's decision to appoint him as raid commander was the right one. Nowhere in the world does a porter become a raid commander. Those guys from the Noenzer Guild would probably laugh, calling it nonsense. But since he's been tasked with it, he needs to handle it. Nagi drew his blades and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. He will lead the way, and Mr. Nero and Mr. Van, let them prepare for a joint attack. MC thought, the most dangerous thing about the lower ants is their lightning-fast legs and mandibles. But maybe it was because he saw Miss Agnesta's speed. He grinned and thought, they're so slow it makes him sleepy. He rushed forward and began attacking the monsters. Nagi thought, ordinary monsters can be cut down even without the power of ether. But simply hacking them down and piercing their thick shells is usually difficult. To deal with them, MC needs his experience as a porter based on attacking weak points. In dungeon clearing, a porter has two main tasks, carrying the adventurer's luggage and the trophies they've obtained. Trophies often have to be obtained by butchering monsters, but adventurers don't give him much time for butchering. He had to pierce their thick shells and quickly obtain trophies, which is how he learned the monster's weak points. Ants have a very vulnerable abdomen, so much so that it can easily be cut with a regular sword. Another difficulty with ants is their coordinated attack using numerical superiority. Since they communicate using special chemicals called pheromones, if this is interrupted by a stronger scent, their movements are significantly slowed. MC got some stink mushrooms, foul-smelling mushrooms growing in the tomb dungeon. Nagi swung it and jabbed at the monsters' bodies. It pierced the creature's body, and Nero screamed loudly, "Enough of this commander's fun." She and Van ran to MC's aid and shouted, "It's their turn." They used their fighter talent and sweet strike to strike the monsters. Nero activated the copycat artifact, which copied the shockwave ice strike skill. Nero swung her fist and screamed loudly, "Wow!" Van used his necromancer talent and announced that it was his turn. The genius adventurer Van takes the stage. The adventurers rushed toward the ants, and MC watched. He chuckled to himself and thought, after all, one powerful blow of adventure ethers is an easier and faster way to clear out than analyzing each enemy. He just asked them to be careful. There was no telling how many more there were, so they shouldn't waste ethers thoughtlessly. Suddenly he turned around and thought it was the earth shaking. The sound was much louder than anything he'd heard before. He screamed, "Mistress Petra, could she pinpoint the ant's location?" Petra said, "Well, a ranger should be a guide, and go ahead, go ahead, go ahead." She repeated this several times, and then said that she'd been taught that way. But when she saw it in person, it was so scary. Petra turned and started running away from the ant, and Nagi looked at what was happening and thought, what a mess. The ranger, who should be scouting out enemies, was panicking. The strongest fighter in their raid had gone too far, and was cut off. Nero said, "Van, to be honest, her ether was almost at 0. Van said discontentedly, "Horror, 3 fingers have already been used. Does he really have to use his thumb already?" MC thought, and he, the raid commander, who should be leading the group, he spends an eternity on a few ants and can't assess the overall situation. It's completely different from being a porter behind the adventurers. He can't calmly assess the situation. This is the reality of their raid. In the dungeons, there is a type who is more dangerous than those 3 hopeless ones that ruin any clearing, a type 0. This is simply a weak raid group. That is, the real hopeless raid group is not the others, but them. MC was seriously scared when suddenly the order rang out to lie down, if they don't want to die. The adventurer swung his fishing rod and attacked the monsters. Everyone looked at him in surprise and cried out, "A white swordsman?" The adventurer said, "It looks like they are the guys Agnesta was talking about. They are completely weak." He smirked and said, "But still, how long has it been since he saw the newbies?" Some time ago, Nines shouted loudly, "Agnesta, is it true that the new guild members went to him?" Agnesta replied, "Yes, she sent them to Mr. Poo Poo Man for training." The adventurer shouted loudly, "She devil! This is too cruel. They just became adventurers. They are finished." Agnesta bit into a donut and asked, "Is it really that serious?" Nines replied, "Of course, this guy." Stone added, "He is the worst in their guild. He is inadequate. Poo Poo Man has the rank of white swordsman." At this moment, MC turned around and thought, what kind of guy is this? White swordsman? Such a rank does not exist. Poo Poo Man laughed and said, "Newbies." Petra screamed, "Mr. Nagi, did she see everything correctly? Did this man just destroy so many ants with one blow? And it seems to her that he didn't even use his talent." MC answered, "That's right. Without a doubt, he finished them off in one fell swoop. He pierced the shell of an ant with this crude fishing rod. which couldn't be cut even by a sharp sword. Poo Man smiled and asked, why were they so frozen? He was asked to help. Agnesta. Nagi's eyes widened in surprise and thought, Lady Agnesta asked him to help, then? Really? He remembered her words, that there would be a right person waiting for them there, who could help them. He is very unusual, so they will recognize him right away. True, he has a problematic character, but he will definitely be useful to them, Mr. Nagi. MC asked, is he really the same person with the problematic, that is, the unusual person that Lady Agnesta spoke of? Poo Man asked, did Agnesta say that? Van looked at him thoughtfully and said, he too seems to have seen him somewhere before. Poo Man put his hand behind his head and said he thought they were mistaken. He has a very ordinary face. Nero and Van said that was unlikely. Poo Man laughed and said, anyway, Agnesta promised to send some good newcomers. He had such high hopes. And these guys, they're just good-for-nothing weaklings. Nero shouted in displeasure. What kind of rudeness is that? Van yelped. They killed a bunch of ants too. Poo Man smiled and said, that's right, they have some firepower. But their airwaves quickly ran out and they found themselves trapped. And they also rushed forward mindlessly, breaking the raid formation, just like that hopeless trinity. Nero ordered not to compare them to those guys. Poo Man said that it was immediately obvious that they were newcomers, and all of them were somehow useless. They didn't even realize they'd stepped into an ant grinder. MC's eyes widened, and he thought, an ant grinder? Right. No matter how many ants there are in the ant dungeon, there are just too many of them. An ant grinder, also known as a death whirlwind, is an abnormal phenomenon where countless ants lose direction and wander endlessly in circles. The cause of this phenomenon is pheromones and scent trails. The ants move by following scent trails left by the lead ant. But if this takes a wrong turn, or if several scent trails intersect, the ants begin to wander endlessly along the same route until they die of exhaustion. The real problem is that if an ant grinder forms inside an ant dungeon, it creates an area with an excessive concentration of monsters. Nagi said, meaning they knew there was an ant grinder here and they lured them here anyway. Petra asked, why would they do that? MC closed his eyes and replied, even if the grinder did form, many ants would fight it off. But if you divert attention to one side, the other will become much easier. Nero screamed, they're evil. Van said he didn't like those guys from the start. Poo Man asked, evil? Why is that? In a dungeon, the truly evil one is the one who is weak. And those guys took advantage of them too, only because of their weakness. A dungeon is a place that is terribly unfair, but steadfastly obeys the law of strength. If they had objected and fought that raid group, what would have happened? There was no point in thinking about it. They would all have died. Nero screamed, would they really lose to such idiots? Poo Man said their clearing methods were certainly crude. But on the other hand, that meant they were strong enough to reach such a level, even with that mindset. Of course, they were stupid and weak to boot. Agnesta had described them that way, that their attitude was good, but if they were taken along, they would die of their own weakness. That's why he was allowed to discipline them as he saw fit. Nero screamed, who said they agreed to this? She wasn't going to train with some stranger, Poo Man asked. What if he provided them with a compelling argument? He was the one who trained that clueless adventurer Agnesta. MC asked in surprise, Miss Agnesta? Poo Man grinned and said, if they understood, then this is their first training session. Poo Man grabbed his fishing rod and said they should all attack. At that moment, Agnesta stood by the window, thinking that the most important thing for an adventurer is attitude. But if there is no strength to embody this correct attitude, then nothing will come of it. She asks that this adventure help Lord Nagi and his companions gain such strength. At this time, Poo Man was spreading the line of his fishing rod everywhere, which was extended by bright mana. The adventurers dodged and screamed loudly. Van screamed, horror! What kind of fishing rod is this? I can't keep up with it. Nero asked not to worry. Her copycat and shockwave, even if they don't hit accurately, will destroy this entire area. Poo Man screamed, slowly. He said that they are using ether too straightforwardly. Therefore, their movements are easy to read. He swung the rod and hit Nero's legs. Poo Man asked, besides, she recently unlocked her special skill, right? Van said, that fool Nero. He will have to get his trump golem. The last finger disappeared from his hand and moved to the side. A brutal golem was summoned from the remains of a thumb. This is the yellow golem's soul seal. Poo Man said, summon a boss-level creature. Wow, this could be a little dangerous. Van asked, how is he? Is he nervous? Let him destroy it. Poo Man hit him on the head and asked, does he know? When he uses a summon, his reflexes slow down. Everything in his head is confused, he becomes a fool. And then, he looked to the side and ordered to try to dodge it. He used the great angler's sword style, catching with a net. Petra looked at it and screamed. The threads tied her, and she screamed in fear. Poo Man tied her up and said, she really is only a gold rank in appearance. If the ranger, who should be in front, can't react even to this, what good is he anyway? MC thought about it. It seems the words about him teaching Lady Agnesta were not empty chatter. You can't underestimate a fishing rod. No, not even that. It's far more dangerous than a regular weapon. The range and angle of attack are too great. It's unpredictable, but it hits without missing. He's coming. Nagi saw the hook and ordered himself not to twitch, to concentrate on the tip of the line. In the end, he's the target. If he knows the target, then defending himself is easy. He'll succeed. The hook approached him, and MC swung his sword and jumped to the side. There was a bright, large explosion, and Poo Man said, It's a shame. As they said, his reflexes are quite good. If he were an adventurer with talent, he could have easily repelled that attack. But alas, there's a wall of physical capabilities. Without the support of the ether, he's just a well-trained commoner, befitting the porter's brand hanging around his neck. MC was angry at what he heard, and Poo Poo Man laughed and told him to get up quickly. Agnesta said he had special powers. He cut down the lich, right? He ordered him to try using that sword style on him. MC replied, but it's too dangerous. Poo Poo Man laughed loudly and pointed a finger at him, asking, is he seriously worried that he'll get hurt by his strike? Nagi thought, this guy, his manner of speech is real. Poo Poo Man said he can withstand any attack, so let him chop with all his might. MC replied, okay, but if he gets hurt, it's not his fault. Poo Poo Man asked thoughtfully, Baldo, his stance is correct, but most likely, this is Agnesta's exaggeration. She tends to overestimate adventurers with the right attitude. By the way, how much longer should we wait for him? This technique can't be used in real combat. MC opened his eyes and released mana, thinking, he succeeded. He screamed, even if he gets seriously hurt, it's not his fault. Be careful. Poo Poo Man turned around displeased and said, no need to fuss so much, his sword style. He widened his eyes in surprise and saw a huge stream of mana in front of him. He asked, what? This is terrible. Everyone has their own plan. A teacher whom everyone respects remains so, until he gets punched in the face. The stream of mana struck Poo Poo Man, who after a while screamed in fear. No need to hit him. He looked around in confusion and Van asked incredulously, can he really teach them anything? Nero said, the commander took him out with one blow. She doubts his strength. Poo Poo Man irritably ordered them to shut up. He just relaxed a little. He looked towards MC and screamed in displeasure. Him? Did he want to kill him or something? A blow like that can really send you to the next world. He got off easy. Nagi replied discontentedly. He warned you it was dangerous. Poo Poo Man asked. Even if he said to hit seriously, who would launch an aura right in your face? MC asked again. Aura? Poo Poo Man thought, what? This cunning guy, doesn't he even realize he used aura? The energy that enveloped him was undoubtedly aura. No, rather, it was an imitation of it. If this guy had mastered aura and that sword style perfectly, he would have definitely died. After all, it is the power of a bygone era. But even with an imperfect style, a porter who independently achieved such a level is interesting. Indeed. That picky Agnesta didn't send him to him for nothing. Poo Poo Man said, well, now he roughly understood his level. Then they will begin the second full training. Do they know how he became Agnesta's teacher? Nagi asked. Well, he supposes, due to his superior skill? Poo Poo Man smiled and said, not without that, but the main reason. Poo Poo Man was able to become Agnesta's teacher not only due to his prowess. His extensive knowledge of the ether played a significant role. He tirelessly studied the theory and principles of its operation, which eventually elevated him to the rank of a doctoral level expert. Therefore, Poo Poo Man accurately and quickly identified all the problems of these newbies. MC is a porter with a lethal technique but without combat experience. Nero is a cat with a lack of ether, and Van is a summoner with poor control. Petra is just a tracker with no combat experience. He offered each an individual solution. Poo Poo Man pointed his finger at Nero and said, first of all, she, a cat, she completely doesn't understand what ether is. Talent-type ether already gives the body a huge advantage upon awakening. For a warrior, it gives strength. For a mage, intelligence. A fighter like her, of course, significant physical abilities. But this is only the basic effect. If she can't freely dispose of the ether flowing through her, then she's just a copper rank weakling. Her special skill Shockwave is simply released without any ether control. So after 2 uses, her resources are already at 0. Nero asked him not to hit her where it hurts. Poo Poo Man said she needed chi. He laughed and said that by a lucky coincidence, they were in the middle of an ant meat grinder, a place teeming with ants and spaces, and this was the perfect training ground for her. They would call it Escape from the Endless Ant Room. Poo Poo Man would lock her in a tight space, and there was only one way to escape. She needed to break through a small hole ahead, but it would be literally covered in ants. That is, to get out, she would have to destroy the ants one by one. But if she continued to use ether mindlessly, she wouldn't be able to break through. Nero looked happily at the ant, and Poo Poo Man said, next up is him, a worthless summoner. Surprisingly, his special skill and ether move are quite good. Van answered, of course, he's a genius adventurer. Poo Poo Man spoke up, of course, it's a special ether passed down in his family, right? But if he keeps going like this, he'll never surpass his big brother, will he? Van shouted loudly, where is he from? Poo Poo Man replied, he already told you, his knowledge is quite extensive. His skill in controlling summoned creatures, key to a summoner, is too poorly developed. The creature's movements are slow, and its body becomes defenseless when controlling it as if it were seasick. He needs a body. From now on, he will be constrained. No movement, no sensation. The summoned creature will do all this for him. And just like that, he will be thrown into the thick of the ants in the middle of a meat grinder. Van was chained to his golem and screamed loudly as it fled from the monsters. Poo Poo Man ordered it to try to escape. He looked at Petra and screamed, now she, the cowardly ranger. Poo Poo Man thought, this is strange. Judging by the volume of airtime, she's almost an outstanding adventurer, but in fact she's weak. It's all about her lack of combat experience. Because of this, her sense of smell The most important trait for a tracker is dulled. He said, that's all. Does she know why their squad ended up in the ant meat grinder? Because of her. Because she couldn't detect it in time. Even a copper-ranked tracker would have noticed something like that. Does she understand? This is no good. If she plans to continue like this, then she should go back to being an inspector. She needs the heart. In the depths of the ant meat grinder, there's a dark cave. A place where nothing can be seen and not a sound can be heard. There, you can only rely on your sixth sense. Petra looked around and said, indeed, she can't see anything. Poo-Poo Man said she must get to the center of it and find what he hid there. Oh, by the way, there are some stray ants wandering around there. They're very sensitive, so if she disturbs them, she should be prepared. Petra looked fearfully at the ant that had approached her. Poo-Poo Man said, and finally he Porter. He rushed towards MC, who took out his blades. Poo-Poo Man said that Nagi would fight him. They began to attack each other and dodge. Poo-Poo Man said, the first problem is that he relies too much on analysis. He gets hung up on his opponent's habits and patterns. He began to actively attack, when suddenly MC was thrown to the side. Poo-Poo Man smiled and said, it's not that it's completely bad, but a dungeon is a place where ultimately you fight with the unknown. He swung his fishing rod and said, there are always factors here that go beyond the usual calculations. Of course, for him, lacking talent, this was a way to overcome physical differences and limitations. But, ironically, this is also what created his limitations. All this stems from an inferiority complex from failing to become an adventurer, sitting somewhere deep inside, right? MC replied. He himself recently said that with his talent as a swordsman, he would have repelled that attack without a problem. He only discussed talent and ether, so he should understand better than anyone what it's like to be talentless. Poo-Poo Man smiled and asked, is that really true? He had once thought so too. But by studying ether, he had come to a certain understanding. As he knows, in this world, anyone can awaken ether. And this ether manifests in three possible forms: the talent type, the equipment type, and the formless type. The first type, talent, is quite widespread and covers approximately 90% of the population. Simply put, this is when ether manifests in the form of a profession. And associations believe that this type is passed on primarily through the inheritance of ancestral abilities. He agreed with this opinion. In any case, once one obtains a profession, one can achieve astonishingly rapid growth. According to records, the first adventurer to awaken talent had never held a sword in his hands, yet immediately after awakening, he was able to slay an entire troop of knights. It is said that this incident led to the downfall of the kingdom of knights and the era of hard work. Believe it or not, that's his business. He met newbies and got so carried away by the explanations. MC replied that he already knew that, just like the fact that most of them are practically no different from the untalented, Poo-Poo Man said. But now they will get to the main thing. He was just about to tell him about it, about cases like his. Ether of the equipment type. From known observations in such cases, the ether does not inhabit a person, but materializes in the form of special tools or equipment. From known observations in such cases, the ether does not inhabit a person, but materializes in the form of special tools or equipment. According to statistics, useless trinkets appear most often, which is why it is called bad luck. Even if excellent equipment appears, its owner is not considered an adventurer. How much already? MC replied, because adventurers already have powerful equipment called artifacts. Even if excellent equipment is awakened, it will not be possible to properly use it. They do not have enough physical strength. Poo-Poo Man answered, that's right. Most people think so, and it's not a mistake. But there's one detail that few people know. It's about the key difference between artifacts and equipment type ether. Both have special abilities. In this they are similar, but unlike artifacts whose properties are predetermined, equipment type ether adapts to the user and constantly grows. It is a materialized form of ether. You could say it is a clot of ether itself. He thinks he forgot to mention it, but actually, he also has equipment type ether. His equipment type ether is dexterous. It's a fishing rod that catches everything. MC asked, is it the same as him? Is it possible to be so strong without talent? Impossible. Poo-Poo Man said it's too early to be surprised. This type of ether, having passed the Mura station, understanding its ether, and having reached the Ilcha level, uniting with it, is capable of such things. Artifact. Activation, secret art of fishing. Poo-Poo Man caught a fish and said, fresh arowana. You can fish in this dungeon too. Pink arowana. This one's catch location is the ant dungeon. A fish composed of ether. When consumed, Poo-Poo Man temporarily bestows the talent of a fighter. He opened his mouth wide and asked, well, should he try it? Nagi was in a complete panic at that moment. His usual notions of the world were crumbling, while a pink weirdo appeared before his eyes. Poo-Poo Man's body transformed, and he asked, well, are they going to the next lesson? Cutie. And now for adventure tales. There's a rumor among adventurers about a pink veteran who helps newbies. The guy said hello and said he was a novice adventurer who had just started clearing things. Recently, while clearing a goblin dungeon, his squad was almost wiped out and they almost failed the mission. But at that moment, some veteran adventurer appeared, instantly dealt with the monsters and saved them. He was so confused that he couldn't really say anything, but thanks to him for his help. However, his pink skin was a little frightening. After a while, Nero clenched her fist and struck a huge monster, knocking it back. She screamed, it's useless. These monsters have too strong armor, you can't penetrate it with bare fists. To break through, you need to use a special skill, but 2 times is enough for the ether to run out, and you'll have to return to the starting point to recharge. And in the meantime, new ants fill the gap, a vicious circle. They'll never get out of here like this. They need to think of something. At that moment, Van was tied to the golem and mentally screamed, also asking for help. The golem stopped, and Van thought, horror, a crossroad. One of the paths is blocked. To the right, you need to go right. The golem ran in the other direction, and Van thought, not his right, but his. Idiot. They were surrounded by ants. And Van thought irritably, horror, because of the creature they are completely surrounded. What to do now? No. There was a bright explosion, after which Petra began to breathe heavily. She sighed and said, it seems they are gone. She thought, the ants here know how to hide their presence, and they are very sensitive. They probably adapted, because they lived in this darkness for a long time. What should she do? How can she overcome this obstacle? No, that's not it. The situation in this dungeon is too unusual. They were not taught this. There is no clearing method. What would Lord Nagi do in such a situation? How would he break through them? Lord Nagi, if he were in her place, he definitely would not give up, and he would take a tool from his bag to resolve this situation. And the tool she has is this. Dowsing wire. Petra took it out and thought, an unremarkable piece of equipment. But for a tracker, this thing is highly compatible. This is the first time she has used this since training camp. Of course, they say that only novice trackers use this equipment. She admits, for her current level, it is optimal. Until now, she relied only on such senses as sight and hearing. But they said that a true tracker can feel even when they see nothing and hear nothing. A tracker who searches by sound, Limigo Sin. This is the tracker's sixth sense. Opening your eyes in such a place will only result in unnecessary information. She concentrates all her senses and ether on the tip of the dowser. And from this tip, she spreads ether. Petra sank into a trance and thought as if she were drawing a map of this world. The area she can cover is still small, but right now she is focused not on speed, but on accuracy. Slowly, but little by little, she is moving forward confidently. After a while, MC exhaled heavily and laughed. He was lying on the ground and saying, this is called training. But this is more of a one-sided beating than training. Poo-Poo Man said, he called it training, but he had better be careful, because in this state, he has poor control over his strength and he can accidentally kill him. MC stood up and gripped the hilt of the sword and took a stance, after which, Poo-Poo Man activated mana and pointed it towards him. He flew back, and Poo-Poo Man quickly moved in that direction. He screamed loudly and said, weak spot. He licked Nagi's cheek and said, here it is, the taste of a beginner. MC cried out in irritation, this idiot, he will kill him. Poo-Poo Man let out a drawn-out scream, slow down. MC said he couldn't handle it head-on. Gluttony, let it help. Poo-Poo Man looked distraught, when suddenly a mushroom entered his mouth and exploded inside his body. Nagi shouted, what kind of stomach does he have? Poo-Poo Man asked, is he getting curious, huh? Why is there such a difference between them, even though he has the same equipment type ether? MC then ordered him to teach him how to become the same. Poo-Poo Man replied, the way, he doesn't know. The reason it's so hard for equipment type ether holders to become adventurers is because the path to that level of mastery is too thorny, and it's different for each equipment, so there's no single answer. There's no specific way he could teach him. The only thing he can do is break his way of thinking. Even though he pretended otherwise, didn't he set a limit for himself, deciding that since he didn't have talent, he couldn't become an adventurer? He was like that himself. So all he could do for him today was expand the boundaries of his understanding. He got down on all fours and commanded him to feel the difference in strength with his whole body. MC thought the subsequent training was also akin to a beating, but for some reason, it made him laugh. Nagi lay on the ground and thought, everything is as he said. He denied countless times that it was he who decided that he couldn't become an adventurer, but in fact, he had to admit it because he had seen countless times how those who stood at the same starting line with him overtook him. So much so that no matter how hard he ran, he could not catch up with them. No, moreover, he could only watch as they moved away. So he couldn't simply rejoice at the growth of his comrades, a deeply hidden inferiority complex. The reason he laughed was because he hit the bullseye. So meeting Poo-Poo Man was luck and an opportunity for him. Of course, Poo-Poo Man screamed, he's lazy. How long are you planning on resting? MC thought, he really has a temper. Poo-Poo Man screamed, he can rest in peace in the next world. MC replied, it hasn't even been 5 minutes. Poo-Poo Man ordered him to shut up. He's a weakling, so he must train twice as hard. No need to argue. So under Poo-Poo Man's guidance, Nagi began his hellish training, and the rookie cleansing squad, full of problems, began to move forward to overcome their shortcomings. The problem was, they were running out of time. Poo-Poo Man ran forward and thought, what a funny guy. That girl Agnesta, she found a pretty good gem. Maybe he can even achieve the same thing as him, oneness with the thing. Suddenly, he looked up and thought, what? When did the dungeon change so much? This unpleasant feeling of deja vu, it's overflowing with disgusting energy. MC asked, Lord Poo-Poo Man, what is this terrible aura? It's pressure. It feels like they're in a high-ranking dungeon. Poo-Poo Man replied that he himself doesn't know for sure. And who are these guys? MC looked at the guys sitting near the rocks and replied, they're adventurers from the Noenser Guild. Ants shouldn't be a threat to them. What happened here? Harold said, it's scary, that monster. It's coming. He rushed to Poo-Poo Man and asked for help. That monster will kill him. Poo-Poo Man asked, what is it? Harold continued screaming, the terrible monster is coming. No, it's already here. Johanna stood in the distance and said, kill it. The guillotine. She attacked Poo-Poo Man, and Harold screamed, and he asked for help. Poo-Poo Man thought he was too late. His hand flew to the side and he staggered. MC looked at him in fear, and Poo Poo Man knelt down and grabbed his hand. Johanna said, "Wow." She was aiming for the neck, and he reacted. "He's strong, right?" At that moment, a voice was heard in the White Order. She was just wondering where she had disappeared to, but here she was. The nun said she wasn't at work, and everyone was worried, Madam High Priestess. She sighed and said, apparently she made her worry. That girl went to community service, so she looked after these children in her place. The nun answered, she heard. Johanna went to the ant dungeon as a volunteer. Everyone avoids this place. What kind of person is she, really? The priestess interrupted her and said, exactly. Isn't that commendable? She volunteered to take on a task that everyone avoids. Doesn't that make her an example for all the novices? Just like these girls, they must be busy with their duties as priestesses, but they still brought sick children here to heal and care for them. She not only has outstanding priestess abilities, but also a beautiful soul. The next saint must definitely be Johanna. Johanna, who all this time carefully concealed her affiliation with the White Order, finally began to put her plan into action in the ant dungeon. Poo Poo Man's severed hand lay on the ground, and Johanna looked at it with a smirk. Nagi thought, this girl, he thought, was called Johanna. After all, she was a priestess accompanying the Noenzer Guild. Is this what did this to them? Right. He senses a similar aura. He asked, Lord Poo Poo Man, is he all right? He will look in his bag for something for first aid. Poo Poo Man replied that he was all right, but what's more important, this girl is terribly strong, and even if he was interfered with, his arm would be cut off so that he wouldn't even have time to react. He used the fisherman's secret technique and the sticky line technique, after which he attached the arm to himself. He said, but it's enough to just stick it back. He thought, he says it with confidence. But this is only first aid, so his right arm won't work at full capacity. Will he be able to handle it in this state? Johanna said, wow, he's not a priest, but he's pretending to be one? What a ridiculous way to treat. She will heal him properly. She used the priest's talent, blessing, great healing, and headed towards Poo Poo Man. He said, this ether structure is definitely healing, just like a carrot and stick. He saw a red flash in front of him, and his eyes widened in surprise. There was an explosion, after which it began to spread everywhere. Poo Poo Man thought, at first it was definitely a healing type ether. But just before it touched him, its properties changed. He said she was confused. You can't heal anyone with such things. Johanna said that she thought she should ask. It wasn't an attack that someone with a porcelain rank could dodge. No, wait. A white swordsman simply couldn't exist. Poo Poo Man replied, not her with her copper priest badge. He should talk about it. Johanna said, I see. Well, there's no point in both of them sorting things out, and she's not free or kind enough to dwell on someone who's about to die. Poo Poo Man thought, it's generally accepted that priests are a class far removed from battles. But with this girl, such mossy stereotypes won't work. This girl, no, she's accustomed to carnage. She smells so strong. In the end, to understand what's going on in this dungeon, his only option is to fight her. He took out his fishing rod and told MC, no matter what happens next, he must not cross this line under any circumstances. Nagi said, but with an injured arm. Poo Poo Man replied, and who's worried about whom here? Well, everything worked out well. This is a rare opportunity, so he should watch closely from behind. How those who have reached the top fight. This will be the third lesson. So, he hasn't caught such a stubborn fish for a long time, so they will have a lot of fun. He swung and used a secret fishing technique. This is a blue marlin, a fish made of ether. By eating this, Poo Poo Man can temporarily use the talent of a spearman. Poo Poo Man said, blue marlin, yes, it's a shame for him to use this talent when one arm is out of order, but this is not bad. Johanna laughed and asked, is she being underestimated to have a snack right in front of her? She widened her eyes and said, wow. Who is he? His ether suddenly seemed to explode. Poo Poo Man covered himself in mana and took the form of a spearman. Johanna laughed again and said, he's a handsome man. Why didn't he take off that ridiculous mask from the start? If he had, she might have spared him just this once. Poo Poo Man asked again, what was she talking about? Anyone could see that this was a mask, and what came before was his real face, and calling it ridiculous was rude. Well, he hoped she was ready. He didn't forgive adventurers who interfere with clearing the dungeon. Johanna grabbed her weapon and said, perhaps he might be a little scared, although that was a joke, of course. Poo Poo Man kicked off the ground and headed towards her. But Johanna kept blocking his attacks. He jumped back, and she threw her axe at him. Poo Poo Man said, a weapon that moves on its own. That's definitely annoying. Johanna folded her hands together and then said with a smile on her face, he relaxed too soon. She hadn't even used her priest talent yet. She activated her priest talent, Blessing of Holy Light. It was aimed at Poo Poo Man, who thought that when fighting a high-level adventurer, the most important thing is to understand their talent and skills. Judging by the ether, she was definitely a priest. And the floating axe, is it the ability of the artifact itself? Whatever. Poo Poo Man looked at the flying axe and activated his spearman talent, climbing a waterfall. He thought, a flying axe and attack magic disguised as healing ether. Their combination is flawless. Poo Poo Man rushed forward as the axe approached him. He thought, she's methodically capturing space and compressing it. This won't be an easy fight. Streams of mana clashed, and MC stood behind and watched. He said, Lord Poo Poo Man, so this is what a battle between those who have reached the heights looks like. He thought, what if he sees a gap in her defense? MC clutched the mushroom in his hand, then let go. Poo Poo Man ordered him to keep his eyes open. If he was distracted even for a moment, he'd miss everything. Nagi thought the very idea that he could be useful here was just hubris. The bright mana from the axe shot toward Poo Poo Man, and a huge mushroom appeared in front of him, covering his body and twisting in different directions. Poo-Poo Man rushed forward and began to attack. Streams of ether continued to move further and further through the dungeon. MC thought, this is another level. He can't help in any way. If he awkwardly leans forward, he'll only get in the way. He must never cross that line. Poo-Poo Man spun his spear and spread ether everywhere. He thought about how persistently she pressed, as if she were telling him not to get closer. But by doing so, isn't she screaming about her weakness? In that case, the clearing method is obvious. He used his spearman's talent and turtle shield, and then made a breakthrough at one point. Johanna turned around and said, that's a commendable decision. He thought that since she was a priest, that meant she was weak in close combat. Normally his choice would have been good, but that's a stereotype. Poo-Poo Man used Water Earth Wave, and Johanna said, also that's a miscalculation. She used her priestly talent, Blessing of Strength, Might, and slammed the ground. Poo-Poo Man jumped back, and she swung again. He said, so this is a priest capable of close combat with the help of self-enhancement. This is magnificent. However, even if physical abilities are increased, the foundation, that is, combat skills, they remain amateurish. Poo-Poo Man dodged and widened his eyes in surprise. He asked, is his body not obeying him? Johanna said, he was caught. She ordered the guillotine to kill him. She swung her axe and tried to strike, but the ether reflected. Johanna laughed and said, this time she really intended to kill him. He is definitely not a simpleton. Poo-Poo Man said, she can praise him as much as she wants, but he has already turned into a pile of rags. There is not a single place that does not hurt. He thought, but he still reaped the harvest. Poo-Poo Man said, it seems he sees her skill now. Her artifact ignored gravity. Healing turned into pain, and a blessing into a curse. So, her skill that reverses everything is inversion. Johanna said so he noticed. So what? What difference does it make? While Nagi's squad was training with Poo-Poo Man during the ant dungeon clearing, Agnesta's squad went to clear the Queen's Ant Dungeon. The Queen's Ant Dungeon is a high-ranking dungeon, incomparable to a normal one. It's a difficult dungeon, where you have to wage a full-scale war against the soldier ants led by the Queen. So Sunset Wind prepared meticulously and threw his best forces into the battle, but clearing the dungeon somehow ended ridiculously easy. They approached the dungeon, and Nine shouted, a Queen's Ant Dungeon without a queen, that's just hilarious. Stone said, he was worried, but it's over. Agnesta looked at Nines with displeasure and asked, who did they defeat? He hadn't done anything again. Nines said, well, he did say he hadn't forgotten Elizabeth Lufst this time. There were just unavoidable circumstances. Agnesta suggested they stop talking about it. She asked Pororo, why does she think the boss isn't here? Pororo replied, there's definitely something odd. For a boss to disappear from a dungeon without a breakthrough, these unstable ether remnants, it feels artificial, like the Queen Ant was kidnapped. The ether remnants lead to that deep hole below. Agnesta asked again, kidnapped? Why would someone do that? Pororo replied, it's just a guess. And these ether remnants filling the cave, she thinks they were waiting for them. A dark energy snake slithered across the stones and headed their way, greatly frightening Pororo and Agnesta. Pororo screamed, this is a message left with the help of ether. The snake opened its mouth and screamed loudly. She knew it would come here, Agnesta furied, but she thinks it's not yet ripe for her to eat. Agnesta frowned and said, Johanna. The snake spoke, so she decided to start with a snack. Let her just stand there and see where her wrong decision leads. Agnesta screamed, it's a trap. Everyone needs to stick together. The witch's talent, Apep's poisonous fang, began to spread everywhere. Agnesta managed to create a barrier and asked, everything's okay? Stone said, he's fine, but it will take them time to get out. Agnesta spoke, this is bad. The dungeon she's planning to break through isn't this one, it's the one where Lord Nagi is, the Ant Dungeon. At that moment, inside the Ant Dungeon, Poo-Poo Man continued to fight Johanna. He thought, this is definitely a difficult opponent. The axe itself is about as strong as a decent adventurer, and he can't engage in close combat because of the weakening curse. MC stood behind and thought, because of his recent wound, he's slowly losing ground. If this continues, even Lord Poo-Poo Man, horrible. If only he had the strength to cross this line. Suddenly, Harold began to drool, and Nagi asked, have you come to your senses, Lord Harold? What even happened here? Johanna, is that priestess what did to him? Harold said, ants. Huge ants are coming, they'll all die. MC asked again, ants? Johanna laughed joyfully and screamed, where did all their old confidence go? If this continues, they're finished. Everyone, Poo-Poo Man said it right. Just running away isn't the answer. If you can't avoid the curse in close combat, this method will work. A blue spearman's talent aimed at Johanna. Her axe appeared in front of her and blocked the attack, after which she smiled and said, she told you so. Even if he understood her skill, nothing will change. She has excellent compatibility against people like him. Poo-Poo Man replied, no, everything will definitely change. Since he knows the problem, all that remains is to find a solution. This is a good opportunity, so let her watch carefully. A dungeon is a battle with the unknown. An adventurer who encounters a strong enemy who is difficult to defeat must find a way to break through. The decisive part of this fight begins right now. Poo-Poo Man rushed towards his opponent and began to attack. Johanna said, this is a disappointing decision. The original plan was to overwhelm her with speed before the curse took effect, but she only needed to reverse the blessing from the start. Johanna cast the blessing of strength, power, and the curse of strength, exhaustion. Poo-Poo Man advanced, thinking that her inversion skill, acting like a curse, reversed the very structure of physical enhancement. There would only be one chance, at the very moment when her enhancement becomes a weakening. The blue marlin has one special ability, ethereal fish that only he can see. His secret fishing technique is an unpredictable skill, and he never knows what he'll catch. But with the blue marlin's harpoon, he can catch exactly the fish he wants. Harpoon fishing. Purple Tem, catching spot ant dungeon. This is a fish composed of ether. By eating this, Poo-Poo Man can temporarily use his magician's talent. Poo-Poo Man thought the fish he needs now are the physical characteristics that the blue marlin has increased. Strength increased, dexterity increased, and agility increased. But when changing to the mage talent, the physical stats that should have dropped, strength, dexterity, and agility, were lowered. Thanks to her inversion, this is reversed again. Poo-Poo Man changed his appearance again and screamed. No matter how strong the curse was, its enhancement is much greater. Poo-Poo Man changed his class and form to a power mage. This is a double inversion technique. Johanna looked at it and said, "This is disgusting." She clicked her tongue and said, "Inversion." MC's eyes widened in surprise and thought, did he use her ability against her? Poo-Poo Man isn't just strong. He's an adventurer with combat instinct, ingenuity, and the ability to improvise. The witch's talent enveloped Harold and he howled. Nagi looked at him and thought, this feeling, is it the same ominous aura emanating from Johanna? He grabbed his sword and asked, "What is he going to do, Harold?" The herald ordered him to shut up and said that he would live. He must live. He wanted to attack him, but MC blocked the blow and flew to the side. He fell to the ground, and the herald laughed loudly. He looked completely different than before. He rushed forward and ordered Lady Johanna to just trust him. At that moment, the sword flew to the side as Poo-Poo Man rushed towards Johanna and grabbed his staff. He saw the sword flying towards him and blocked it with his hand, receiving a wound. Poo-Poo Man said, "It's such a trifle." He activated the talent of a power mage and swung the staff, which was covered in ether. He screamed that this is the end. The magic crusher produced a bright explosion. At the same time, Nagi got up from this attack and wondered what was going on here. "I can't see anything because of this smoke. What happened to Mr. Poo-Poo Man and that woman?" It seems he was mistaken. He had to help him at all costs. He started to take out the sword from behind his back and thought that it was not too late. His sword style could definitely come in handy. He didn't have time to finish his thought because Harold kicked him hard and threw him back. He said with a wide smile that he shouldn't go there. Can't he really tell when to intervene and when not? If he sits quietly, maybe the lady will spare him. He is just a worthless person who is not even worth killing. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked, "What happened here anyway? What is she up to?" He looked at him with a wide smile and said that there was no point in finding out. After he sent them to the first sector, their assault squad was destroyed by this. Earlier in the ant dungeon, the third colony, he called her by name with a shocked expression and asked why she deceived them. Johanna held an axe next to him and asked what he was even talking about. She had never deceived them. She came to this dungeon as a priestess to take care of the sick. However, the object of her care was not them, but this child. She pointed to the ant and said that she had come here from the very beginning to take care of this. Did he enjoy the meal? Very soon it will reach perfection. Currently, the herald said with a mad smile that they would soon find out what they were up against. The protagonist thought, does he mean to say, is there someone else here besides her? He was thinking about what happened in the battle with the Poo-Poo Men, but the dust cleared and he was very surprised by what he saw there. Johanna stood in front of the badly wounded Poo-Poo Man and said that she had just almost died. His shoulders were pierced by 2 sharp claws, and she said that she hoped he wasn't going to make any pompous speeches about a fair one-on-one duel in such a place. He said with a displeased expression that he hadn't expected such a thing, but this was truly an unexpected turn of events. What the hell is this? She stood next to the monster with an evil smile and said that, unfortunately, her role was to stall for time until she finished her preparations, until the ant mother was completed. He looked at this monster, clenched his teeth in anger, and thought that things could not get worse. Not only had another source of problems appeared, but he was also mortally wounded at such a moment. He grabbed the claws that pierced him, screamed loudly, and managed to jump off it and landed on the ground. He channeled energy into his hands and used it to pull his staff. He caught it immediately, got into a fighting stance, and was breathing heavily due to the injuries he had received. She looked at him calmly and said that she wondered if her power would work on someone like him. She was extremely interested to see it. The monster attacked with several claws, but he was able to block it with his staff. He thought with a serious expression that even though the inversion had increased his strength, blocking these attacks was hard. He continued to block all these attacks, looked at the monster, and thought that she was very strong. The monster dealt a very strong blow, which he was unable to block, and left a large wound on his torso. Johanna, with a joyful look, said that he shouldn't forget about her. She threw her axe at him, but he blocked it, and it flew behind him. At that moment, the monster struck again. He tried to block it, but was thrown a long distance. He managed to stay on his feet after that and said with a smile that he was beginning to understand what was going on. The Ant Queen, who shouldn't be here. It seems she was artificially kidnapped from the Queen's Ant Dungeon because strong adventurers would have simply killed her there. The Queen Ant's dungeon is at least rank A. If this monster is here, all the adventurers in the dungeon will be killed. He thought that there was a real problem, however. If only this monster were here, he would have managed. But this girl, she's not just a priestess. He said with a smirk that after a couple of clashes, he realized that she was not simple, but he would never have thought that she was dual-classed. Johanna asked with a smirk, so he noticed it? He's right, actually. She didn't want to use that power. She didn't know that an adventurer like him would end up in such a dungeon. She went to him. Her appearance began to change and she said that, in general, he could take it as a compliment. The inversion worked on her class, and she said with a smile that this meant he was very strong. Her second class turned out to be a witch, and Poo-Poo Men thought that it was only getting worse. Besides, the strengthening effect of the inversion technique was wearing off. His muscles shrank, and his appearance began to change, and he thought that maybe this was for the best. He wasn't very confident in his talent as a mage, however. He didn't finish his thought, changed his class to his mage form, and said that in such a battered state as he was now, it was better to be a mage. Even if his body was in bad condition, it wouldn't hinder his fighting much. He called MC and asked if the third lesson had benefited him. They could end it here. The mage form had a wide attack range, so he couldn't guarantee his safety, so it was time for him to leave. He used the defensive bubble skill on him, which surprised him greatly, and he said loudly that he should wait. It was too dangerous to be alone. He looked at him with a calm expression and asked who was worried about whom here. He launched the bubble with him away from this place and said that he still had plenty of aces up his sleeve. He wanted to object to something, but he did not listen and said that he had to remember one thing. Everything starts with understanding his own ether. If he wanted to get involved in battles of this level, he should at least be better prepared. Johanna stood in front of him and said that it was pointless. She could kill such a man at any moment. Besides, he was an inept liar. With each transformation, the ether enveloping his body noticeably weakened. In this state, was he going to fight them? Poo-Poo Men looked at her and said that it seemed he was seen through. He summoned a huge fish, which he jumped on, and said that, however, they should at least try to fight. He walked towards them while they both stood calmly in place. He released a large amount of water, and the fish collided with the monster. Thus, the ant dungeon closed, plunging into impenetrable darkness and even deeper despair. After this battle, Johanna asked with a smile if he knew something. They say that in the old days, the creator himself gave names to monsters that killed many adventurers. Such monsters were called named. For a monster, this is the greatest honor. If the creator were here, he probably bestowed such a name on her, the ant mother Antbine. However, in the depths of the thickening despair, a faint movement was born. Nagi sat in the cave and thought how pathetic it was. In the end, he could not help. Lady Agnesta was right. In high-ranking dungeons, they would simply kill him. He would simply be useless and become a burden, not a porter. What should he do now? Gluttony, sitting in his bag, asked, does he need power? He apologized and said that he was not in the mood for jokes right now. He started waving his arms and said loudly that he was exposed. How did he figure that out? In that case, he goes to plan B. He jumped on him and started to pull him into the bag, which made him confused, loudly asked him to wait and said that he was not in the mood right now. He was completely sucked into the bag and no one knew what kind of waves this weak movement would create. At the same time, Johanna laughed and said that she was very sorry. He was just very unlucky. He is not the kind of adventurer who loses easily. However, in fact, she also tried very hard to recreate the disappeared named ones. She personally fed countless adventurers to the monster, ground them into food, and carefully raised this monster on them. So he should be happy, because he will become part of her child. That alone gives the ending some meaning, doesn't it? The wounded Poo-Poo Man stood on the ground and said that he advised her to change her mind. It's tough, and if you eat it incorrectly, you can choke. He thought that this girl was thinking dangerously. She needed to be stopped somehow, but for now, he would have to rely on this guy. At the same time, the protagonist was being swallowed up by the space in his bag and found himself at the entrance to a deep lair. He came to his senses and said that he hadn't been here for a long time. After all, he told him not to come here because it was dangerous. After all, he said that if you get lost, you will never get out. Gluttony agreed and said that the space would have swallowed him up then. However, everything had changed now, and it would definitely help him. He had to forget about everything and just trust him today. They walked on, and he thought that the space inside the bag had been gradually increasing while he was working as a porter. The ratio of items to weight in the bag was also becoming more and more efficient. Once it had enough room for everything he needed, he stopped paying attention to it. He definitely knew the space was growing, but he didn't know it was that much. He asked with a worried look, "What is this? This space within space?" Gluttony laughed and said he couldn't imagine how he wanted to show him this. He had effectively distributed this space for him. The space that was expanding haphazardly in one area, he divided, organizing it into sectors and categories. He looked at the Knoll's residential sector and said, "Tools, that's fine, but there's a place here that looks like a village. When did he manage to build that?" He said that the appropriated supplies, or rather, he collected materials for his things and all sorts of junk and built this together with them. They work well. MC said that then it was no wonder the bag seemed increasingly heavier. So that was the reason for the pain in his shoulders. He said that he didn't just tidy up. When he arranged the space as intended and placed them, a significant positive effect appeared. First, Sector 7, the mycelium. He spends expensive mushrooms too recklessly. This can leave him broke. So he entrusted this sector to the one with the most sensitive sense of smell. Using his sense of smell, he grows the best mushrooms and herbs. This is still an experimental stage, but soon they may be able to become self-sufficient. Here are the mushrooms they've collected so far. He was surprised when he saw 2 boxes of mushrooms and said loudly that this really is much more than the mushrooms he bought, even expensive, explosive mushrooms. Coming up with growing mushrooms inside a bag is an amazing idea. Gluttony, looking pleased, said it was nothing. It was too early to be surprised. He'd definitely like the next place. They arrived at the 3rd sector, the forge. He said he was being too reckless with weapons. The Stoneswamp tribe was especially skilled in mining ore and blacksmithing. The Knoll blacksmith melted down the old weapon and reforged this one. Nagi, with a surprised expression, asked if even at first glance, the quality of the sword had improved significantly. The Knoll standing next to him said something loudly, but he didn't understand it and asked what he was saying. Gluttony said that his weapon shouldn't be compared to human weapons. He also said that if he didn't mind, he would try to repair his black blade. He was surprised by what he heard and said that artifacts were very difficult to repair. The Knoll said something else, and he said that he would do it for just 1 magic stone. They say artifacts are difficult to repair because they are made using a special technology. However, artifacts are usually found in dungeons. If you think about it, maybe the inhabitants of the dungeons are even more familiar with artifacts than people? The blacksmith finished repairing his sword, handed it to him, and said something. He was surprised by this, and with a happy expression said that it was amazing. It was like new now. He sat on his shoulder, called out, and asked if maybe he would give him a name as a thank you. He would definitely be happy about it. He looked at the blacksmith and said that he was very fluffy, so now his name is Fluffy. The Knoll was very happy about this, and unexpectedly for him, immediately grew taller after what happened. The Lich's head in a jar of liquid loudly called him a stupid man. He bestowed a name for practically nothing. The protagonist was surprised by this, and loudly asked what this was. It was a lich after all. He looked at him from the jar and loudly said that he should undo this immediately. He came closer and asked what he was doing here, especially as a head in a jar. Gluttony said that he himself didn't really know. After he died in the burial dungeon, he began wandering around the bag, so he caught him. He forgot who he was, but he has a lot of useful knowledge and answers any question. This monster helped with the construction in the bag, so he left it. He looked at it with a thoughtful look and said that a lich is ominous, but since only the head is sealed, there should be no problems. However, why couldn't the blacksmith be named? The Lich said that when the master bestows a name on a monster, it is not just like that, it becomes named. The higher the merits and the more honorable the name received, the more power it is endowed with. He does not understand why it worked from a commoner. Gluttony said that besides, becoming named is a great honor. You should only give names to those who have achieved results to motivate others. However, on the other hand, you need to be careful, because becoming named means becoming more independent. MC said, with a thoughtful look, that he had already thought about giving names to everyone, since it was so good, but apparently there was no need to rush. However, he, Fluffy, definitely deserved his name. He said something in his own language in response, and the disgruntled Lich loudly asked if he hadn't even listened to what he was saying. Thus, he looked around the world that Gluttony had arranged inside the bag and realized how little he knew about his own equipment. They came to the antiquities sector. He picked up a wooden dagger and said with surprise that he had put it here a long time ago and completely forgotten. It turns out it was here. He entered a gravity sector that had not yet been explored. He felt crushed, and he loudly said that it was heavy here. He noticed an entrance to another space and said that this space also looked interesting. Gluttony said that he should be more careful. A Knoll went in there once, but came out as an adult. He doesn't know what could happen, so he forbade going in there. He said with a slightly worried look that it was dangerous, but amazing. Besides, the world inside the bag had undergone huge changes. There were also sectors for cooking and brewing potions. He said with a joyful look that it was simply amazing. How did he do all this? He said that it wasn't his ability. More precisely, when the shattered dungeon broke through, he gained the ability to control the space inside the bag. The bag probably absorbed the energy of the shattered dungeon. However, most importantly, this space is for absorbing everything. This bag changes and exists according to his needs. Nagi thought that until now he thought that he couldn't become an adventurer because of this bag. He smiled widely and thought that, however, that was not true. He patted Gluttony on the head and said that he did a great job. Now was not the time for him to sit idly by. He thought that it wasn't the bag that had set his limits, but himself. Poo Poo Man had shown him how to surpass the limits of the ether-type equipment. He had shown him something that exceeded the limits of the bag, which had previously served only as a storage device. Now it was his turn to break the limits of his thinking. His bag could store sound, and it could also store air currents. What they had in common was that he couldn't see it with his eyes, but he was able to contain it because he had realized it. In that case, what he had to contain next in the bag was obvious. The ether-type equipment couldn't accumulate in the body, so instead, he would accumulate ether in the bag. In this way, he challenged a new possibility. The world inside the bag began to stir, and the second phase of his squad began. At the same time, Johanna, with a wide smile, called out to Antbind and said that it was time for them to begin. They would break through the dungeon from here. The monster let out a very loud cry using energy, and this attracted the attention of the other ants in the hive. The ant dungeon clearing has failed. The breakout begins. Estimated difficulty A+ or higher, upgraded to the ancestral ant dungeon. She approached the monster with a smile and said that all preparations are nearing completion. Soon her ants will fill the entire world. Countless people will die, and amidst all this, humanity will remember a long-forgotten horror. Antbine looked ahead and said that it was so. She sees it. A powerful will that descended from the beyond incessantly whispers to her, as if commanding in her ear. It cannot be resisted, and besides, she does not want to, because she was born for this. She looked to the side and dealt a powerful blow to Johanna, who was standing nearby. She blocked one of the 2 blows of this monster and asked with slight surprise, "This now, what could it mean?" She looked at her and asked, "Didn't she say it before?" She must exterminate humanity. However, she is also human, isn't she? She asked. That's what she thinks, but will she be able to defeat her? She said with a smirk that of course, she is quite strong. However, she has spent too much energy just now, right? She said with a calm expression that she was right about that. It is sad to be a creator rejected by her own child. Honestly, it is a very unpleasant feeling. However, she will forgive her for this. A dark snake crawled up to her, and she said with a smile that she had achieved her goal after all. A name was born, and the breakthrough began with her. The snake began to coil around her, and she said that she shouldn't forget this passion and rage for her own pleasure. It would root for her. After all, she was still on her side. After she said this, she immediately teleported away and left Antbine standing there. The ancestral ant dungeon. This name alone confirms that the difficulty of this is at least rank A. A place requiring an organized cleansing by squads of high-level adventurers, a carefully controlled danger zone. However, now a squad of ordinary adventurers, gathered under rank C, was sent into this dungeon. The changes that had occurred here were too sudden for them. The adventurers loudly asked what was happening and why these monsters were so rampant. Where should they run? The adventurer looked at the map and said with a tense expression that all paths were cut off. In addition, there was this aura emanating from behind that ant wall. At that moment, Antbine pierced them all with her claws. She pulled one of them, and he screamed loudly in pain and fear. He gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and said that he would not give up so easily. He smiled and pointed his hand at her, created an arrow of energy, and said that from this distance he could get the most out of his composite bow. This was revenge for his squad. She looked at it and asked, "Is this his ether?" She created many similar arrows and asked, "So that's how it is used?" He was very surprised by what he saw and asked, "Can the monster use ether?" He refused to believe what he saw, and she launched all those arrows at him and killed him. Without even a chance to respond, nor the opportunity to escape, they faced Antbine and had no way to resist. Wasn't the MC squad in the same situation? They had been fleeing for several days and were exhausted to the limit. Nero, looking tired, held back the monster's attack and said loudly that she couldn't even produce ether from hunger. Van, with a dissatisfied expression, said loudly that his fingers were almost out, but they continued to attack. While they were both fighting the ants, Harold, who had begun to transform, approached Petra. He looked at her, licked his lips, and said that he wanted to sacrifice them to that lady. He smiled widely, his drooling was flowing, and he said that however, he still felt sorry for her. His offer to become part of his squad still stood. They would serve her together, then maybe she could survive. She, with a calm expression on her face, raised her hand, loudly refused and asked, did he have no adventurer's pride at all? He asked loudly. What pride was she talking about? When lives were at stake, what was the point? She turned around and said loudly that they needed to get out of here. Van threw a small golem and said loudly that it was his last finger. There was a powerful explosion in the air, and he was surprised by this and covered himself with his large sword. He looked around after what happened and asked, did those freaks escape? He started laughing and asked, did they still not understand that it was useless? He raised his hands and said loudly that in this ant dungeon they had nowhere to run. After that, they stopped in a place where there were no monsters, and Petra said that they would not be noticed here for a while. They needed to at least rest a little and regain their strength. She looked to the side and noticed Nagi's bag. She thought that it was really him and loudly called his name, but it turned out that it was that guy who was a porter. He began to cry with happiness and said loudly that he was very glad that he met adventurers here. He was running away and found this bag, so he hid here. He hoped that there would be food inside, but it was completely empty. No matter how long he waited, that porter guy never returned. Had the ants already killed him? She said that couldn't be. He wasn't the type to give up so easily. However, in a situation like this, you can't be sure of anything. At that moment, when everyone was desperate and exhausted, he looked out of the bag and said that. So that's what it was. They were all very happy when they saw him and called out loudly. He started to get out of the bag and said that he had some business there. However, they all didn't look very well. She said that they had been running from ants for several days. Nero said that they also lost the jerky for training, so they hadn't eaten anything. He took out the food, apologized, and said that they could help themselves. They were delighted by this, began to eat, and Petra said that they couldn't find him anywhere and were very worried. What happened to him, and how did he get out of the bag? He laughed with a confused look and said that you could say it was some kind of special training. However, "What is going on here anyway?" She said that the dungeon has gone crazy. Ants are swarming everywhere, and besides, Mr. Poo-Poo Men has disappeared. At that moment, several huge ants came to them, and she loudly announced that they had appeared again. Nero continued to eat with a dissatisfied look and loudly said that they don't even let them eat, but they have no strength to fight. Van sked discontentedly and said that his fingers haven't recovered yet. The protagonist refused and said that he will deal with it, and they can continue eating for now. He was a little surprised, and said that, however, these are not ordinary ants. He said with a confident look that they don't need to worry. He just wanted to test something in a real fight. He took a sword out of his bag and thought, isn't it just him? These monsters look much more ferocious than usual. Their shell looks much thicker than that of ordinary ants. He quickly ran towards an ant standing nearby. He jumped up, swung his sword, and thought that, since it's still an ant, if he aims for the lower back, everything will work. He delivered a very fast and powerful blow to the weak spot and killed this monster. Van looked at this and said that the atmosphere around him had somehow changed. Nero was eating next to him and asked if it was her imagination, or if his sword style had become more refined. Petra looked at this and thought that something had definitely changed. The master's sword style, due to the lack of ether, was based on pushing the body to the limit in order to squeeze out the maximum amount of pure strength. However, for some reason, his movements became easier now. The second ant, who was watching from the side, sent information about what happened using its antennae, and Antbine learned about it. Immediately after this, a strong shell began to appear on the ant's body. MC noticed this and wondered if they had strengthened the shell at the waist, where the weak spot used to be. He loudly said that they should be careful. These ants were a little different. He dealt a very strong blow to this monster's head and cut it in half. After some time, they were all sitting together by the fire, and Petra said that it was terrible. That priestess, it turns out, was a traitor. He agreed and said that he did not see what happened next, but he was sure that a master like Mr. Poo-Poo Men would somehow get out. The problem is that if the ants started acting up like this, then nothing has been resolved. He called the boy and said that he should tell him in more detail what happened to his squad. He said with a serious expression that the cleanup was going smoothly. The Noenser squad was famous in the area, so there was no doubt about their strength. However, from the middle of the journey, strange things began to happen. He began to remember what had happened to him earlier and talked about it. A member of their squad warned of an ambush ahead and asked what they would do. The herald, with a calm expression on his face, said that these monsters were incredibly annoying. If they knew about it, they wouldn't interfere with it. He turned around, called the boy, and said that he should go ahead. He was indignant about this, and he said that he was a freak who got his 10 gold coins and now should keep quiet and quickly go there. He nevertheless went and thought that they probably wanted to use him as bait again. They often do that. He ran forward through the cave and said that he hoped that this time he would not be injured. Suddenly, ants began to fall on them from the ceiling. They were surprised by this and asked loudly why they came out of here. They entered the battle, and Harold, with a slightly tense expression on his face, said loudly that they were just mobs. After some time, they still defeated all the ants that attacked them. He asked what kind of monsters were these. They set up a double ambush, as if they were reading their minds. It was impossible for some ants to use complex tactics. A squad member called Johanna and asked that he was slightly scratched. Could she please heal him? She agreed with a sly smile and said that she was obliged to help him. However, is he absolutely sure about this? Her healing is a little painful. She released her energy, but at the last moment she used inversion, detonated this energy, and he screamed loudly in pain. Harold was shocked by this, turned around and saw that she was standing next to the monster and laughing loudly. He asked with a worried voice what she was doing. They entered into a battle, which they quickly lost, and now the boy said that everything happened in an instant. The Noenser squad was defeated by a priestess who suddenly attacked them and an unknown giant ant. Luckily, he is small and an ordinary porter, so it seems that no one paid attention to him. Only he survived that hell. He just ran without looking back until he found the bag and met them, the adventurers. That's all that happened to him. Nagi thought about it and said that all these statements and the giant ant that he and this boy saw. The probability is low, actually. This shouldn't happen, but it's possible. He didn't have time to finish because Petra asked. He suspects the existence of an ant queen, right? He agreed and said that the problem is that she can't be in an ordinary ant dungeon. She said that she thought so too. Before entering, she checked several times, and this was a C-rank dungeon. He said that, however, circumstances indicate that there is an ant queen in this dungeon. Nero called her and asked what kind of ant queen this was and why she was so worried. She looked at her and said that, as the name suggests, it is a queen who rules over the ants and is the boss of the Queen's Ant Dungeon, which is an order of magnitude higher than a normal ant dungeon. They say that when the Queen's Dungeon is activated, the normal ant dungeon begins to swarm with ants. The Queen's Ant Dungeon is very difficult. The fact that there are ants is a similarity, but the decisive difference from a normal dungeon is the collective intelligence and learning. The intelligent queen ant communicates with ordinary ants using pheromones and constantly trains them, turning them into a unified army. Based on the available evidence, there was a giant ant. Presumably, the queen and the ants learned to use traps and then suddenly attacked the Noenzer squad. In response to the master's attack, they revealed that they had strengthened their weak point, the waist. Ordinary ants are incapable of such a thing. The protagonist said that, however, this is still only a hypothesis. He thought he only saw it from afar, so he can't be sure, but this monster defeated even the master of poo-poo men. If this is a real queen ant, then things are bad. Besides, there's this unpleasant feeling of déjà vu from the depths of the dungeon. For some reason, there's an aura of a breakthrough. He looked into the distance of the cave and said that to check, they would have to go to the problematic third sector anyway. Petra said that there were too many ants there though. If even the Noenzer squad had fallen, it would be dangerous. He put an ant head on his head and said they shouldn't worry. While he was in the bag, he wasn't only occupied with training. He prepared something useful for clearing this place. He used this method in the burial dungeon, and it would work here too. He gave them the same ant heads and said that if they used this, at least they wouldn't be detected by smell. She should focus on detecting pheromones. Petra ran ahead and said there was a pheromone trail ahead. When he ran close enough, his bag absorbed the pheromones left in their path. He began to leave the same pheromone trail with a brush, and thought that the ants had no doubt about their path. He would use it against them and artificially create an ant meat grinder. He said loudly that they would advance, luring the ants into one place. Nero, looking happy, said loudly that she could go and destroy the monsters. She would show him the results of her training. He forbade her to do this and said that they did not know what awaited them ahead, so it was better to conserve their strength as much as possible. They stopped on a cliff and saw Harold, who was standing next to a crowd of ants. He said loudly that they should move faster. The queen was already waiting for them. MC looked at this and said that, as expected, he did not disappoint. Petra said that, however, now he was the perfect person to sort out the situation. Although it would be difficult to approach him because of the many ants around. A gnoll emerged from the bag and licked his cheek to get his attention. And Gluttony said that the pheromone analysis was complete. It was a concentrate. He looked at what the gnoll handed him and said that it was just in time. After detailed analysis, the pheromones were modified to enhance certain functions. He called out to Van with a smile and asked, "Are you ready?" He wanted to refuse, but he still ran down with the summoned creatures and asked loudly in a disgruntled voice, "Why does he always get these roles?" The ants responded to the strong pheromone and ran after him. Nagi was about to jump down and said that then, from now on, they should leave this matter to him. He jumped down, raised the bag over his head, and used the porter's technique, landing softly. The herald noticed him and said that he already thought he had burrowed into some hole. If he sacrificed his squad, the queen would be happy about it, right? He began to raise his huge sword from behind his back with a wide grin. He ran towards him and thought that it looked like they couldn't come to an agreement. Good. This was just the right opponent. A chance to test whether the results of his training would pay off in a real fight. During the time he spent in the bag, his ambitions to accumulate ether encountered great difficulties. Earlier, he had looked at the spaces and said that some spaces were heavy, while in others, time stood still. Everyone has their own abilities, but it was difficult to find the space he needed among them. What should he do? Gluttony approached him and asked what he was so worried about. Then he simply had to create a new space. He grabbed it and asked loudly, could he create this? Why hadn't he said so before? He was surprised by this and said loudly that he hadn't asked. He stretched out his hand, created a new space in front of himself, and said loudly that he had indeed succeeded. He thought that even if he created space for accumulation, the biggest problem was ether. He could neither control ether nor feel it. Since he couldn't feel it, he couldn't accumulate it. What do you need when you hit a huge wall and couldn't find an answer? This is a lesson. Water magic appeared around him and he asked with a surprised expression, "Are these the bubbles that appeared when he was covered by Mr. Poo-Poo's magic? It's moving to take some form. Could this be ether?" A fish appeared in this water, and he said with a wide smile that he was right. It's time to start the extra lesson. This is a summoned pet, Poo-Poo ring, large fish class. Fish made of water were flying around him, and he said that he should follow it. He thought that the reason why he couldn't defeat the adventurers till now was because of the difference in physical ability due to talent. But the decisive difference was the sword infused with ether. He remembered what happened when his sword broke, and thought that his sword, without even having time to collide with his sword, broke too easily. He hadn't found the final answer yet, but in the bag, he wished for only one thing: a quill, a sword capable of killing monsters and equal to the swords of adventurers. He now crossed swords with the herald again and was able to stop his strike. He was surprised by this and asked, did this freak block his sword? He tensed his muscles and said that he underestimated him. The protagonist continued to hold back his strike and thought that the opponent was a gold-ranked warrior who easily wielded a two-handed sword. Competing with him in strength was pointless. He jumped to the side, and his opponent's sword hit the ground with great force. He jumped onto the blade of his sword and struck with a sharp movement. However, his opponent dodged, stared at him intently, and wondered if some porter had left a wound on his skin, protected by the iron body skill. He began to attack again, and he looked at it and thought that this could not be. He blocked the strike with his large sword and wondered, however, why did he take a defensive stance? MC continued to attack him very quickly with his sword, managed to break through his defense, and left a wound on his body. After that, they continued to exchange powerful blows with their weapons very quickly. Harold diligently blocked his blows and thought it was strange because his opponent was a porcelain-ranked delivery man. However, the dagger he fought with broke, and he thought with a calm expression on his face that it lasted 3 minutes in the bag. But here, it cannot last even a minute. Indeed, a real fight is different. His opponent looked at him with a wide smile, loudly called him an idiot, and said that his sword was broken. He used the warrior talent, the hellish wind of the underworld. With a calm expression on his face, he swung his other sword, called the word quell, and a mushroom came out of the blade of his sword. This caused a strong explosion that left a crack on his opponent's sword. He called the word quell again, and very quickly ran to attack. He ran close enough, struck and released a powerful stream of wind. He was surprised by what happened and screamed loudly from fear and pain. Petra looked at this with a shocked expression and asked, "What happened to him? Is that ether that envelops his sword? Is that really an ether blade?" Nagi thought that he lost to this guy before because he was weak. He had no resentment or anger about it. It was always like this in the dungeons. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked, "Who is the weakling now?" The herald was very angry about what happened and asked loudly, "Do they think they can get away with this?" He was sitting on the ground tied up and said loudly that they still can't defeat Lady Johanna and the Queen. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked, so he then sided with them and attacked Lord Pupu Men? He willingly forgot about his duty as an adventurer? He asked with a wide smile, "What does a worthless person like a porter know anyway?" He himself is not one of the last adventurers. However, they are on a completely different level. They should still thank him. Thanks to him, they learned early on that a breakthrough was coming. Now they must untie him and escape from here, because this place will soon turn into hell. Petra looked at him with a worried look and said that meant the Queen Ant hypothesis was correct. Having arrived in the central part, she understands this without even seeing her. There, in the depths, most of the ants gather around a key individual, around that terrible creature that is in the very center, as if preparing to perform. She took out an artifact and said that she would examine this area more closely. She used her tracking talent, Eagle Vision. The protagonist looked at her and thought that it was immediately obvious that her searching skills had improved. Did Mr. Pupu Men's training really help her too? He turned around and said that he had one more question. What happened to that gentleman? He looked at him with a smile and asked, "Is he talking about that guy with a rabbit's head?" He himself doesn't know for sure. He only carried out the small tasks they gave him. The last time he saw him was when he freed himself from the bonds and tried to counterattack. He really was tough. Even after everything they did to him, he resisted to the last. Of course, it didn't last long, and that moment when he clashed with Miss Johanna for the last time, there was a huge explosion, and when the smoke cleared, only the lady remained in that place. There was no way he could have dealt with the two of them in such a state, right? He was probably killed long ago, although he just disappeared without a trace, so he could have escaped because he was also a strong adventurer. He looked at him with a serious expression and thought that this meant they would have to break out of here on their own, without Mr. Pupu Men. The potfish was just a pet, and he didn't know what had happened to his master. Where was he now? The herald, with a mad expression on his face, asked loudly, "Does he understand him now? It's not his fault. He was only trying to survive." He didn't have time to finish because a snake of energy appeared behind him and started squeezing his head. Unexpectedly for him, this snake killed him, and he heard Johanna's loud laughter. She noticed them and asked, so they were still alive? She thought that newbies like them would have long since become ant food, but they were holding up well. It's even for the best. Even though they are newbies, they are also from Twilight Wind, right? I wonder what Agnesta's face will be when she comes and sees them dead. They should try to stop what she created if they can, he said with a serious expression that he was sick of listening to this. He took his sword out of his bag and with one very strong blow cut off the head of this monster. He said with a serious expression that when he deals with the Queen Ant, she will be next. The monster was still conscious, and she said that he had rather high ambitions for a simple porter. She was looking forward to it. Immediately afterward, the snake disappeared. Petra saw this and said that it was such a terrible death. However, this snake was right. She sensed a long tunnel behind it, a deep and long tunnel through which an entire army could pass. A breakthrough in each dungeon occurs differently. Cases of a breakthrough in an ant dungeon are rare, but if it happens here, they say it takes the form of an underground invasion. Ant tunnels reach human territories. This tunnel stretches for about 5 kilometers, straight to the village of Najak. The boy was surprised by what he heard and said with a worried look that this was his village. They are very poor. They don't even have a garrison of adventurers. She said that this village is far from the association, so if monsters attack them, everyone will die. She thought that according to the records, the most terrifying thing about breaking through an ant dungeon is that the invasion starts from underground. It's impossible to prepare for it until it starts. Therefore, ant dungeons are those that the association regularly monitors, forming joint cleanup squads. However, if there's also an ant queen there, then this village. The boy knelt down and loudly said that he was asking them to save his village. He was powerless here. After all, he was just a porter. MC remembered how earlier he knelt before the adventurers and said that he couldn't fight. However, they have adventurer talents. He was about to say something else. The adventurers asked with wide smiles. Perhaps they felt important when the teachers praised their talents? However, what can you do? The real talent turned out to be theirs. They will go where the reward is better. Who would even go into this hole? Currently, he put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he shouldn't worry. An adventurer's duty is to clear dungeons and stop breakouts. They will save his village. He looked at him with a displeased expression and said that, however, he was also a porter. After that, he asked with a smile, what would they say about this? He wouldn't insist. Soon the ants would be coming through this passage. To keep the village safe, they needed to hold this place and kill the queen ant. He would tell the truth. With their level, they would most likely die, so if they decided to leave, he wouldn't stop them. Nero slammed her fist into her palm and loudly asked, what kind of nonsense is this? Before, she couldn't fight properly because she was hungry, but now, she was full of strength. Van, with a wide smile, said that it was time to show the results of their training. Petra said that their situation now was the same as in the split dungeon. They didn't have any abilities back then, but things are different now. They will definitely stop the breakthrough this time. What's most important is that they are adventurers. Nagi smiled at their words and swung his sword to draw a line on the ground. He turned to them and said that from now on, not a single ant would cross that line. At the same time, a snake appeared on Antbine's back. Johanna called it her child and said that she would wait for her. She must destroy every last person. She smiled and said that she was so annoying. She was going to do it without her noisy speeches. She began to release pheromones and ordered her ants to move forward to exterminate humanity. Petra felt the movement and said loudly that the ants were already coming. He called her and asked if she knew the difference in methods for clearing a regular dungeon and a dungeon during a breakthrough. She said that in the training camp they were taught that the crucial difference between them is that clearing a dungeon is an attack that requires the adventurer to advance forward. However, breaking through is a defense in which monsters must be held back. He agreed and said that he would add one more thing to this. Until now, adventurers clearing dungeons faced the unknown and had to bear all the risks and dangers. Because this is an attack in which they must break through prepared enemies and traps. This time it was their turn, but now the sides had switched. When the ants got close enough to them, mushrooms emerged from the ground and exploded simultaneously. Many ants were injured because of this attack, and he looked on with a smile and said that this was a change from accepting all the risks and dangers. He took a sword out of his bag, loudly called the members of Twilight Wind, and said that from now on they were beginning an operation to clear the ant dungeon breakout. The target of this clearing is the queen ant. They will kill her and stop the breakout. At the same time, inside his bag, Gluttony loudly called a squad of gnolls and said that an alert had been sounded. In order not to lose to them, they need to use all their reserves. It's time to earn their keep. After that, Nero ran from a crowd of ants who were running quite quickly after her. With a small smile, she said loudly that if it were up to her, she would blow them all away with a shockwave. The monster's legs changed. She noticed that they began to catch up with her and loudly said that they had become faster. She began to worry about this and loudly said that they would catch up soon. Next to her, a gnoll was hiding behind a stone and began actively waving his hand at her. She noticed this and asked, "Everything is ready, isn't it?" He nodded his head at her in agreement. At that very moment, the gnolls, who were attached to the ceiling with straps, struck the stalactites with pickaxes. This caused most of the stones to fall, crushing the ants pursuing them. The protagonist thought that gnolls were versatile. Turning this place into a defensive fortress wouldn't be difficult. They had already set up numerous traps. However, these ants quickly learn and remember. Immediately after this, the Legion's strength increased and their visual range expanded. He thought that this is why the traps must change one step faster. At that very moment, sharp wooden stakes attacked the ants from the ceiling, and they began to sink in the quicksand. The gnoll, who had activated the traps, began to flee from the crowd of monsters, but tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. He turned around and saw a huge ant running towards him with its mouth open. At the last moment, Nero picked him up and, along with the other gnolls, continued to run away, loudly saying that they must have eaten their fill, so slow. They needed to break through faster. She continued running and saw a rope hanging from the wall. She grabbed it, and the gnolls who were standing above began to pull the rope and lift it. She looked at the ants who remained below and loudly said that she had managed to herd the mobs. He thought that, however, no matter how he twisted and turned, in this narrow tunnel, the most effective means were explosions and fire. At the same moment, various mushrooms began to crawl out from under the ground where the ants were standing. At the right moment, many of these mushrooms began to explode and kill these monsters. Petra said that according to the records, ants easily lose their fighting ability if their exoskeleton is deprived of moisture. Most importantly, their pheromone-based communication is disrupted. MC agreed, saying that the queen's hive mind operates through pheromones, so the impact will be powerful. To stop the ant army, their hive mind and learning must be disrupted. He thought that the ants under the queen's command are constantly learning and evolving. That is learning. However, superficial learning is not a weapon, but poison. Just like now, if they didn't know fear, they would simply run forward with reckless courage. However, the ant that knew fear began to hesitate. A multitude of mushroom dummies stood in front of the ants, which stopped them. Supplies of expensive explosive mushrooms were in short supply, so Gluttony made an imitation of their shape. Petra watched this and loudly said that the ants had huddled together in a tight group. Thanks to the fact that the Knoll advance guard had driven the ants back, the main forces had gathered in one place. There are so many of them. He said that to carry out an underground invasion, they would have to go through this tunnel. If they held it, they would be able to protect the village. She agreed and said that they, in turn, would try to break through the traps at any cost. He said that the queen ant, having studied the entire situation, would choose evolution. Antbine looked at this with a serious expression and said that these people were well prepared. In their current state, breaking through his traps would be difficult. Even if it took a lot of effort, it was time to strengthen the legion. She used the collective mind, strengthening the legion. Because of this, the ants began to change. Their shells were strengthened, the heat-dissipating spikes were strengthened, the shell density was increased threefold, and heat dissipation was increased by 200%. Petra looked at this with a serious expression and said that they were evolving, making their shells thicker. They were trying to withstand high temperatures, and fire would no longer be of any use. He said that, as expected, she chose evolution. He said with a smile that now he wanted to ask her a riddle. The fact that their shells had become thicker meant that their mass had increased. However, what did an increase in mass mean? She asked. It means that their weight had increased, right? He agreed with a smile and said that an increase in weight meant that gravity was acting on them more strongly. Such massive creatures were now concentrated in one point. Moreover, due to frequent explosions, the ground has already received significant damage. That is, the ground beneath their feet could no longer withstand it. Everything went according to his plan. The ground collapsed, and all those ants began to fall down. Antbine was surprised by this and wondered, what is this? The connection with the ants was helplessly cut off. The death of countless ants was approaching like a wave. This was not a simple trap. He knew she would force them to evolve. He used that against her? Petra, with a surprised expression, thought that if this tunnel had been on level ground, it would have been impossible to stop them. However, by collapsing the ground, they gained a tactical advantage. The advantage of height, which, in a tight fight, is invaluable beyond all expectations. He had thought it all through, creating the perfect conditions for them. Nagi watched what was happening and said that their evolution through training would no longer work. Having experienced the reverse effect of evolution, the queen would no longer dare attempt another mutation. Now it was time to destroy the hive mind, the fortress on the last line of defense. He called his squad and asked if they were all ready. Gluttony waved a red flag and loudly announced that the squad was going to attack. Oiled logs and fire arrows, they must drop mushroom firecrackers. The gnolls began to attack these monsters with all available means. Antbine, with a dissatisfied expression, gritted her teeth and thought that the pheromone connection was weakening. However, it's useless. It won't work against the ants, who already have countermeasures. He thought with a confident smile that he knew about it. His target wasn't the ants, but the pheromones that connected them to her. To destroy the hive mind that works through pheromones. Right now, everything is mixed up here. The flames, the smell of mushrooms, the pheromones are in complete disarray. Her hive mind won't be able to function properly in this place. In that case, these conditions are even more favorable for his reinforcements. They were already waiting underground. These are her ants, after all. Those individuals who were completely covered in special pheromones during their escape from Van. This pheromone is a chemical compound created by mixing the scents of other species of swarming creatures different from the current ants. In a situation where his command system is weakened, this scent is the embodiment of chaos. They already consider each other enemies. For them, with their lack of defensive forces, they will become powerful allies. Stopping so many ants with only his tools is no easy task. What he needs now is confusion. He looked at what was happening with a serious expression and said, "Welcome to his ant underworld." Antbine, on the other hand, also looked at what was happening and wondered, is some pathetic adventurer stopping the advance of her ant army? Petra thought she had sensed this back in the Shattered Dungeon, but it was as if he was born to clear dungeons. The worst thing is that he almost didn't use his combat power. He's saving his strength for the boss fight. However, for some reason, his face is not cheerful. The protagonist looked at this with a serious expression and thought that everything was definitely going smoothly. If they took their defense seriously, they could hold this line for hours. However, in the end, this battle cannot be won simply by holding off the ants. Their queen must be killed. Initially, he planned to reliably fortify the defense here, and then, at the right moment, move on the queen. However, having encountered them in person, he realized that the ants' reproduction rate was much higher than he expected. If they abandon this line now, the fortress in the tunnel will quickly fall. Even if they kill the queen, if the village is attacked, there will be no point. However, simply sitting here is not possible. A gnoll approached him and said something in his own language. He looked at him and asked, what does he want to say? Gluttony climbed out of his bag and said that this gnoll said that he would take over the defense of the passage, and they should go and kill the boss. He was a little surprised by this and said that it was too dangerous. However, they were still too young to handle it alone. He said that there was nothing to worry about. They say that they are descendants of the great gnolls. They are a originally warlike race. It seems they can be trusted. In exchange, When he successfully defends this place, he asks to give him a name. MC asked, in that case, maybe they should give him a name right now? He immediately forbade him to do this, and said that this cannot be done. He cannot give them to everyone indiscriminately. He must trust him. He cannot do this now. He was a little surprised by this, and asked what was wrong with him. However, can gnolls be trusted? Isn't it too dangerous? He said loudly that he cannot worry. Even a young gnoll can easily deal with ants. The lich asked loudly, were they going to indiscriminately give out names again? He was indignant because of this, and said that he should mind his own business. He took a large sword from his bag, and said with a smile that he understood. He believed that they would defend this place and would go kill the boss. However, for now, instead of a name, he would give him this. He took out warrior artifact number 456. A rare rank crusher. The more angry the bearer, the greater the weight of the sword and its destructive power. He handed it to the gnoll and said that it would definitely help him. They only have to defend this place for 1 hour. It's possible, right? The gnoll took the sword from him and, smiling, said loudly that their squad would protect this place. He looked at them and said that then, while they held the defense, they would go after the boss. He looked down with a serious expression and thought that individuals were already appearing, breaking through the chaos and climbing the cliff. Will everything be okay? At that moment, the gnoll he gave the sword to charged, swung his sword, and said something loudly in his own language. He ran up to an ant rising from the cliff and struck it with a powerful blow. Nagi was very surprised by what he saw and wondered if he had killed this monster with one blow. They fought much better than he thought. He continued to attack with his sword and said loudly that it was too hard for him. He couldn't stop this sword. He used his warrior talent, Hellish Whirlwind, and it made him feel dizzy. He smiled with a surprised expression and asked, so that's what they're like? Gluttony said that he himself didn't know they were capable of such a thing. Several gnolls put their hands to their heads and said the same thing loudly at the same time, and he repeated it and said that they were asking him to trust them and go. He smiled because of this and thought that they would protect this place. They will kill the ant queen before the last line of defense is broken through. He looked back and said that the operation was moving to the next phase. He called Van and asked if he was ready, right? He agreed with a wide smile and said that he had only been waiting for the moment when his hidden golem could prove itself in action. They should wait for his completely transformed pet. He realized this during his training with Mr. Poo-Poo-Men. He remembered what happened earlier and thought that at first the ants were simply beating him. However, after repeated critical situations, he realized what his pet's weak point was. Until now, he had difficulty controlling it because he was trying to recreate all the unnecessary elements. It must have a clear goal. Only when he summons it in accordance with this goal can it clearly follow orders. He chose the goal of running faster. He began to create the golem and said that it was producing the form he needed now. He used the finger summoning technique, his thumb. The others were surprised at first by what they saw, but when he finished, they were all disappointed. He created a strange golem that seemed disgusting to them, and he said that they should quickly mount. They all didn't want it, and he asked what they should do then. They needed to ride a pet, but in this smoke, they would be completely unable to see anything. Petra jumped on the golem's head and said that they could leave it to her. She used a rope on the creature's head and said that she would be their helmsman. She used the talent of a tracker, a special skill, a single sense. Nero looked at what was happening in surprise and loudly said that the atmosphere around her had completely changed. What happened? The protagonist thought that in the dungeon, where not a single ray of light penetrated, she silently continued to train. She slowly moved through the darkness, sharpening her senses, and finally reached the item that Poo-Poo-Men had hidden. She happily opened the chest, but what was inside did not please her. She looked inside the chest and asked, "Is this a noise doll? And such an ugly one at that." The doll began to make a very loud noise, which attracted the attention of the monsters around her, and she thought with a nervous smile that it was a complete failure. Desperately fleeing from the pursuit of ants, she, without noticing, learned to control her senses, and as a result, gained a special skill, a single sense. This skill greatly enhances one sense, which was now completely under her control. The rest of the team jumped on the golem, they headed in the right direction, and she loudly gave orders. She used the talent of the tracker, the eye of the white knight, and thought that she saw it, as if this dark cave was in the never-setting white night. She continued to give orders, and Van listened to this and controlled his golem with energy. He thought with a worried look that it was difficult to move according to her instructions. He needed to become more flexible and a little more stealthy. He changed the golem's body and gave it the form of a lizard. Petra was surprised by this, looked back and wondered, did he change the pet right on the fly, adjusting to her movements? This is amazing. The words about a genius adventurer were not empty words. They continued to move forward, but unexpectedly a crowd of ants jumped from the ceiling. She was surprised when she saw this and loudly said that the ants were in ambush on the ceiling. Nero said that she could leave it to her. She would show them how she managed to escape from that endless ant abyss. She would show them everything. She thought that who knows how many days had passed, and after countless failures, she had already lost all will to escape. However, an even greater crisis had come. Now it was difficult to even breathe in that space. Then she knelt down, loudly called for help and said that the training had failed. She thought that no matter how much she called for help, Only her own echo returned in response. However, suddenly it dawned on her, a way to radically solve the problem of the lack of ether and its direction. Currently, she began to emit energy and, with a serious expression, looked at the crowds of monsters falling on them from the ceiling. She channeled the energy into her fists and began to deliver numerous rapid strikes using this energy. Petra, with a surprised expression on her face, looked at what she was doing and thought that it was only a moment. But each of these fists contained an ether shockwave. The released ether did not dissipate but circulated and returned to her. Importantly, this was not a simple recirculation of ether. The returning shock ether, rupturing her internal ether, intentionally expanded the vessel itself. As a result, the mistress's small and compressed ether vessel began to circulate freely. However, this was only a result. She did not experience this herself, but she is sure that it was accompanied by incredible pain. She, too, had been through a lot. However, thanks to this, they finally became a squad where everyone contributes. They successfully ran through the crowds of monsters and the golem destroyed the thin wall that was in their path. Antbine looked at them with a surprised expression when she noticed what happened. Petra looked at her with a serious expression and loudly said that a creature similar to the Queen of Ants was detected. It is right here. She gritted her teeth out of anger and asked, how dare they come to her on their own? She launched several sharp claws, called them idiots, and said that they were approaching their death. She delivered several powerful blows and pierced the golem. She lifted this golem off the ground and was very surprised when she noticed something strange that caught her attention. Petra, with a serious expression, loudly called MC by name and said that it was time to act. Before all this happened, he said that the enemy is an unknown monster that threatened even Mr. Poo-Poo Men. Even the four of them cannot handle it. She looked at him and asked, so what's his plan? He said that of course they wouldn't fight fair, a surprise attack, and the most powerful one at that. So they had to buy him time to prepare. Right now, the golem opened its mouth, where he had his tongue, and took out a sword from its bag. He looked at the monster with a serious expression, and thought that in the bag he recognized the name of this sword style. It is a style created for the extermination of monsters, squeezing the limits out of weapons. The name of this sword style is Asura's Blade of Hatred. He filled the blade of his sword with powerful energy and began to strike with a serious expression. Antbine watched what was happening with a surprised expression. He released all this energy and hit her with a bright flash. Van watched what was happening with a surprised expression and said that the commander was amazing. It seemed they had won, but they should check it out, right? Nagi held the sword, broken by that attack, in his hand and thought he'd struck accurately, hadn't missed. However, although he'd managed to cut through her massive body, she'd blocked the attack. He looked at the broken blade and thought it was still imperfect. If he'd executed it properly, it would have surely cut her in half. Antbine, her body transformed, grinned and called out to the man, saying it was a good try. Some worthless thing like him had managed to drag her to the ground. Van, with a surprised expression, said that this was the first time he had seen a talking monster. Petra agreed with him and said that, according to the records, the queen ant was originally a creature with a huge body that controlled all the other ants with pheromones. However, this one looked almost human. All the existing records were meaningless. The pressure she exuded was frankly terrifying, even standing in front of her. He stood nearby and said that, despite this, they had to kill her to stop the dungeon breakthrough. All of his team members agreed with this, ran towards her, and he loudly said that they all had to begin the attack. They needed to attack in a spread-out manner. She looked at them with a calm expression and said that it was pointless. She extended several claws and attacked them all very quickly. Petra used danger detection, tracking talent, and echo alert. She released several streams of energy, which she directed towards the rest of the team. Thanks to this, they were all able to dodge or block the Queen Ant's attack. He loudly thanked her and said that thanks to her, he was able to dodge. She said that she didn't have enough experience yet, so she could only warn about the threat. Nero quickly ran forward and loudly said that this was enough. They all ran forward together and easily dodged many attacks. She, with a serious expression on her face, directed energy into her fists and loudly said that reacting to her attacks had become much easier. This way, she would be able to get close to her without any problems. Antbine, with a calm expression on her face, looked at her and said that it was funny. This ether is simple, but strong enough. Is this how you should use it? She released a powerful wave of energy, which threw her back several meters away from herself. She flew a long distance and hit her back against the wall very hard, which made Petra very worried and loudly called her name. She turned around and asked what kind of ant was that. Did she just copy the ether? Antbine sat on her claw with a calm smile and used the queen's authority training. She said that challenging her with such power was so pathetic. Van was very angry about this, created another golem, on which he moved towards her. It opened its mouth and was about to release very strong energy. She was a little surprised by this and said that it was strange. She couldn't copy his ether. She used the skill Composite Bow, 30-fold Overlay, Legion Arrow. At the same moment, the golem released a stream of energy from its mouth and used the skill Breath of Pure Black Flame, and their attacks clashed. His energy dissipated, and she asked, "Isn't it enough to just be stronger?" With this very strong attack, she threw him aside and destroyed the golem he created. Petra looked at this with a worried look and called out to him. She was very nervous about this and asked, "What should we do now?" She can't even roughly estimate the rank of this enemy. an enemy they've never trained to fight against and haven't heard anything about. The protagonist's squad, initially full of confidence, began to succumb to fear under the stunning onslaught of the queen ant. However, only one person didn't flinch. He'd never fought anyone weaker than himself in his life. There had always only been those around him who were many times stronger than him. He took out a new sword with a serious expression and loudly said that they should all retreat. This was a familiar thing for him, so he pointed out the main thing without the slightest hesitation. He said loudly that the enemy was strong. None of them could defeat her alone. They must follow his orders. He thought that in a boss battle, individual abilities weren't what mattered. Teamwork was what mattered. As a commander, he had to assign roles among the squad members. He put the coal back in the bag, used it, and thought that it combined the space filled with ether with the sword. If you add a tool to this space, you can unleash its abilities. He created a cloud of smoke with a swing of his sword. Antbine looked at him with a calm expression and said that it was such a useless move. He thought it was a cloud of smoke whose area could be controlled. It would be difficult for the enemy to notice them, but they had a tracker. He loudly called Petra, and she immediately understood him and said loudly that she would convey their orders. She used the tracker talent, the Eye of the White Knight. He said that first they needed to deal with her annoying legs. He called Nero and said that she, as the strongest physically, would distract her and scatter her attention. She dodged the monster's attacks, and he loudly said that she should be more careful. Those claws freely extend, so she shouldn't relax. Even if she managed to dodge, there would be an attack from the flank. Antbine looked at her with a calm expression and said that that was not bad. He said that the queen ant was collecting ether. He called Petra and said that she should analyze it. She looked at it with a serious expression and said that this flow of ether is a shockwave, just like last time. She guessed it and hit the golem, and MC said that they should defend with the rag golem with its resistance to physical attacks. Even if it is a boss, she will not be able to use powerful techniques one after another. Taking advantage of the confusion, they dealt a sudden blow. He ran towards the queen ant, swung his sword, and used a coal with a burning mushroom. He struck her and said loudly that no matter how strong she was, her nature was still that of an ant. She cannot be resistant to heat. He will slowly fry her. Antbine called him a human, but he quickly hid in the smoke. She squeaked and said that he hit again. She looked around and wondered if the reason they could work so harmoniously was because of this girl. Even though she tried to hide it, her ether was skillfully linked with the others. This child's ether was definitely not simple. She was the most dangerous of them. She smiled and thought that, however, that was all. The more solidly a tower of stones was built, the easier it would collapse from the fall of one small stone. She realized that Petra was the most dangerous individual in his squad. How to defeat them? Even though it was a moment, the answer was easy. Initially, there was no need to think for long. The absolute predator always has many options. Nagi looked at this and said that there would be an area attack. She was going to sweep away everyone. He loudly called her and asked her to tell him the retreat route. She loudly said that Nero should jump to the left. It was too late for Van to dodge. He had to be prepared to sacrifice one rag golem and defend himself. She thought it was close, but they all dodged. It was just a moment when she thought they had dodged. However, she couldn't have imagined that even this massive area of effect attack was merely a distraction for the queen. The real goal was achieved secretly, simultaneously with this magical flash, to eliminate the only dangerous factor. She extended her claw underground, and to Petra's surprise, it emerged from the ground at great speed. It dealt a very powerful blow while she tried to dodge it.